Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion, and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team, cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
I think I love her, I think I love her. She's always singing songs and I sing along. I think I love her, I think I love her. She's always going out and I tag along. I wait in the cold at her instigation, freezing but full of big ideas. A little laugh, a little look, a little dilation. Her voice is the only thing I hear. I wanna shout, I think I love her, I think I love her. She's always singing songs and I sing along. I think I love her, I think I love her. She's always going out and I tag along. I hold her hand at her instigation, praying that it will never end. A little miss, a little kiss, a nice occasion, and that is where my little story ends.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. We're up to day 2 of week 4. I am Atlas, and I am joined by the wonderful The Valdanalyst. We are going straight to the ship, and yes, you are indeed looking at some champs.
A champ. A pog champ.
Aren't we, we can both be champs, okay?
Yeah.
I'm a champ too.
But who
'cause I'm
looks
here
more
with
like
you.
who looks more like pog champ?
That's definitely you. Yeah, but that's just
It's
a genetic
definitely
thing.
me.
Yeah, you certainly won on that.
So
count.
we're looking at one champ. It's the pog champ over here, and
oh god.
yeah.
We have-
Also,
yeah.
beautiful Valdez.
Yeah, beautiful Valdez.
BV,
Is, yep.
yeah. That's,
Although I
that's
think
my
that's
name.
cheating because you're just using your name as the last one. You know.
Yeah,
it's-
well, I mean, it works. It's B, so
I feel like
beautiful Valdez.
there's not enough B words to really allow the BV to actually come off the ground.
Yeah. Beautiful Velociraptor is okay too.
Do you want to know who isn't coming off the ground at the moment? It's the Afrika Freaks. We're going to see them in our first match. These are the standings so far. T1 locking down that top spot. Gen G hot on their heels, coming for them after today's match, potentially. A 2-0 will certainly solidify Gen G at the top of the standings. They can even things out with T1 with a 2-1 victory, and they will be behind them if they lose to Afrika here today. Afrika, though, they just lost to KT. So
Yeah.
we don't necessarily know what to expect from this team. And equally as confusing is Damwon versus Hanwha Live, which is going to be coming up afterwards. Damwon also falling in pretty horrific fashion, and Hanwha are only 1 point behind them in these standings, trying to get towards that coveted left-hand side of the bracket. But let's get into our first one. Points of the match to start things off here. Quick Gen G. 2-0 win to come out on top, full series versus Afrika Freaks to the 5-win mark. See whether Afrika can actually put up a little bit more of a showing here. What roster they're going to be running as well is going to be a big question mark. always, when it comes to the Afrika Freaks, we're looking at Keen. And against Rascal, in former years, you might be saying this should be an easy matchup for Keen. But Rascal's actually been playing really well. And he's been deviating from his pure carry style, where he was known for playing things like Akali top lane and Aurelia's, things like that in former years. But now, you know, this guy's winning a few games on the old Ornn and things like that, and able to deviate from that particular playstyle.
Yeah, the only thing is that I doubt we'll be seeing any Ornn today, just like yesterday, where it just gets banned every single solitary game on the red side. It feels like things have really solidified in terms of the red side bans. Nowadays, you see Aphelios, Ornn, X, a lot of Soraka banned on the blue side as well. And it'll be interesting to see what they prioritize. We were talking about this a little bit earlier before the cast, because Gen G, they have 3 players with undefeated records on multiple champions. So you can only really ban one of them alongside of Ornn and Aphelios. So it's not going to be an easy pick ban phase for Afrika. As we're taking a look at some stats, obviously Gen G, they feel like the cleanest team to me. Even more so than T1, although T1 is obviously incredibly skilled
and
in
also
their lineup.
They were able to beat Gen G as well, if you remember back. So Gen G, I think, have done a lot of tidying since that particular series, and now it's about what's going to happen in the second round robin when Gen G faces T1 yet again. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. We do need to see whether Gen G can topple the Afrika Freaks. First blood record, definitely very high for this squad. That is some nutty stats, and that just shows the form that Clit is in. You were talking about his Jarvan, the fact that, you know, 5-0 so far.
Yeah.
Definitely the cleanest Jarvan so far in the LCK as well. And if you remember back at Worlds, his Jarvan was heads and shoulders above everybody else at that tournament, and they're the best teams in the world. So excited to see what Clit is going to get his hands on this time around, or whether Afrika are going to be forced to ban it, because Gen G is starting off on the blue side, which gives Gen G all of that ban flexibility in the draft phase to start this one off.
You see a lot of Dragon Soul stats at the bottom. Actually, 4 Dragon stats in general. After First Blood. Both teams, if they get Dragon Soul, they win the game. Again, that's not really too surprising, as Dragon Soul is incredibly powerful nowadays, but we have to talk about this. I think this might be one of the other permabans added to the list alongside of Ornn and Aphelios. It's BDD's Zoe. He's 6-0 on the pick. And even on red side, where you get maybe 1 extra ban, I don't think they're going to let that one fly.
And this was a bit of a sad matchup, to be honest. If you're a Dragon X fan, Dragon X kind of fell off a cliff halfway through the series. They looked competitive in the first game, and then Gen G turned it all around and claimed victory after victory with these really interesting compositions, with BDD playing once again on his Galio, looking fantastic while he was doing it as well, and layering all of that extra CC and zone control alongside the top lane Rumble, which we haven't been seeing as much of, that Rascal was certainly very adept at. And having a look over the other side of the rift, this was Afrika in a losing series against KT. They did win one of the matches, but KT really coming out swinging. And this was with Ray actually performing relatively well when he wasn't able to yesterday, and had to be subbed out, and Sohan came in to win that series against Sandbox. So a lot of really interesting things to talk about as far as where the form is for these teams thus far, and can Afrika show us that when their chips are down, they're able to come out with the victories.
I mean, they have so much to prove. Imagine losing to KT and then your next matchup is Gen G, which could be the best team currently. It's them and T1 vying for a top spot. So you really have to pick yourself up out of the dumps after that one and somehow put up a fight against Gen G, which is not going to be easy. As we're taking a look at some of the stats here, obviously Keen is quite the god of the top lane currently.
The damage, what is that? Damage
difference at 15.
Yeah, so Keen's pretty good.
Yeah.
At the video game, guys. That's what we're going to leave there. His CS at 15 also just gigantic. Being on average ahead by 15 CS is just an insane stat. Especially when Keen hasn't necessarily just been playing these carries. He has had the time on things like the Ornn and sitting back and doing a little bit more scaling.
Keen plays so many different things, actually. He's already played 9 unique champions.
Yeah.
In what is it, 3.5 weeks? Not even. Now, as we're here in week 4.
Yeah, I think the largest champion pool that we have at the moment is 11 champions for some of our players. I know Faker yesterday, he was sitting at 10. But 9 for the top lane, because the pool seems to be so much more condensed up there, is very impressive, to say the least.
He's played Victor. He's played 2 games of Akali. He's one of our guys that is not afraid to break out the Lucian in the top lane.
Yep.
Keen he's such a versatile and unbelievable player in the top lane that it's surprising that they got even close to losing to KT, to be honest, which is why it was such a shock.
Yep, but
and we are going to have a bit of a change up here today, Atlas.
Yeah, completely different players in the mid lane and the jungle from what we saw last time around, as we are not wasting any time. Straight into ban and pick, of course. Due to the coronavirus, we do not have the players walking out on stage anymore. They are going to be ready and in their seats. Also will mean that Mina is no longer with us for this week. She will be back next week for Week 5's matches.
And Little Sick.
And Little Sick also is going to be back tomorrow, but is no longer here today, as Gen.G immediately get rid of All-In's entire champion pool.
I was looking at the champion stats prior to this.
Oh, you'd be looking at a champ, my friend.
Yeah, I'm looking at the champion stats. And he's 2-0 on Pantheon, and he's played nothing else. So if they didn't ban Pantheon, you're making a big mistake. And now Afreeca, speaking of making mistakes, will this turn out to be one, as both Ornn and Aphelios are going to be ignored as bans on the red side? They might be looking to trade here.
No, I love this. I actually
targeting
think that Afreeca are going to leave one of them to go through. Gen.G noticed that, and they ban the Aphelios because they don't want to be put into that position where they have to choose between all of these busted picks, right? And then Afreeca are guaranteed to get 2 of them. So they're going to ban the Aphelios on the blue side just to attempt to avoid that, and they're going to look for an Ornn first pick if they can, which they are unable to. So Yuumi is standing out, Set is standing out. A few different options here for Rascal to lock away first up, but he might just go somewhere else entirely. The Jarvan really is a priority in this matchup, but looks like Clit is going to go back to an old favorite here, Sinning, to start this one off with the Lee Sin lock-in.
Yeah, it's his second most played. He's 2-2 on the pick, which is nothing compared to his 5-0 on Jarvan, which is why I think you were correctly stating that there should have been more priority on the Jarvan, but maybe just going for a bit of a mix-up here. And as you mentioned, that strategy in the bans was really smart by Afreeca. It forces Gen.G to use one of their bans to take away one of the OPs. As you do see, the Aphelios gets banned there. Set is going to be locked in alongside of Elise, so nothing but sinners today.
Oh yeah. It is Ezreal Yuumi guaranteed on this round, all too easily. And Afreeca, are they going to pick up the Volibear right here is the question. But not going to happen. Looks like Senna is the consideration. 20 seconds to go. Likely to be the support Senna. We did see the really interesting sort of Frostmancy Senna decision alongside the Tahm Kench that did work out for Sandbox in their first game against KT yesterday. But I wouldn't be expecting that. I think Senna does do well as just a pure support and can augment compositions really well moving forward with all of the extra stacks that you can now pick up on 10.3. So Senna will be locked in. That's the choice against the Yuumi. Just fight sustain with more sustain, I guess.
I suppose that's one way to consider it, and it can be flexed. We saw Senna support yesterday. Can also be put alongside of Thomas Kench and go for a no-farm Senna. We also did see that.
Yep.
That did come in one of our early matches yesterday. So the Tahm Kench is going to be taken away. Seems pretty obvious. Now what do they want to take away as more targeting from Afreeca towards BDD?
I think an AD carry ban could be decent here. The Misfortune might be an option, but the Quinn is what they're going to remove. Interesting that the Quinn ban does come in. That's them assuming that All-In is going to be playing a mid lane set, or they're going to be playing some weird support set with a center AD carry, which could theoretically be happening. And if you are going to play the more supportive center role, you could theoretically use the set in that lane, but I highly doubt it. See what Afreeca do want to do, because this is a team that has made some odd decisions in the past, and we're going ultra range on the bottom side. I actually really like the idea of the Caitlyn Senna being able to shoot you from so far away, and especially against the prowling projectile, which now is going to fizzle much earlier than it used to. It's a possibility to outrange the Ezreal Yuumi, which is a difficult thing to do, all things considered.
And I'm really curious if they are, in fact, saving the last pick here for Senna, or not Senna, All In. Because, again, he's only played Pantheon. We don't really know what else he's good at or what he's comfortable with.
We know he was
they're
good
going
at
to do
Zoe.
exactly that as BDD goes for the blind Azir.
Yeah, we got Desert Buff over the side of Gen G as Afrika. 7 seconds to go. Looking like a pretty standard one here with the Syndra being hovered. Certainly a sinning composition on the side of Afrika, but they do have the Caitlyn in order to try and guarantee some late game. And their long-range pick is actually really decent with Cocoon into Scatter the Weak, and then all of the follow-up damage that can come through with things like Hasten the Hole and the Dawning Shadow. And then Keen can go for the hard engage if they need him to. Set certainly working well against the Renekton as far as just the style of the ultimate is concerned, but Rascal will be able to go toe-to-toe with the set in the earlier stages of the game, especially if Clid is going to be up there to lend a hand. Looks to me like Gen G's composition is a little bit more well-rounded, with Afrika being able to control the early game if they can get themselves into a tempo advantage.
We didn't see the camera there on Life for just a moment. We have seen a bit of Kellen, a bit of Life, but Life is coming out here as the
coming back.
support that has played less games than Kellen, actually. But he does have one game on Yuumi. He's 1-0 so far. When you look at the Gen G stats, though, as our match points did say, they're extremely clean. Whenever they win, it's usually a 2-0.
Yep.
And we'll see if they can get that out here as a nice amount of scaling in the composition already with the Azir right in the mid lane. BDD 2-0 on that pick. Ezreal Yuumi. And then the response in the top side with Renekton for the lane against the set. Whereas on this side, looks like a lot more sinning. I'll be interested to see if they can make it through the mid game and actually get Caitlyn Senna online for the later stages of the game, because they might have to rely on that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it might be all up to All In, which I don't know if that's really a place where Afrika wants to be put in.
Well, especially not with the amount of form that BDD is in at the moment. Here we are under the Rift for game number 1 between Gen G and Afrika. BDD having probably some of the best performances we've seen out of a mid laner so far this year, and we'll see whether he continues to do so here in this game, because he's just been consistently outplaying everyone.
Yeah, it does feel like this is the year where both BDD and Faker get back into their like 100% form.
Faker's
Slowly but
LeBlanc
surely.
yesterday was so good. If you guys didn't watch that series, which you may not have, we had a few lag issues yesterday. Hopefully that has all been sorted out here for today. You can go back and watch the VOD as, T1 put on a masterclass of how to dismantle your opponents.
BDD has Scorch. All In has Gathering Storm.
All In wins.
Already, All In wins the mid lane.
Yep. Oh, dear.
GG.
Come on, BDD. What were you thinking? That being said, at least Life has figured it out. He's taken Gathering Storm on his Yuumi. Alongside his Presence of Mind, you can see it's going to be the Sorcery Tree for Mystic as well, who's taken his Nimbus Cloak, just to make sure that after he presses his barrier, he's going to be moving a bit quicker. Can help out on the Caitlyn, who can be sometimes a little bit immaneuverable. Immaneuverable. That's a new word.
Immaneuverable.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know that you were so good at creating new words, but today
Yes,
I
you
learned.
did. Come on, that's my thing. Well, this should be a lane that Afrika can certainly win out early. Caitlyn, with her lane control, has always been something worth talking about. And Jelly's going to be there with basically equal range as well to try and help this one out. So it's likely that Afrika will have push advantage down here. But Ruler and Life come mid-game are going to be much stronger. The 2-item spike is something we talk about for Ezreal all the time, whereas it's about 3 items that Caitlyn requires in order to come online.
Yeah.
So not going to be winning anytime soon as Ruler, but he will find his time in the sun when we get to about that 15 to 25 minute mark during this game.
You see how early they ward over the wall there? When you're going up against an Elise, you always have to be careful. I feel like it was a little bit too early because generally Elise wants level 3, But either way, they're going to play it extremely safe down here on the bottom side. The worst thing you can do is die early as in Ezreal. Yuumi, as Dread does make his way down, but they spot him on that ward.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and I think he saw that Clid was doing his Raptor camp as Dread is going to come over and try and steal this one. Ruler and Life, they do not want to give this up as Jelly's rotating over as well. Clid finds Dread. He's probably going to have to flash. Repel's going to go up first, and now they're looking to turn it. Clid going down very low. The counter smite comes in from Dread to keep him alive, but the Zoomies are helping Clid stay up as well. Q is going to land. Mystic going down relatively low as Clid doesn't want to get trapped here. He's going to have to do some geometry, as so does Ruler. Gets over the side. Mystic with his barrier keeps himself alive, and there's the piercing darkness to keep Mystic up also. No one to die, but some sick mechanics on display already.
Oh man, that was a fight on a knife's edge if I've ever seen one there, as it looked like Clid was going to die, but it didn't end up happening, and then maybe if 1 or 2 Qs had landed from each of the different players on the side of Gen G, they could have picked up first blood. It doesn't end up happening as Keen comes down here, steals the scuttle, but we are going to take another look at a replay. Dread with that split-second switch to Spider into Repel. That was kind of like the leveling game where it's like, can I get this Q off if I time it correctly?
Yeah. And
then,
Mystic, see, blocking the resonating strike by putting down these traps as well. So cute. You were probably looking at Clid saying, why hasn't he gone in? And the barrier timing, like you were saying, just absolutely incredible.
And then that Q just sails wide, just barely. Man, that really could have gone either way as, well, we might actually have some action down here on the bottom side.
Yep, Jelly diving on in. Ruler in a bit of trouble. No flash, remember, but the snare is going to go wide. Dread going very deep as First Blood does come in. I think that was the Spiderling that helped out there, but no, the red buff is what ticked down and took down Ruler for First Blood for Afreeca. This is looking way better for the squad that was struggling against KT earlier in last week's matches.
This is actually some really sick action down on the bottom side. I love how Life just popped out there and blocked the cocoon. You mentioned that one Spider that was able to just barely take the life of Ruler, but he was so close to surviving. As maybe if he had had a potion for this second fight, he would have survived, as we're going to take a look here.
Oh, this was Jelly actually stopping the backs, which meant that Ruler and Life had to stick around. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, Jelly, what a god. He's had some really good games.
And
as you're right.
The flash safeguard is just barely not enough. Pretty sad moment there for the Ezreal, but either way, a great moment for Afreeca to get things started down on the bottom side. Great revisit on the gank as well, after getting all summoners out of the bottom side prior to that one. And because of the lane state, they couldn't necessarily just back away, and they might even just go for it once again, although Dread is going to reveal himself here.
Yep, looking to try and at least bully Clid away from his Raptor camp. They do so. And All In going to come down as well. They deny this camp, but Clid is right there to pick up the little popcorn chicken. And now Dread comes in and finds Clid once more. Q going to go wide, and All In with all of that lane control that he had, considering the push on BDD's back. He's able to get through and make sure that Clid is kept as honest as possible throughout this early game. And I really like this. It's Afreeca playing around exactly where they know that they're strong. They're leaving Keen on his island towards the top side. They know that he's going to be able to survive. Rascal will have the priority up there. But this mid to bot side is all about Afreeca, and Gen G are getting shut out.
Yeah, I mean, the early game is going to be quite fantastic for the side of Afreeca. You notice that both AD carries went back and bought a Cull, as I think both of them were forced to back pretty early on with the amount of health that they lost.
Yeah.
So they're like, I mean, I have enough for a Cull, might as well pick it up here. But already over 20 CS ahead down on the bottom side is Mystic and Jelly.
And they've already taken a turret plate as well. This is what Caitlyn is so good at earlier on. She's got this weird thing, because we talk about Caitlyn and her power trough all the time, as there's a bit of biffo going on towards the top side, and Rift Scuttler being taken here by Clid, but Caitlyn is still, you know, 1 to 6 extraordinarily strong in the lane because you can abuse that extra range that you do have to get consistent poke onto your opponent. So that trough doesn't come in until that mid game comes down, where you feel like you don't necessarily have the consistent damage to go toe-to-toe with someone like an Ezreal who does have that ability to burst the opponent down. So we'll look to see whether Mystic can actually bridge this gap in power as this game moves on. Because if the game continues like this, Mystic won't experience that trough because he'll be far enough ahead to accelerate himself past it, which is something that we talk about. So you and me going to come through, the poke coming down on Darula, but thankfully some zoomies are going to be there to keep everything all right. And these plates are just getting evacuated from this turret.
Hey, you can see Mystic on the left side here already about 800 gold ahead of the Ezreal. Clid, with a small stat there, he's 70% win rate on his Lee Sin. He's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's okay.
Yeah.
And he has hit, no, he hasn't hit level 6, so maybe that's part of the reason why they're not going to force any kind of gank onto the top side. And you'll notice what happens when any root lands onto Ruler. He's just immediately going to take half his health and damage from that long-range duo.
Yeah, it's the Peacemaker and the Piercing Darkness. There's the Facebreaker onto Rascal. Can Dread actually land the Cocoon? Is Rascal going to win the Mind Games? The Cocoon comes down, but Rascal had already flashed. So it was in fact Dread winning the Mind Game and then sending the Cocoon in the wrong direction. A little bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you can actually you can confuse your opponent by continuing to auto-attack and it looks like the wind-up for the Cocoon. But Rascal actually picking the correct one that time around.
Yeah, he's at least able to force the flash out of the top side. It was looking pretty aggressive by Rascal on Desset earlier on in this lane. But now you'll notice he has to play much safer. And the lane is pushing away from him. So this actually opens up a nice little moment for Keen to enjoy his lane a little bit more. He's already picked up the Ninja Tabi, so he's going to be having a much easier lane either way. And this is pretty nice out of All In. You know, he's using that Syndra pretty well. He's always pushing the lane really incredibly hard and not allowing BDD any time to move out of the mid lane. And he's already opened himself up a tiny little lead here in the CS.
Yeah. BDD not going to get stunned up there by the Scat of the Week that does come through. Jelly was thinking about trying to throw a snare over to try and help out, but Dread's going to be starting on this Mountain Drake as BDD, where are we going? That was perplexing. Okay. Follow-up damage is going to come down. There's the Unleash Power. And a bit of extra poke, but never going to kill that onto BDD, who intelligently purchased some Merc Treads very early on in this game. Answering Merc Treads are going to be there for All In also. Not going to be too worried about getting stunned up. But not that many stuns, actually, apart from Ruthless Predator coming out from Rascal this time around. So Merc Treads possibly an interesting choice, as now BDD dives on top of All In. The follow flash is going to come down. Emperor's Divide's too good. And the kickback underneath the turret, Clid is going to try and take it, but it was BDD that got in there with the Conquering Sands to sort out that kill. But still, everything's going wrong elsewhere on this map, and Afreeca hold on to their 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, you don't want to... That Syndra is 100% dead. Don't steal the kill away from your scaling mid laner.
Yeah.
And he was trying really hard, as you could see. But that did not happen. This is a
little bit overly aggressive. There's a final chapter out from Life, but Ruler didn't have the follow-up damage. And Ace in the Hole comes in. Zoomies are there to answer. Not really too worried about that one, but it was looking a little bit dicey there for the bot lane of Afreeca. All too easy.
No flash. And that was it. As... in the meanwhile, we did have Dread making his way down to the bottom side. They really want to take out this turret if possible.
Dread. Okay, we're going to have All In moving down here, which is why Dread felt like it was safe to move up in front of 3 people. Yeah. First turret blood should be going down here on this wave. Nothing that Gen G can really do about it as Clid decides that his Krug camp's going to be more important than trying to protect this basically already dead turret. And now Mystic's job is going to be rotating around this map, continuing to get more and more of that gold. As he's even with the clock right now and building that flat damage and attack speed to make sure that the structures do not last very long in the sights of this Caitlyn. I love this. It reminds me of watching Deft play things like the Jinx, the Tristana, the Caitlyn in the past as well, where the strategy isn't actually about beating your opponent, it's about just breaking their house down. And what they can do now with Mystic is move him into the top lane, as you can see, moving up there at the moment, and just try and crush down these turrets and bridge that trough that you get with the Caitlyn as effectively as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I felt like that bottom lane was slowly being taken over, essentially, by Ruler himself, going 1v2 for a bit there, but quickly after, they called down the cavalry to help out and push that lane. As you mentioned, the lane swap is coming in here. No Shellys were taken yet. Dread was considering it now at 13 minutes into the game.
As now, BDD going to find yet another one. No flash available from All In, but Life trying to get in there with the final chapter. He does so because You and Me is a pretty good ability, but the exhaust is not enough to actually lock All In down. They didn't have the burst damage, and now Afreeca are looking to try and turn this one. Keen looking to get on top of BDD, but he just shifts some sands, gets himself out of there as Keen haymakers to clear up this minion wave, and now Afreeca should have priority over the Rift Herald if they would like to take it.
They're going to start it up now. They can always rotate down the Caitlyn here. The Emperor's Divide as well as down as the flash from BDD, so the playmaking ability is going to be kind of offline for now. Klid still has his Dragon Kick. He did want to go for it, but I think at this point, Gen G is going to say, we can't really fight over this. Let's give it away. Try to farm up a bit of solo gold and XP down on the bottom side for the Renekton. Keen doesn't have his TP, so they might be able to get a bit of damage stun down there. And yeah, I mean, this top lane, even though Ruler, obviously very far behind from the early game, he's still kind of keeping up. The gap hasn't opened more than 20 CS since that early game, so he's been doing a good job there. But obviously this early game is still going to go in favor of Afreeca. Yeah. Now, I wonder how much priority Gen G is going to put on fighting over this first Infernal, as it's either going to be Ocean or Cloud Soul that does come through.
And actually, to be honest, if Gen G just wait, give this Infernal Drake up, and then get a quad stack of Ocean Drakes, after utilizing their mid-game power spike that they will have with the Renekton, the Lee Sin, who's also relatively strong at that stage, and of course the Ezreal, which will have his time in the sun as soon as these items have been completed. Might be an opportunity for them, as Scat of the Week does find BDD. They do look to try and take this one down. Shelly is going to just pop into this turret, and the solo gold to go over to Mystic there as that one falls down. Second turret of the game goes to Afreeca, as Ruler and Life are trying to get their work done towards the top lane. That cull has been cashed in, and Ruler's now going to be able to go back and complete something that will help things out here, as it is Cloud Drake, unfortunately not quite as powerful as what that Ocean Drake would have been in the hands of either of our teams. Bit of a pipe dream, though, to be honest, talking about Gen G being able to get any map control, because they've got a lot of work to do before they're able to wrestle back some sort of tempo advantage. And Afreeca's composition also has a lot of power come mid-game.
Yeah.
When you look at things like the Syndra, the Elise, and even Set to a certain extent in these engagements.
Yeah, you notice that there was really no priority put over the Cloud Drake by Gen G. They say, let's trade back some gold, try to catch up there, and in fact they have. You know, they've closed that 2,000 gold gap to about 1,000.
Yep.
And the Cloud Drake, obviously, I think the Ocean Drake would have been better for both teams in pretty much any circumstance, but Cloud Drake for the side of Afreeca is not half bad. The Cloud Soul, I should say.
Yeah, true.
If they do get that, because the speed on the kiting ability for both Mystic and Jelly will be quite nice, and Syndra, Elise, and Set always want to be in position, not to mention ultimates, but here we go. They're looking to collapse now on the top lane.
Yeah, a bit of extra movement speed there as all three members of Afreeca are up here. Snare not going to come in though, and Rascal finds himself in amongst three people with the Dominus running. Now BDD comes through. It's the one-man ultimate, but it was about to hit three. It was great dodge, but a double kill is going to come forward. Klid grabs one of them. Unleash Power secures the kill on the Azir, but he's already put so much money into his back pocket, and Gen G do fire back.
That was a pretty sick collapse by the side of Gen G. Keen with no teleport, and they identify, hey, they are way too up in the lane. We can collapse on here with the TP coming out of Rascal, and he just goes man mode as well. He flashes into 3 people, not giving a damn, and really locking them all down. There was kind of a funky moment where BDD got caught on the trap, but still went through. I'm not sure if that's working as intended, but we'll see that here again.
Yeah,
Rascal flashed in.
To see what actually happens.
Yeah, the trap goes down. He gets through it, and he goes through it anyway. I don't know. I suppose that's intended. Yep. But press R to win was nice out of all in as he had to flash to get in position for that one. It's like, I've gone in with my flash. No cocoon. They all don't have flash. Is what he's saying.
Yep. Stopwatch from Jelly avoids the Emperor's Divide, but unfortunately, Mystic just got swept up in that one, and BDD just caused all of Afreeca to need to avoid that ultimate, and it meant that everybody else was able to clean up. So really nicely done from Gen G to pull back in this mid game, and it's exactly what we were talking about with their composition. They do have the capability to get there, and with the Azir having more money, it means that we will see BDD able to impact this game earlier than he may have otherwise been able to, given the early game not going in favor of Gen G.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like the BDD effect, you know. Sits back in lane, farms up, and then he's like, oh yeah, I'm just going to 3-man Emperor's Divide, no big deal. Let me pick up 3 kills. I might die at the back of it, but who cares? I'm going to be fed, I'm going to be scaling, and I will carry my team.
And
BDD,
now
still undefeated on the Azir. Might be picking up 3-0 if they are able to pull this game back.
He's pretty good at that, champion, as it turns out. And now, speaking of being pretty good and champions, Ruler is on the Ezreal. He's going to have the Trinity Force as he goes back. As you can see, was completed right there, perfectly on cue, as he teleports back to this mid lane. And he can exert so much more pressure now with this 2-item spike that we talk about so often. It's exactly the timing that he wanted it, and this is when Gen G are able to really tidy up this game. That Unleash Power did not work.
That's not how Syndra works, Olin.
Yeah.
You can only push your orbs, not the minions, as he also misses the cannon. A bit unfortunate.
Yeah, that's it's
but
a cavalcade of errors.
He knows
right
where
there.
the R button is, though. We do know that. He pressed the R button in the last fight, so there is hope.
Nailed it. That's what you need.
Syndra.
It suits the Cloud Drake play, you know?
Yes.
They get the Cloud Soul, then pressing your R button becomes even more important. But Jelly taking way too much damage. True Shot Barrage. Oh man, I love it when a plan comes together, eh, Ruler? Able to pick up that kill onto Jelly so easily, and now the siege will commence. It's Ezreal's time in the sun, and 2 items is not enough for this Caitlyn, as Afreeca are really feeling the trough. I thought that maybe he'd accelerated far enough, but as you can see, this is all about Ruler now. He's going to get stunned up, though. There's Mystic trying to get into position, but there's the Face Breaker and the Showstopper as well, and Keen is just going to be able to clean up that Ezreal. Cast a curse the heck out of him right there. I apologize, as Gen G will take their first Drake of the game.
Yeah, nice little, I don't know if I should call it a flank out of Keen. There was just no vision over there, and Ruler should have just gone straight down the lane, especially when seeing everybody running at him as he's running into the bush, but wasn't able to read that. Meanwhile, Gen G were just doing the Cloud Drake, no big deal, as their amount of poke damage just between Azir and Ezreal is already
and Yuumi as well.
Yeah, Yuumi as well. Can't forget her. Watch that. They're all running at him. And then just gets outplayed by Keen. Tries to go for the flashy play, but I think he should have just saved his
He got outplayed
flash.
by Unleash Power.
Yeah.
Feels bad.
And by Keen, who just like wrecks him and puts him in position.
Yeah, and somehow Afreeca actually had a whole lot of extra control as far as vision was concerned there towards that bottom side, despite Gen G already being on the dragon, so maybe just not crossing their T's and dotting their I's as effectively as they otherwise would have wanted to on Gen G's side. But still, Ruler is strong, manages to grab his first kill of the game in that last exchange, and is now moving towards Blade of the Ruined King and item number 3. Still hasn't completed boots yet, probably looking for Lucidity to come up relatively soon. But the Cat on a Book now has an extra book. and he's trying to add extra pages to it as well. Some more diary entries to be put forward in his Majia's Soul Stealer.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice life for the Yuumi. Just float
Hey, I
around
see
on the
what you
book.
did there.
You have a goblet. You're just drinking whatever you want out of that thing, and you're
Yep.
just floating around, following people. You don't necessarily have to click that much.
What would Yuumi drink?
Having
What
a
would
good
be
time.
the preferred drink
Grape
for a Yuumi?
juice.
Grape juice, you reckon?
Yes, absolutely.
My cats don't drink grape juice. Should I be feeding them grape juice?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Don't want to give anybody any bad ideas. I don't
Yeah.
think cats drink grape juice. You might want to look that up before
If they're
you.
magical book writing cats, they do drink grape juice,
Yeah.
though. That's the point.
Cats like water.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Kittens
Mine
can drink
especially.
milk, I think, but generally you just want to give them water.
My cat only drinks water out of the tap.
Really?
Yeah, you need to turn the tap on for him in the bathroom.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And he only drinks it out of the tap.
I like those cats. They're cute.
Yeah, it's Dang Changi. You're a
Dang
big fan of
Changi?
Dang Changi.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. He's got a lot of personality.
He does have a lot of personality. He was lying in the middle of the floor this morning, and I tripped over him twice when I was getting ready for work.
It's better than standing on your keyboard
Yeah, he
or
does
right
that
in
too.
front of your face.
He definitely does that one too.
Yeah.
As now Gen.G setting themselves up for this siege towards the mid lane. You can see the way that they've been playing has transformed over the last little while. As Muramana transformation comes in for Ruler, he's going to be able to solo take down this outer turret in the mid lane. Collect that one up for himself. 2 items have been completed now for BDD. The Azir is very scary. Flash at the ready right now. Clid will also have his Dragon Rage available.
This really feels like a great example of Caitlyn versus Ezreal. You know,
Yeah,
like
man.
the early game was just destruction with the help of the jungle, but the lane was pushed all the way in by the Caitlyn and Senna. And then mid-game hit, Ezreal picked up Trinity Force and Muramana, and he's the one in charge and sitting in the mid lane, bursting down your support. Not much you can do. And once Caitlyn gets that 3rd item, 4th item eventually, she is going to become stronger than the Ezreal. So it's kind of the sign graph is Keen is just a ninja in this game.
Yep, he is going to be able to find Clid there, but he safeguards to get himself out. The smite to be used to make sure that his health gets back up, and now he's back to full as the zoomies come in over the top. Life there just to protect him. And he's definitely named correctly based on his champion choice because he's given life to all of his teammates. Unfortunately not able to give it to Ruler earlier on, but Clid, I would have assumed that he was going to die there, but Secret Agent Keen not quite able to seal the deal. The license to kill not quite being picked up just yet. As he is 001, but we're not quite at 7 just yet.
Yeah, hopefully he can pick up some more assists for that poor book that only has 1 page right now. That's not, not a very interesting book. It's only got 1 page.
No, he's still writing it, you know. He's just got a bit of writer's block here in this mid-game. I'm sure as late game rolls around, he'll have some extra inspiration.
There'll be a lot more things to talk about for the book and for us when it eventually does happen, because for now we've entered the wait 5 minutes, kill a Drake, wait 5 minutes, kill a Drake stage.
Yeah.
Otherwise known as the lull state.
The undulating lull state, but no, BDD is going to deny it as Keen uses a blast cone to get himself out of the way, and I take it all back. Lull state once again in full effect, but 3 seconds until the Cloud Drake does come back up, and Afrika want to threaten this Cloud Soul as early as possible, as they do not want this game going too long. Although I guess, you know, scaling is an interesting question for this composition, is now Keen taken down to about half health, and in fact, that's too much damage. Haymaker has to be used early just to keep himself alive. As BDD cleanses, Mystic now diving on forward as 2 Cloud Drakes now completed for Gen.G, but they're still looking for more of a fight. True Shot Barrage still on cooldown. We're fishing for Qs, trying to find opportunities to get in. And Emperor's Divide on cooldown means that Gen.G don't have too many options. Mystic over to the side, takes half of his health bar and damage just from a Conquering Sands. And an auto attack from BDD. He is scary on this Azir. But Afrika still moving as a unit, and Keen waiting for a teleport flank opportunity from the base.
I watch the Cloud Drake go down, and then I see Afrika stick around, and I'm just shaking my head next to you. I'm like, no, 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 no. Do not try to push into Azir, Ezreal, and everything else. Now you can try to re-engage, although the disengage opportunities and options for Gen.G are plentiful.
Yeah.
But you got to be so careful, especially BDD in form on a fed Azir. You can't just run straight into them and take a multitude of hits from every different direction and, you know, get poked down to half health before the fight starts. You got to have that big engage that starts with the set, is followed up by Elise and Syndra, and then you have a lot of room for your Caitlyn, rather than slowly, you know, just kind of idling around and taking half your health and poke damage, because that's exactly what Gen G wants. It's just the one Cloud Drake. You lost it. You didn't have time to get in position to fight on time, so just give it away and wait for the next one.
Well, Mystic now has 3 items, so we're getting back into scary territory for all the Caitlyn, who we saw shoot off 1 auto attack into Ruler and obliterate its health bar. So that's good news. Blade of the Ruin King now done for Ruler, though. That cocoon timing was questionable at best out of Dread. A possible kill opportunity there.
Very best.
Yeah.
We're not going to mention the worst things, because we don't want to insult
Our
much.
cups are half full, okay? That's what we're allowed to do here
so.
on this particular
But
broadcast.
once you move into the analyst role, you have to have a glass half empty, right?
Oh,
Is
right.
that just the way it works at the LCK now?
I don't think so. I mean, I think Papa's cup was relatively half full.
Yeah. Until he started working 6 days a week, and then it was...
Yeah, I know, but then, like, how are you supposed to fill up your cup? Can't get it refilled. There's no time off as Mystic takes huge burst from Ruler. True Shot Barrage searching for the Caitlyn, not able to find her. As there is Soul Vision available for Afrika Freaks around this Baron area. But look at this, Gen G just fighting as a unit, and their poke damage is too much. Afrika, despite having relatively decent range on their composition, are not able to contend with the poke that Gen G is able to put forward. Great stun coming out from All in there, but still not able to deter Gen G from continuing to siege up. They're going to move through the jungle now as Keen is going to find Rascal. He's going to be able to actually win this fight, as I have a feeling that the Crocodile is going to be absolutely fine in this moment. Dread, just gets queued and dies. Okie dokie.
I'm so glad that Ezreal is back in the meta. Aren't you? I mean, this is just so much fun.
Remember, this Ezreal also got completely pummeled in the early game.
Didn't seem to matter.
No, he took an Unleashed Power right there and is absolutely fine, despite not having any magic resist just yet. Zumi's being spammed on him for the moment, as now Gen G are going to dive onto the Baron Pit and look to try and take this one down.
Thankfully, the Morello's was completed on the Elise. Otherwise, she might have had a stopwatch and lived.
Oh, God. Please don't talk about it. There is too many Morellos on this Afrika side. We should take a photo for LS because it's one of the worst opportunities for it, but the Baron is going to be taken here by Gen G. No even attempt to go for a 50-50 on the side of Afrika. Gen G have well and truly taken control back of this game. Mystic will see whether he can actually get himself some items to try and contend here, because right now it just looks like the Caitlyn is not enough. As I don't know what Dread was really thinking, to be honest.
Oh, that's max range. I mean...
Why do they have 2 Morellonomicons, dude?
You shouldn't be there anyway. Yeah, I mean, the Morello... I was going to say something, but...
I mean, everyone has magic
There is a
resist,
Yuumi.
apart from Rascal, but he's actually got a lot because he's level 17.
Glad stole that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Yuumi and a Renekton, but I still don't think it's worth it, really.
I mean, Yuumi does do a lot of healing, right? But I think they might be overestimating.
It feels like just
the
against
amount of health
their
the Yuumi's going to be
poke
having.
composition, like, they can just disengage, wait for the debuff to fall off.
And also,
and then
Afrika
heal.
have a poke comp.
Yeah,
they want
exactly.
to kill one target. They don't want to, like, well, sorry, they have a pick comp, so they can take out one target before they have any opportunity to actually heal anyway. So it's not about that. It's not going to be about 5v5s. If they're 5v5ing, Gen G's going to win because their comp does it better. I don't know, man. It's it's bad news bears.
It is.
But you know, there's an extra 2 pages in this book, so
True.
life is stepping up.
A lot more for you need to read and talk about.
Yep. That's what we're going to talk about, Jeff. 5,000 gold is the lead here for Gen G, still with the Baron buff. Circling around them, and Rascal is going to have to contend with 5 people moving towards his lane. He's going to back away, though. And Clid is looking to try and threaten a Cloud Soul. And so exactly what I was talking about in the mid-game, about waiting for the first 2 Drakes to go down and then stacking one particular Drake. Would have been way better if it was Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
But still, this is going to be a Gen G that's going to be running around real fast and shooting out ultimates left, right, and center.
Yeah, it's the ultimate part is obviously it would have been a bit better for Afreeca, but not the way the game did play out.
I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at Emperor's Divide, Dragon Rage both being very pivotal ultimates, and True Shot Barrage and Lost Chapter being pretty spammable, to be honest. You want to be True Shot Barraging as many times as possible just to try and get poked down, and Ruler's going to have that option so many times in this game.
I suppose it's pretty good for both sides, but the movement speed going to be quite nice, especially for this poke comp from the side of Gen G. It feels like a poke comp. They have the Lee Sin and the Renekton for other gears at the same time. And now that Gen G have taken the lead here, taken down the Baron, Afreeca won't leave their base. They've decided, okay, we do not have the ability or the confidence to come out of our base and actually take a fight yet. So we're just going to wait for the Cloud Drake.
All right, in goes Keen. He finds Clid there as Haymaker's going to do a fair bit of damage, but not enough. And Clid just walks away. Zumi's come in as well, and he'll be back to full health before you know it. Sun Turret falls down there in the mid lane. Afreeca have done a decent job of stopping their base from being actually broken at this stage. But it feels like only a matter of time before Gen G win this war of attrition. And it's really impressive that after the early game that Afreeca were able to dominate, Gen G have stabilized so well. This feels like the Afreeca composition was sinning a little bit too much, and despite being able to figure out a really good early game strategy, the transition period into the late game just didn't work.
Yeah, the Elise and the Caitlyn, as you can see, are not necessarily working too well together as the game comes along. Looks great in the early game, right, when the Elise actually gets some good ganks down, but she just Dread had so much responsibility to keep that ball rolling after the good early game, and it all got shut down with the collapse in the top lane where they got the 3 kills on the side of Gen G. After that happened, Elise was pretty much invisible in this game. And
somehow Rule has the most gold in the game as well after dying twice.
He's got a pretty insane number of CS, I suppose.
Yeah. Oh, curving some bullets here on Mystic's side as BDD takes a bit of a chunk, but Shifting Sands shield will help him out there.
I wonder if Afreeca are going to fight over this Cloud Drake. I feel like with the Caitlyn, maybe you just sit back and try to wait for 6 items or something, but...
I mean, 4 items is still pretty good.
Yeah.
Here for Mystic,
you're going up
now
against
have
an
materials. Yeah.
So it's not like you're going to hard outscale the opposing team anyway.
And Rule is going to have triple lifesteal, I think, in this game. I think that BF Sword will be a Bloodthirster. And then Mercurial Scimitar will come in, and alongside the Blade of the Ruin King, it will mean that with Yumi's help, Ruler is going to be healing a hell of a lot, despite the 2 books on the side of Afreeca. Maybe that's going to increase the legitimacy of these Morellonomicons, but I highly doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, Senna also has a, what's that item called? The
Umbral Glaive? The Executioner's Calling?
The Executioner's Calling, yeah. They're really focusing on denying as much healing as possible.
It just shows how much respect they give to this Yumi pick. And I personally don't necessarily feel like it warrants it, but that might just be the Leandru Salesman's influence on our broadcast. We have to say it, you know. LS can't be here today, therefore we need to fill in for exactly what he would say.
Well, we got objectives coming up, so the farming phase of 4 minutes is now over, and we might have some skirmishing here as Ruler and Life together are trying to zone out the enemy team.
Well, BDD and Clid are just, two-manning the Baron. Rascal's going to get into the pit as Dread. He's going to get kicked away. Q comes back. Clid so clean on that confirm as Mystic looking for Clid, but Clid just going to flash over this wall. There's the showstopper for BDD. Is going to go golden, and now Afreeca with an opportunity to take down at least the Azir, and now Gen G will need to get the heck out of here. Rascal does have a GA, doesn't want to give it up on this particular moment, and Dread still chasing after him. But Clid, Ruler, and Life all in trouble. The snare not going to land as Ruler does find Keen, or does Keen find Ruler? Face Smash going to come forward as Clid is going to go down, and now it's just tidy up here for Afreeca.
Oh, he's trying to TP!
Oh, no. Yeah, he's going to get taken down. Life as well gets all of the pages ripped out of his book. Oh, dear. Rascal the only one with the Baron buff on this squad. So what started off really nicely was, yeah, finished not so well.
Yeah, they were just corralled by the set, essentially. If you take a look at the positioning, first of all, really clean Baron take here by Clint, but then it's set coming all the way around from Keen. He flashes the wall, doesn't even waste any time taking the blasting plant. He knows that this is a really time-sensitive thing. He's got them kind of like a crocodile with his mouth open. He collapses on in and he funnels the entire team over here to the east side. And it's essentially because of Keen's positioning that Afreeca were able to get this opportunity. So shout out to him as the TP comes in.
Oh no! Out of position. As Rascal's going to kill All-In. All-In's just dead. Flash comes forward. Jelly not going to find any piercing darkness, but it is going to be immediately the last Baron being taken away from Gen G. That's a bit of a waste, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, ends up not really mattering at all.
The guitar strum from the Elise is absolutely
So sad.
perfectly timed. Like,
yeah. Oh, he actually denied it. As they're pushing in the mid lane, they're trying to stop the backs here because Caitlyn is such a huge portion of their wave clear.
yeah. Especially with All-In dead. Certainly is going to be an opportunity here for Gen G to get some decent damage. On these inhibitor turrets, Mystic taking a Mystic shot. But look at all of the lifesteal that the Caitlyn does have. I think he'll be absolutely fine. They do take down the turret, as now Sun Turret's being set up, but Keen looking for a position to try and get that ultimate off. Haymaker comes in, everyone avoiding that true damage as Sun Turret taken down for now. Gen G do manage to escape. It is soul point for both teams. We're going the distance when it comes to the Dragons this game. 3.5 minutes and that one will be available. The Baron is probably going to be on their minds more. Moving towards Elder Drake is going to be a big deal. And we've delayed it as long as we possibly can, as those 6 items you were talking about are finally in for Mystic. And of course, we've got Heal Deny out of 4 of the 5 members of the Afreeca Freaks. So Life, buddy, all of the respect to you, my friend.
Hey, he's going to have a difficult time healing people up, I suppose, if they spend this much money to deny it. Yep, he's got 150 range right now on the Senna, so Jelly not even half bad with his items that he's stacking up. And no doubt we're just going to sit here until 3 minutes later when that Cloud Drake does spawn, and then we will have a big fight that determines who is going to win this one. We're going to have the Baron coming up at around the same time, so things can get interesting. Do you value the Cloud Soul over the Baron, or vice versa? For both teams, actually, as we'll have to wait and see which decisions the teams do want to make here. TP down on Keen, so he's going to probably have to respond to the Renekton here. Yeah, he's going to go for a recall now.
Scary thing is that if he responds to the Renekton, because he's the only one that can actually stand toe-to-toe, we already saw All-In get destroyed by the Crocodile, the answering teleport is going to be there if there is a fight around this Baron in a minute and a half's time. So Keen's not going to have his teleport for that. All-In will have his, but not going to be able to defend, most likely. Let's see what happens as 6 items are approaching for so many of our players. Mercurial Scimitar, the last one to be done for Ruler. We've got what looks to be a Spirit Visage on its way for Rascal, as he's moving up this bottom lane to continue putting on his pressure. Rabadon's Death Cap completed for BDD. He wants his Void Staff to come in as soon as possible, as the Forbidden Book was completed by the Azir also. And Life is building towards a Rabadon's. So, there you go. That's a thing.
Might as well. He's not really going to stack up his book, but some more flat damage is not going to hurt.
Nope.
Doesn't decide to go for any other support items. Just wants to be chunking people down alongside of his Ezreal that he's going to be on top of for most of the time.
Flat AP is also the best way to build up your heal as well. And despite all of the heal deny, if they are able to disengage from Afreeca, which their composition does allow them to do, they will be able to heal up very, very quickly. Because, of course, Morellonomicron's Grievous Wounds only last so long.
Side of Afreeca with another hard engage out of Keen, but they're not going to have TP for the next fight. We saw multiple times Keen making the difference by getting in position on the set and starting the fight on their terms and creating space for the Caitlyn. But if you're always kept at arm's length like this, you're not going to have a good time as the Afreeca team. You're just going to get poked out. You're not going to have time to lifesteal as the Caitlyn. So Gen G looking to keep their opponents at arm's length here.
Oh no, the answering flank onto Keen's flank is coming in. As All-In teleports towards the mid lane. Yeah, it is absolutely flankception. As now we're looking to try and keep Keen out of this fight. Great kickback onto Dread, who goes golden immediately. Clid going to answer as well with his own stopwatch as Rascal coming on in. Keen coming on in, but Rascal's out again immediately, and Keen has managed to find himself his flank position. Gargoyle Stoneplate comes forward as BDD's trying to kite this one out, and Keen does now find himself susceptible to return fire. Dives on in, there's the showstopper, but he will go down immediately. Dread locking down BDD at the same time. It's a 1-for-1 so far. But you can see Afreeca still with position on this mid lane. Dread very close to falling, but is going to stay alive. And now Afreeca looking to break the base at 43 minutes.
And they might just be able to, I don't know if they're going to be able to take down a Nexus here. Let's see how aggressive they do want to get, as it's mainly just Ruler and the Yuumi. They're going for it now.
Yeah.
Rascal with the GA.
Yeah, Dread is very low, doesn't have stopwatch or Zhonya's available at the moment. Is now Rascal going to get cocooned up. They should be able to find themselves the GA. They do. Mystic finds the autos as he misses everything else. I mean, just misjudging the timing there on that GA, but maybe just a celebratory round of spells there to be thrown in.
Shot Mirage coming up here. He's trying to get it down with his Qs on the minion wave. You see that ticking up here. Is he going to go for it?
Yeah, he is going to find it.
He
Shoots it
missed
towards
the top lane wave with it. That's not what you want to see.
Yeah, it's not what you wanted. Okay.
Oh, man. That's really kind of
Yikes.
sad.
That's a big yikes. You're getting so excited about this potential True-Shot Barrage, and then it goes to
He
Narnia.
throws it into the wind. They're just going to try to burst down the Baron here. Dread is nearby. This is risky.
Yeah. Maybe expecting Dread to go back home because he was so low, is now BDD. He's going to join them, but Gen G are going to pull away from the Baron, not wanting to risk a 50-50. As now, Afreeca will clear out vision and try and set up for this approaching fight. Keen in position with his showstopper available. And now, Afreeca's turn to head towards the Baron buff. Clid playing frontline as there's the blast cone. It moves Clid completely back in, and he's exploded. Light finds himself without a host. And now Ruler, he can't find his way in. BDD's going to have to do something incredible, but the Baron's already dead. Afreeca may have just found their window.
Yeah, I think they found it right there with Clid being zoned essentially by the traps, but he walked through them in the first place, and then he decides to go back to Keen, who very smartly is able to hit that blasting plant right away and pop Clid right back over the wall there. I think this should be game as super minions are pushing in and the Baron buff is available. 5v3. Let's see if Gen G with the Azir can stop him.
Oh, there's a showstopper from Kane. Immediately goes golden underneath that turret as well. The last Nexus turret is taken down. Emperor's Divide does nothing to this Afreeca Freaks roster, who will eviscerate the Nexus and win game one. It was a good early game. They fell into a bit of a trough, a bit of a valley in the mid game, but then this gentleman on your screen right here pulling them all the way back in. Really nice play from Afreeca to not get tilted from a mid game that they let slip.
Yeah, I mean, I think they had a good understanding of what their composition was meant to do. You saw them just turtling in the base, but it was really smart. Initially, it looked kind of like, oh, they've given up, but you just sit back, you wave clear, you give a bunch of worthless Cloud Drakes over to the side of Gen G, and you just wait. And by 45 minutes, Afreeca with Mystic on their lineup, and Senna even getting fed. Set was super tanky. They had a bunch of great engagements that went their way in the late game, and Mystic was just doing insane damage by the end of it. And actually, that's all they needed to do was wait for that later game and fight over the important objectives rather than trying to force it in the mid game.
Well, I mean, it's not like Gen G's composition doesn't work in the late game either, right? Like, they could certainly manage to get a late game fight, but the problem is that Renekton's nowhere near what Set is capable of doing.
Yeah.
And also, it just looks like Keen is able to read the map so much better as the game goes on. We often talk about this guy as being a cerebral top laner, but all of the engagements that he started were game-winning here in these last few engagements for Afreeca. This was just beautiful to watch. As, yeah, the Yuumi put all of her stock into the Lee Sin, and that was certainly the mistake of the Cat on a book.
And they follow up by just pushing down the mid lane. No reason to get complicated, go for Cloud Soul or anything like that, as we were waiting for Azir in the late game rather. Wasn't able to do much. Went for one last opportunity.
Oh, missing actually Mercurial's flashed out of the Emperor's Divide knockback as well. That was really, really clean. Great to watch. Massive damage out from the Caitlyn. But I think that despite the damage numbers not necessarily sitting there for Keen, it was his sort of game-winning flanks that were able to get Afreeca back in this game and wrestle some control. And it was a beautiful game to illustrate what Caitlyn is as a champion, right? Because we saw her dominate the early game, fall off in the mid game, and then come back with 6 items in the late game and just be that just turret of damage.
Yeah, and so many of the fights were really broken up towards the end. It was really just the difference of the top laners. The flanks out of Rascal, not nearly as good as the flanks out of Keen, as multiple failures we did see in some of those late game fights, and that's all Mystic needed to have all the room in the world to do her damage.
Exactly right, but we are going to have a game number 2, and it will be happening right after the break.
안녕하세요.
Welcome back to LCK 2020 Spring Split Analyst Desk, joined by Wadid and Lira.
와디드이라고 합니다. 그리고 제 옆엔 리라, 남태유님 나와 계십니다.
안녕하세요, 리라 남태유입니다.
And
네,
this is Susan
많은 분들이
translating this
기대하시고
Analyst Desk
기대하시던
segment for the
비방송인
English
두 명의
viewers.
분석 데스크.
So
드디어
once again, we'll be
찾아왔습니다.
having
뭐
another
한번
Analyst Desk
보시고
without Nina
넘어가시죠.
Kim.
그렇죠.
So
뱀픽
first,
같은
let's
경우는 젠지는
discuss
원래 승리
the
공식이
draft.
미드 정글 주도권을 이용해
Genji
상대 정글 침투하는
always want to
뱀픽이었는데
go with a
이번
strong
게임은
mid
그냥,
and jungle
뭐라 해야
comp.
될까? 밸런스 있는 뱀픽을 하였고
So they had a
아프리카
very
같은 경우는
balanced
약간
comp
승리 공식이
overall.
좀 이렇게
In
생각해요.
Africa,
바텀에서의
they
파이어볼,
always
LC
wanna
럼블, 혹은
have a
게이트
really
같이
strong
바텀 타워를
pick
깨고 나서
for the
약간
bot side,
진행하는
so they
그런
can
뱀픽이
take down the
굉장히
bot lane first tier
아프리카한테는
turret
공식이라고
in the early
하는데,
phase.
케이틀린 세나를 픽하면서
So
이즈리얼
Caitlyn and
룰을
Senna,
엄청나게 압박을 하면서
they were
게임을
able to
이끌어갔습니다.
put a lot of
네,
pressure
사실
up
이제
against Ezreal and
2017년
Yuumi.
10월 29일 롤드컵 4강
So
이후에 원딜
2017
선수끼리의 룰러와 미스틱 선수의
Worlds
오랜만에
after that
맞대결이었는데요.
Worlds,
진짜
Mystic versus
바텀에서
Ruler matchup has come
치열한
back.
싸움이 계속해서
So we
이어졌습니다.
had a
그래서
very
초반에,
competitive
좀
bot
많이
lane
치열한
game
싸움이
in the
일어났어요.
early
저는
phase.
장면이 나왔을
So
때
this
아프리카에서
Red
이랬던
buff
그림이었다고 생각을 합니다.
invade
이즈리얼
was
룸이
where everything
포지션은
happened.
저는 상대적으로 앨리스 케이틀린 세나에 비해 약하다고 생각을 하였고
Well,
여기서 만약에 하나
Genji's
CC만
comp is
걸리더라도
much weaker
벤치에서
compared to the
턴 패배가 이어질 거라고
Friska's comp
생각을
at
했는데
this point
역시
of the
프로게이머
game.
선수들이 피지컬이 좋아요. 스킬 다 안 맞고 다
So,
피하는
I mean,
모습만
pro
나오면서
players, they were
그냥 스킬
so good at
교환하면서
dodging
서로가
all the
빠지는
skills.
모습이었습니다.
So, they were trading really hard, but none of the players actually fell.
어떻게 보면 전멸을 사용하지 않은 아프리카
But
쪽에서
Africa, a lot of players actually hold it onto their flash. They did not use it, but Genji's bot laners, they had to use their flash. So the byproduct of this, well, Elise was able to get bot at 4-minute mark. So even though Clid came for the counter gank and cover, well, Ruler had to fall and bite the dust. Clid is the one who really wants to go into the opponent's jungle, counter jungle, but at the same time, Dread also really enjoys and prefers the counter jungle as well. So we had a lot of actions happening in the early phase in the jungle. So this game was the game that we were able to see why Dread was the starting jungler for Africa. And here we saw a very different positioning for this Baron fight. At this point, actually, Genji was in a big lead. Genji even picked up an Elder and they were in a very stable position. However, watch Keen over there. He was having his eyes on Azir for the entire fight. So he read all the way around and even flashes instead of using the blast code to get over the wall. So he went all in for BDD's Azir, so Africa players were able to pick up and kill a very critical one. So Genji players, the rest of the players actually should have just back to their base, but they were all collapsed on by Africa players, so they kind of fell off the cliff at that moment. So Caitlyn is actually really weak in the mid game. However, he collected so many kills in that fight, so he was able to get his power spike earlier than expected. Then let's check out the player of the game from Africa Freaks. So Keen, with that significant kill onto Azir at the Baron fight, picked up a player of the game point, 400 POC points so far. So Seth was the one who had to do so many works to open team fights, but he just perfectly executed all those kind of engagement on his own. So for a champion like Seth that doesn't have a dash, it's actually much more effective to go in the backline to have a really clutch flank angle, and which is not really easy. However, Keen managed to pull it off very effectively. So Keen won 5 votes out of 9. But besides Keen, Mystic was the one picking up the POG votes for game number 1. Even though Gen.G had a very good scaling champions, he managed to shut them down. So Africa got game number 1. So this was the game that we saw why Keen is the king of LCK top lane. So he played really well, but in the mid game, Africa players were not doing a great job up against the long range champions, but they managed to turn the game around in the late game. So we want to talk about Ruler over here because he was not showing much impact compared to Mystic. However, this is not the end of today's series, so let's check out whether Ruler can make a comeback in game number 2.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the translation of the analyst desk, and welcome back, guys, to LCK Spring 2020, where Africa are leading Gen.G 1-0. Their bounce back from their recent loss to KT looks to have started, but this is a best-of-3 series, and Gen.G have shown to be stalwart in their ability to not tilt after losses. Because, of course, you know, they fell down one game to Dragon X. They fell down one game to KT as well earlier in the season. And this is not over yet by any stretch of the imagination. And I think maybe, as we move into this game, they might identify that picking Lee Sin as first pick on blue side was a bad idea.
Yeah, we were discussing this a little bit. Maybe they wanted to deny it away from Dread, or maybe, you know...
I mean, Dread's always going to pick Elise. Let's be real. Like, that's... Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, he likes his Elise, and he likes his Lee Sin. So maybe they wanted to force him onto Elise and say, we will have an answer to this. They did not. By the end of it all, was really the answer that we received. But you're exactly right. I think Gen.G can absolutely kind of stabilize themselves and come back in the series. But Africa really playing that one out pretty well. Just understanding their win conditions and waiting for the late game and fighting when it really mattered. I feel like Keen really carried a lot of those fights. Things could have looked incredibly different if there wasn't a set in your backline for every single fight that happened. So
his flanks, his teleport flanks were just amazing from Keen. Really did manage to shore up the difference and really did make it a stark contrast between what Renekton can do in the late game and what a set can do. We've actually seen Renektons outperform late game team fights recently. We've had some performances where the Renekton's been able to get in, stun up 80 carries and things like that and really get things done, but did not work out this time around for Rascal, and we'll see what kind of priority he's going to put on the top lane as we get into the draft for game number 2.
Africa on blue this side, Gen.G on the red side. So there was a bunch of target banning by Africa on red. Gen.G spamming the Aphelios button there on the ban.
Yep.
But I feel like Gen.G might just go with pretty normal bans. Aphelios, Ornn, X. See what goes from there. As Set and Soraka, relatively normal. We see Soraka first banned, or not first banned, but banned on blue side a lot of the time, even though I think LS wouldn't agree with that one. And we did actually see T1 pick up the Soraka as a first pick after it was left available, and it worked out pretty well for them. But we'll have to wait and see if any other team wants to follow that rule, as Pantheon is going to be the choice here. They don't want All In to play that pick. They'd much rather see him on Syndra again.
Well, the Zoe is going to be locked in, and remember, All In used to be Sun, who got a pentakill on the Zoe. He was a Zoe one-trick in solo queue before joining Africa Freaks. So looking forward to seeing what he can do with this Zoe priority pick for Africa. A much better blue side first pick, in my opinion, than what we saw last time as Gen.G sent a Tahm Kench, probably going to be the farming Toad on the bottom side of the map. Like we saw from Sandbox, actually won out in that series as well. So see what Gen.G can do here with a very stable bottom lane now being picked up. As Dread going to go towards the Olaf this time. No Yuumi available to pair with it, so I don't like the pick quite as much as it would have been for Gen.G in the previous game. And in fact, honestly, any jungler would have been better than Lee Sin, in my opinion. I was just a bit upset about that first pick, to be honest. But
a lot more Taric.
Yeah, this is another option alongside the Olaf as well, is the Taric, because you can make the Olaf immune to damage and then can just walk freely into the backline with Ragnarok running. See how they can actually make this one work, as Afreeca, with the first round of the draft, looking really clean.
Yeah, they have their AD carry and the top lane left available. So Gen G going to look to snipe out the Zoe this time around. BDD can certainly play his own LeBlanc. We'll have to wait and see if he can continue the LeBlanc win streak. It's currently 7-0 after Faker got to play it twice yesterday and just really put on a magnificent show on how to play that champion. So BDD gonna try to live up to that. He hasn't played the LeBlanc yet this season, so will be his first performance for 2020.
And we saw that Faker was playing the LeBlanc into the Zoe. It's actually a relatively difficult matchup for LeBlanc in the laning phase. So we'll see how All In and BDD are going to navigate it, just because of how Distortion works. You're going to be dashing forward. Bubble can be a relatively easy response, and even if you do manage to pop back, it's likely that the Paddle Star is just going to hurt even more. Yeah. So let's just see what can happen. The Lee Sin going to be banned this time. Don't necessarily feel like it needs to be, but they are still going to respect Clid's Lee Sin, as the Caitlyn and the Kalista both being taken off the board. I like it. Kalista Taric has certainly been good, and Gen G understand that respecting that one is a decent option. They, of course, pilot that one relatively well themselves. But
finally, Jarvan is showing his face here. We were talking about how there should be a lot of priority on this pick. Clid still undefeated on the Jarvan, 5-0. 5 games he has won with this champion and is quite the Jarvan player. So it's finally going to be picked up here, as they'll add a nice amount of engage into their composition and make some space for Ruler that he perhaps did not have in game number 1 with the Renekton.
Akali being considered here for Keen on the top side of the map. A blind Akali pick is a very strange option here for Keen, but of course, this guy is probably one of our best top lane Akali players alongside Rascal, actually. So not only is it a pick away from Rascal, it's another one that Keen certainly has put the time into. And yes, she's had her kneecaps removed. Yes, this is 10.3, so it's a very different Akali that's not going to be doing as much work, with the fact that the ultimate is now only targeted. And Mystic going to go towards his Misfortune alongside the Taric towards the bottom side.
Yeah, the Misfortune, another one that was falling through the draft and didn't even get targeted, even though it's such a high-tier pick in the current state on 10.3. Now we're thinking about a pick for the top side. What could be better than a scaling Pirate that had so much success yesterday with Kana playing that into a kneecapless Akali in the top lane? I actually really do like this last pick. We're seeing more 5th pick Gangplanks here in the LCK.
A lot of globals now for Gen G available as well, with the Dawning Shadow as well as that Cannon Barrage. So Afreeca will be able to play around mid-game relatively effectively, where Olaf gets a couple of items on top of the Zoe throwing bubbles everywhere. Well, let's see how Afreeca Freaks are actually going to be able to navigate it, because Keen on the Akali is going to be a very different effect to what he was able to put forward on the set. He still will be able to split push in a side lane, but if Rascal can get himself a couple of items and get this game moving in the direction of Gen G, it's going to be very hard for Afreeca to contend, just because the damage potential of a Gangplank after those first 3 items do come in is going to be just night and day in comparison to an Akali, even if it is piloted to perfection, much like what Keen is capable of on this pickup.
You take a look at this composition, the Zoe is kind of a singular pick for the player, whereas the composition, they'd love to go all in. Pun certainly intended in this moment. The Cosmic Radiance, the bullet time, you get the Akali in your back line, and Olaf is running straight at you. That's how you want to play it. Whereas on the other side, you have LeBlanc, who is very slippery, can do a kind of 1-3-1 split push with Rascal on the GP. You have a lot of scaling in that pick as well, with the Senna even on the AD carry side. And honestly, I like the draft here from Gen G a lot more. We'll have to wait and see how it does go here and if they can actually pilot it in this game, as Afreeca have proved to be quite the opponents here tonight.
Yep, and it is once again going to be that farming Tahm Kench towards the bottom side of the map, so Ruler is going to be playing as makeshift support for at least the beginning of this game, trying to get to as many stacks as possible. We saw last time, in fact, the stacks didn't come in quite fast enough, but we'll see what Ruler is going to be able to do now that it is his turn. Alongside Life's Tahm Kench, a pick that Life has certainly put many hours into. Gen G loved Tahm Kench, and it's still here. Timothy Kenshin's still being played. He's lost his knighthood, no longer Sir Thomas Kench. But Timothy still retaining a whole lot more priority than I think a lot of analysts would prefer.
Well, he can still devour, and he still has nice map presence with his Abyssal Voyage. So as long as that remains the same, and his kit is that, and his numbers aren't absolute complete trash, I think he will always see a little bit of play here.
Yep.
Unsealed Spellbook for all in.
I didn't see whether Mystic took the Pool Party skin, but that would have been cool. As our Rascal taking a little bit of damage here, immediately using a first charge of the Corrupting Potion. Now Clid, who's starting on his Raptor camp, is being shadowed by Dread. And now, Dread's just going to run towards the mid lane, finds an Undertow, and gets a cleanse instantly as BDD's clone is taken down. Like the micromanagement there, we saw Faker with a masterclass of clone management yesterday. But getting a summoner spell after just walking through the lane is pretty impressive.
Look at this!
Both junglers doing it, as All In does find level 2.
Clid doesn't even have red. He's like, no, I just gotta help out BDD just in case.
Yep.
As he's pushed under the turret. Not sure about that one.
All In missing basically every CS in this lane as well.
We haven't seen that many level 2 ganks, but I don't know if we've ever really seen level 1 ganks happen too often here at the LCK.
Oh wow, Rascal actually finding a really decent barrel there. And trading quite nicely with the Akali. Of course, early levels on the Gangplank can be very strong, especially with the crippled Q spam that Arkeen isn't going to be able to fire forward nearly as much as he otherwise would. It is one of the main things that actually happened to Akali was not being able to just throw out Q after Q after Q. As chains are going to land. 200 health here for All In. Was taking the Unsealed Spellbook. So many different summoner spells available for the Zoe.
Minion Dematerializer coming out once again.
Yeah, it's one of those perplexing choices for a lot of our players, but just wanting to be able to control the minion waves a little bit better.
It's probably the only reason you would decide to take it here. Early game as the Zoe. At like level 3, it's not very fun. But as the game goes along, the Zoe will have a bit more help with her kit once she hits level 6. So for the early game, I do not mind picking up that Dematerializer.
Kayn is just abusing Rascal underneath this turret. All of the Corrupting Potion charges have now been taken, and he's still sitting on the potion for himself, using the regen that is provided by his Doran Shield quite effectively, as Dread just misses everything.
What is this?
It's, yeah, we're throwing axes to Narnia over and over again here. For Dread?
What exactly is the point? I mean, I understand coming in here and trying to push the wave. Okay, that has a point, but he's going to be giving a bunch of XP, or taking a bunch of XP away from All In. He doesn't even push BDD out of the lane. Clid's able to come over there and support his mid laner at the same time, as Rascal is hurting a lot in the top lane, as we just got a little look there. 29-13 currently on the CS charts.
Yep, having now a look towards the bottom side. Devour has to be used there as Ruler gets on out of the way. Jelly in a little bit of trouble. Will have himself the heal to get back there, but Mystic's completely out of mana. We're trading our health bars a lot here on both sides, but with the Piercing Darkness, it looks like Gen G are able to stabilize based on Jelly being unable to spam his heals. It is barrier and heal in comparison to the heal and exhaust. It's coming through from Gen G. Means that no teleporting back to this lane or anything like that, as now Rascal will just protect his barrels.
Yeah. Really like the combination of Gangplank and LeBlanc. We saw that yesterday with Faker and Kana on those two champions. You can just be so slippery with the movement speed that Gangplank gets, able to kind of weave in and out with some parlays and not really have to fully commit because he has the CC Destroyer in the oranges that does come out.
Destroy
the CC Destroyer.
I love that.
And obviously LeBlanc can go without explanation, as I want an explanation for missing that cannon.
Yeah, I need that one as well.
But yeah, the two of them just run in and out of fights, never have to fully commit, which is
Great trade here from Kane. Puts up his Shroud very, very late and is able to score himself the 10 gold. Clid is up here towards the top side as Kane uses the second portion of his ultimate just to get back towards the minion wave. Rascal should be okay though. He's just ran out of his Corrupting Potion charges. As Clid turns up, but the wave's in a great spot for Kane. He's not going to be able to find a way in. A couple of waves in the lead. Is this Akali? Now, BDD's going to turn up and look to try and lock this one down as Cannon Barrage is available. And Gen.G looking for the dive. Keen will be able to Shroud. He goes in, but not going to be able to get anything done there. All too easy as First Blood goes over to BDD, of all people, looking to take control of this game.
Yep, just really easily able to convert on that one as Akali had the flash, but he knew that he was so dead. It looked like even the Shroud was down, and it just did not matter. As they were, she was low enough. The ultimate doesn't get you to safety anymore, but she didn't even have that either. And so, really nothing that Kane could do in that gank. It wasn't communicated fast enough, and the LeBlanc and Jarvan easily able to pick that one up as Afreeca looking to respond with the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, they'll grab that one. Ocean Drake now next cab off the rank, and Mountain or Cloud Soul will be available here today. As Ruler doesn't land the snare, but is doing decently well as All In misses the bubble. And Portal Jump is going to avoid the chain landing, but could this be a bait as BDD is just looking for the solo kill? And Undertow flies forward, misses once again there from Dread. Cannon Barrage locks down the kill in the meantime, and BDD's just toying with this Olaf. Afreeca not finding the same kind of early game as they did in game number 1 by any stretch of the imagination. This is Gen.G scorned, and they are trashing Afreeca right now.
Yep, making that Olaf look Olafable at this moment in time. As trying to chase LeBlanc is always really funny when you're playing Olaf, especially when your Zoe tries to bait so hard that she just straight up dies to the LeBlanc. And again, it's the combination. It's kind of like they're high-fiving, meanwhile, from the Gangplank and the LeBlanc, able to get people low, and then just throwing down a Cannon Barrage for the Sniper Reno. As now your scaling champion in the top lane is 1-0-1, and your very control-y kind of mid-game burst mage Assassin is also 1-0-1 in the mid lane. Things looking extremely good for Gen.G.
Yeah, and All In not going to find too many of these bubbles. He's going to have to get his eye in as this game goes on, as once again Dread is in the mid lane. Lands that Undertow though, but he might just get punished for it. Is Ragnarok actually going to be used? He makes his way into the brushes. Now Cataclysm going to be utilized. Dawning Shadow flies forward, and Portal Jump does not work like that, my friend. Now Ragnarok comes in, as now Clid should be taken down. Yeah, Dread grabs that kill, misses another Undertow, as he is wont to do in this matchup, as BDD gets himself out of the way. There's the Make It Rain into the bullet time, but Mystic just going to find himself without any mana, and they're not able to kill BDD. But still 1-for-1, so not too bad for Afreeca.
Yeah, I think we're beginning to see the, how can I call it, the greenness from this Zoe player All In right now, as he's just being toyed around with by BDD and Clid, and is really not having any fun in this lane now. Just misses everything, and BDD is making it look really easy on the 1v1.
Yeah.
This is the original kill, the one where Gangplank snipes it under the turret.
Oh, the giggle. Yeah. Too scary.
I don't know if I would call that a giggle.
Maniacal giggle?
Yeah. Maniacal.
A cackle.
Yes, a cackle is perfect.
Yeah.
It's a real cackle.
Yeah.
As All In says, hey, LeBlanc's not near me. Maybe I can step up. Oh, wait, it's LeBlanc. And Jarvan, of course, who is able to lock down the Zoe extremely easily when she doesn't have her flash. And just about as easy as a follow-up kill as you'd like. Now BDD is 2-0-1.
Now it's starting to feel like this LeBlanc is actually a counter pick. Because we haven't seen Zoe's, in our recent times, be able to contend with her. But I assure you, it's not as easy as it looks, as BDD is playing pretty masterfully so far in this game. It's good, because I've been honestly of a mind to say that BDD has been our best performing mid laner so far, and with Faker playing so well yesterday, with Chovy being so consistent, and with Showmaker also existing in this league, that is a big call because of the strength of our mid laners. But BDD misses that chain, finds the next one though, as Trouble Bubble is going to land. Portal Jump just read, and Clid puts the Zoe in the dumpster. Dread's down here towards the bottom side though, as Life gets the Devour. Spits Ruler out on the right side. And the Grey Health can be eaten at any point, so no joy for Afreeca bottom side either. And this Olaf is, yeah, the Olafable meme is a pretty easy one.
Yeah, I don't know why you're ganking Senna Tahm Kench. Kind of feels like desperation at this point. Of course, Ruler and Life were pushing in the lane and being really obnoxious down there, but you're never really going to get a kill. Gets the one flash out of Tahm Kench. That's it. On the gank down there, as even the top lane now is going pretty well for Rascal. He's down on CS, but he's dominating it now after picking up the Hex Drinker. This mid lane has been over after that first kill.
Oh, yeah.
There's absolutely nothing that Drake can do to help out here.
Good
Honestly,
night, sweet Olaf.
I don't even know why he's coming near the mid lane. He's just feeding kills to BDD.
Yeah, he doesn't have ult, as that's going to be an easy assist for the Gangplank. All-in might die as well, as BDD just does so much damage. Happy to sit in turret range for a very long time, as Jelly makes his way over and at least deters any further dive onto All-in. Yeah. Now, once again, ulting in onto Rascal. Can he actually complete this kill, though, is the question. The answer might be a yes, as he's looking for another 5-point strike, but the ultimate is not going to register the second time of asking. Keen will have to back away. Clid and Keen together are just clean, which ain't too bad. We'll see who's going to be the clean one, though, in this game. As Clid certainly wasn't in game number 1. Keen was. Now it's looking a lot better for the 100% win rate Jarvan. Surprising, because, you know, they first picked the Lee Sin game 1. Maybe the Jarvan should have been the first pick.
Yeah, I understand how they were scared of giving BDD Zoe when he's 6-0, but if this is the way the game is going to go, just ban the Zoe away. Like,
yeah.
I understand, yeah, Sun, he used to be a Zoe player, a one-tricker.
Oh, BDD in a little bit of trouble, but the Zoe was there for a second and is now gone. BDD gets himself out of the way. Dread not going to be baited by the clone this time, but yeah, All-In is having probably one of the worst mid lane performances we've seen of any of our LCK players. Yeah, it's just not really working out here, and we might be looking for a fly for game number 3.
Yeah, there's really not much else to say about it. You can say what you want. Yeah, he's a Zoe player. Maybe he would have had a better game on another day, and it makes sense.
We all have ups and downs, you know?
Yeah.
As that's a minion ruler, but Mystic's still taking a hell of a lot of damage. This bottom lane is just not taking damage right here, as Jelly trying to get those heals out, but Mystic's down to 200. He has Barrier still available, can utilize it. Jelly uses the heal first, is continuing to try and fight, but Gen.G doesn't take damage in the bottom lane. They just don't. They're able to have this war over trick. They're still at full health. The flash forward, the double kill is so easy. What are you supposed to do?
Good trade, guys. That was a quality trade. I'd like to really congratulate you on your good trade down in the bottom lane. Again, why are you trying to trade that hard against Senna Tahm Kench? You kind of just have to let them do what they're doing. As Senna, maybe we'll begin to see more and more of her. As I don't know what to say about this. Mystic's like, hey, we can trade back. But the second he gets licked, that's when it all turns around. Because Ruler's got the range advantage, and he's just able to kite them down, and Tahm Kench keeps them slowed the whole way. So once he stepped forward that tiny little bit, that was just the end of it. They had to flash earlier. They have to say and identify, we lost the trade at that moment, and back from there. Otherwise, they're both just going to die, as we did just see, because they're going to be slowed forever. They're going to get locked down. Senna's going to root them. The exhaust comes out from Life. There's just no hope, and they had to identify it sooner. So not necessarily helping out Afreeca's chances here for game number 2.
Mystic's dead, guys.
I think we're just going to go into a game number 3.
Yep. Bidity coming back down towards the bottom side. A couple of autos as the bullet time, but Bidity is able to find the distortion cooldown once again. And look, it got a bit closer than you otherwise would have liked. It's still going to be absolutely fine. As Rascal just looking for Keen, who's dancing underneath this turret. Shuriken backflip is going to register as Dread's going to turn up. They want to try and stop this back if they can, but Rascal still has Flash and Cannon Barrage, and this is going to be a more difficult dive than you otherwise would expect. They're still going to try and go for it, though. A rotation up here of the Tahm Kench, who will have Abyssal Voyage to get themselves there. And Life isn't actually going to use it as Undertow does come in. Cannon Barrage is down now as Rascal uses it defensively. I think Gen.G could have possibly navigated that a little bit better to try and bait a dive out of Afreeca. But as you can see, it's still a lead for Keen, but that lead has not extended over the last 5 to 10 minutes.
And they're just going to go for a little bit of a swap-arena here. As Dread is, I mean...
He's at like a 20% hit rate of that, of his axes. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I take it all back.
Yeah. 10 and... not
20
10.
and 2.
20 and 2. Oh, we actually had someone die. I missed that as he died too fast. 20 and 2 on Jarvan, and he's 5 and 0
did Mystic die?
for this season.
Oh, he just died over there. Okay.
Why is there no priority on Jarvan? Why are they not banning it away?
Why did they first pick Lee Sin? Sorry.
Well, that was Gen.G.
Yeah, no, but why did Gen.G first pick Lee Sin
Good question.
instead of Jarvan?
Good question.
He's going for 6-0 now, and it's looking like it's already pretty much in the bag as BDD's LeBlanc is a pretty strong champion. He's going to move down here, and look, the bullet time worked out relatively well here for Mystic. But yeah, you're going to have a W backup available, and let's see how Mystic just got completely obliterated. As it may have actually been on the screen, but it just it didn't last.
The thing is, it
long.
popped up at the same time as the 20 and 2 stat
yeah.
for Klid's Jarvan. That I was more impressed by the stat than the play by the LeBlanc. It's like, yeah, I mean, LeBlanc's going to do that now that she's 4-0 and 4.
Well, we've got a 0 and 3 Miss Fortune and a 0 and 4 Zoe. In fact, it's 1 to 10 in the kill score. We have a 6,000 gold lead at 17.5 minutes. We have a dead outer turret here in the mid lane as All-In gets missed by a chain or two, and Gen.G are super comfortable. Their second Drake coming in here as it will be the Cloud Soul once again on offer here for Gen.G. But more Dawning Shadows, definitely good, and LeBlanc makes use of Cloud Soul better than most champions, in my opinion, because you are so versatile with your ultimate usage. And the cooldown is definitely low. Of course, Cloud Soul has a 30-second cooldown itself, but every second Mimic that you're going to be throwing out, basically second or every third, depending on what your cooldown reduction looks like, is going to be a little bit more potent, and you get that extra movement speed as well as you're distorting around this map. 404, BDD not found, but he has found himself most certainly. It's sort of the opposite effect here.
Yeah.
As far as this game is concerned. Didn't have the greatest game 1, but he's warmed up here for game number 2.
Yeah, they realized, like, oh, wait, we can just pick Jarvan. We can totally outdraft them and totally outplay them. And they were like, oh, yeah, we're Gen.G. We can just do that. And they just did it. That's the way it feels in this game. Obviously, it's a bit more complicated than that, but extremely one-sided game so far.
Well, it's 4 people towards the top side here for Gen.G, looking to try and get this dive out onto Keen. He's still very healthy, though, as the Undertows flying forward. A little bit of a misclick as far as where that ward went, but it looks like Shirley is going to be the prize that Gen.G are looking for. And it's always interesting having a look at a support center 80 carry sort of situation, sitting with a gold bounty and almost 40 CS at 20 minutes into the game. Observe that Life is 20 CS ahead of Mystic right now on the Tahm Kench.
Yeah.
He's got a Gargoyle, sorry, not a Gargoyle Stone Plate. He's got a, what is the?
Dead Man's Plate.
Dead Man's Plate, that's the one. I knew it was some sort of plate. Plates have fallen though, so you know, I got plates off my mind right now. Gargoyle Stone Plate will be coming in next, however. And this is going to be a Tahm Kench that's much more tanky than other ones that we've witnessed. Yeah, this is like, a rough game.
He's like an elite Tahm Kench. He's like an elite catfish that you find in like the
maybe
higher level areas.
It might be seeing Sir Thomas again. That might be what this variety of the Tahm Kench is.
Yeah, you know, it's like they're reinstating him to his knighthood.
Yeah.
Terms from Timothy into Sir Thomas Kench.
I mean, he's certainly got an income upgrade, right? Look at all of this farm that he's being given.
A lot more responsibility as the big boy of the team. It's him and Jarvan, who Jarvan is 3-1-3, so he's also got some extra items.
A pretty big deal.
Is he a tank though?
Well,
he's got so many levels that maybe he can.
Yeah.
So 13, same as Keen actually.
Yeah, Keen has just been, trying to cling to his advantage here towards the top side. Has his Gunblade completed, but he has no right to get towards this turret. These minions will survive, so Keen doesn't need to stick around too close, but with 4 members circling the area and Dread just backing, okay. He's going to have to use the ultimate. There's the Flash Cataclysm out from Klid as Keen dives on over with the ultimate available. He will have the second activation as BDD gets very close to going down, but isn't. His wallet keeping him up there, as you could see. Shirley, in the meantime, gets a secondary charge, and they take down the inner turret towards top side as well, and there is nothing a freaking can do. They are 8,000 gold in the hole, and at 21 minutes, it looks like Gen G are considering a barrier.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing it can do, and not much that I can say about this play. I mean, this is just, I don't know. Like, why are you backing there when they're about to push into you? It just describes the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
With Keen desperately, oh so desperately, trying to carry by himself 1v4.
And we were trying to give benefit of the doubt to Keen's Akali, and you see why they picked it. It's a confidence pick for Keen. He's able to lane very well, but I mean, as far as this composition, moving into a mid to late game with any sort of cohesion, I don't understand what they're trying to achieve. It's a dive comp that's well and truly too far behind, so if they try and dive Gen G has so much maneuverability, so much control. They have a Devour, for goodness sake. Like, they just out-comped Afreeca to such a high level, right? Even based on what Afreeca had, Gen G observed it. Didn't even have to, really, because the Tahm Kench was picked so early. Afreeca just pick themselves into the Tahm Kench so awfully. There's just not a lot of options here for this team.
Yeah, absolutely, and I would be extremely surprised if we did not see Fly in Spirit for game number 3.
Oh yeah.
If that does not happen, then you have to wonder what's going on. Like, maybe they're sick. I don't think there's any other reason why you wouldn't put them into the lineup after a performance like this out of All In and Dread, which has been pretty dreadful. So, don't want to say too much. The game is kind of over, and it's always going to feel bad when you're this far behind. Not much that they can do now, as BDD casts 2 spells. Keen nearly dies.
Yeah. It's definitely a worry. Well, let's see how cleanly Gen G can actually finish this game off, as they have Soul Point now for themselves 5 minutes before that Dragon Soul is going to be available. And they just brute force this inner turret. All In, trying to tidy up top lane, as Dread has no right to be in his own jungle at this stage of the game. Life is still farming, by the way. Ruler is just straight up to support this game. It's super cool. As All In going to get slowed down, lands a trouble bubble at point blank range. As now we do have a flank coming in. Ruler might be in trouble, but finally we see this combination out of Afreeca, but Mystic just gets obliterated. Good night, Sweet Prince. BDD finds himself in amongst everyone, but he has a distortion back up again. Dawning Shadow just to keep everyone alive. And this is the last-ditch effort. This is the last fight for the Afreeca Freaks, and they are not going to win it. Their solo laners are still alive, but for how much longer is going to be the question. As with Baron buff, Gen G are going to say goodnight. Trouble Bubble lands here onto Klid, but Klid's just stopping backs right now. And it's only Keen that's there to defend. The base is obliterated. We talk about base being broken. This base is destroyed, as that Trouble Bubble answer from Klid was very, very nice. Now Keen gets exhausted. He's now looking to try and take down at least BDD, but he's not going to be able to just yet. Escapes for the moment, as Ruler takes a lot of damage. Oh no, Turret aggro, that's going to do it. Mystic locks down that kill, and okay, a bit of yakety sacks here for the end of the game, and now we've got the flanking teleport to come forward from Keen. He wants BDD so desperately. Mystic grabbing his second kill. Shuriken backflip there for Keen. Does register, but the base has been destroyed. and Gen G have a 12,000 gold lead. So, look, I wouldn't start calling a comeback just yet.
Yeah, they got a little bit too frisky with the all-in attempt here, I suppose you can call it. Nice try by Afreeca. When you're this far behind, you just got to do desperate plays. They call for desperate measures, and Ruler somehow is going to survive here in the back. He's just got so much healing and sustainability. Saves the Dawning Shadow for right at the end, gets that big shield, and
also gets to use it on the rest of his team at the same time. I mean, I think that Dawning Shadow was the absolute optimal use of it. But this was the whoops. This is where Ruler says goodbye to any chance of player of the game. Not that he was going to take it from B2D in any way, shape, or form anyway. But still, wandering into a turret after getting double up like that is a bad news bear scenario. As the rest of these players will survive, Rascal not included. And Keen can't get on to BDD here, who retains his 6-0 and 6 scoreline, and is looking to do what he can for LeBlanc's win rate here in the LCK, going for number 8 right now. I want to see the just LeBlanc KDA. The LeBlanc KDA must be gigantic as well. Yeah. We haven't seen too many LeBlancs have bad games.
It's true. They're just going for it here.
Yep, we've got Abyssal Void right into the team. Cataclysm in point-blank range onto Dread, but there's the Cosmic Radiance, and Life has to... Oh my god, he's so damn tanky! As the Jarvan does fall down, but both junglers are going to be taken out of this fight. Keen goes golden in the Shroud as well, as Jelly's surviving for a decent amount of time, but the wallets are heavy here for Gen G, and they'll destroy the last remaining inhibitor, the Nexus turrets, and take us to a Game 3.
Now that's going to be all she wrote, as Mystic and All In will attempt to do what they can here, but All In is just, he's having PTSD from that laning phase. He's trying to get away from that block.
Mystic's surviving for a really long time. BDD over to the side. Using his clone relatively well, as now Life and BDD are the ones in here trying to get this one working, but Mystic putting up a pretty solid defense right here, and Gen G can't finish. Afreeca are holding on, man.
Get him, minions!
I feel like this is it's a Lion King scenario, though, you know, like, I don't know about whether or not Scar is just going to throw them off this cliff.
Yeah, I think Mystic's asking, can we attack our own Nexus? Does that work? As the Abyssal Voyage comes in with a Jarvan, an aggressive Abyssal Voyage, which you don't really see unless you're winning by 15,000 gold. As Jarvan did eat the brunt of the MF damage, Mystic survives for the entirety of this fight. He's able to lifesteal in the back here, while Keen and Jelly are trying to do that thing. You know, they get the Senna out in the back, so the assassination attempt actually does work out. But then Mystic here, you can see that they're able to stay alive for long enough underneath the turrets with the Hex Drinker.
I don't know how Rascal wasn't able to kill Mystic. That was very, very odd. Maybe hitting some minions there by accident. But now Gen G are going to go back to their second Baron after picking up the Cloud Soul as well. 7-0-8 here for BDD, who's able to pad those stats after some unfortunate teamfight game-ending attempts from Gen G. I have a feeling that that's going to stop here and now, as Afreeca are relegated to sitting into their base and trying to defend. But there's going to be double super creeps coming from every single lane. And look, when it comes to PvE, that's going to be what Afreeca has to deal with. And Gen G just need to move forward and love tap the Nexus, because there are no turrets left to take in this game. Keen immediately gets out the Shroud, but he's snared up, and now the fight is starting in earnest. BDD going down very, very low as Dread is hunting for him, but he creates the distance that he's looking for. That's the Devour onto Rascal, keeps himself alive. Dawning Shadow coming over the top of Afreeca, and their health bars are so damn low. BDD unable to lock down the kill onto Mystic, and now he's still running around trying to stay alive. The shutdown finally coming through, but I have a feeling that's not going to be enough, as Life, Ruler, and Clid will be able to take down this Nexus, and Gen G bring us to a game number 3.
Yeah, it is going to a game number 3 after that monstrous performance out of Clid and BDD. The two of them just able to shut down mid lane.
Isn't it cool? Isn't it cool when Clid picks a champion that he's extraordinarily good at and fits the composition? Isn't it amazing? Yes, his Lee Sin's very good, but damn, that Jarvan worked out so well for Gen G in this game.
That's why we were questioning
LeBlanc's
the Lee
pretty
Sin
good.
first pick in game number 1. When you have a Jarvan that is 5-0, when you're obviously popping off on that pick, why pick anything else?
Yeah.
Seemed like they had a different idea in mind, and that's going to be BDD's first win on the LeBlanc, but it's LeBlanc's 8th win without a loss in 2020 here in the LCK. And in the beginning, when it was 4-0, we're like, okay, great players are picking up this pick. But now it's doubled that. And at what point is LeBlanc actually going to lose a game? Are we going to go 10 wins, 15, 20?
I mean, is Afrika going to pick it in game number 3? Ruins the KDA?
And then lose?
No. Who knows?
They could win.
Or maybe they will. It just looks like Gen G have pulled themselves together. I don't know what was said backstage before game number 2, but it must have been with a delivery of some of Michael's secret stuff, if you understand the Space Jam reference. Just shy of 30 minutes it took Gen G to win this one. Honestly, they were playing with their food for a little while. As 24,000 damage in comparison to 10. That was a shellacking in the mid lane. BDD abusing All In. I have a feeling we're going to see Fly, not because they want to sub him in, but because All In doesn't want to face that lane again.
Yeah. I think we all want him out after that one. Sorry, All In. You're a good player, but that was just not your day. That was not your game. You got to give Fly a chance, and I think Spirit as well. Put him in there. Put the veterans in and see what they can do, because both Dread and All In were not able to come up to the task there in game 2.
Nope, but we have a short break, and then we'll be back for game number 3.
중간에 이상하게 했네.
잘했다. 너 정신 차리고 하자. 나도 못했다. 여러분들은 지금 2020
That
LCK
was
스프링
Genji
스플릿
versus
아프리카
Africa
젠지
game number
팀과
2,
아프리카
and
경기
Genji
함께하고
managed to even
계십니다.
out the series
젠지가
by getting
경기를
that
가져가면서
game
세트
number
스코어 1대1로
2.
치열한 경기가 계속되고 있습니다. 리라님 어떻게 보셨습니까?
So how was that game, Lyra? It was a very exciting one, and I really like seeing Senna Tompkins comp in bot lane because their goal is so vivid, you know? They really want to go hard in bot lane. At the same time, Africa took Olaf and Zoe. So even though Taric and MF is really weak in laning phase, they wanted to get a lot of things done around the mid lane.
한 단어로 좀 축약을 해볼 수
But
있는데요.
you know, this game actually comes down to just one phrase, mid difference.
어떻게 생각하십니까?
저희가 이제 준비해온 장면도
So let's check out the highlights we prepared, how everything started to snowball throughout the whole game and ended up this kind of huge difference in between the mid laners. Why Zoe was getting countered by LeBlanc. So BDD's LeBlanc was indeed really strong, but I mean every LeBlanc in LCK is so dominating. So how? Let's see how actually Zoe got defeated by LeBlanc so hard. But first, let's check out the ruler life comp with Senna and Tompkins. So Tompkins started with the support item. So it was really smart because both Senna and Tompkins could have time to kind of scale up. So they both actually gave up most of the CS. But after this, even though Senna was just focusing on getting these souls, well, Life actually instantly backs to the base. So here, Life actually just sells the support item backs and buys the Doran's shield. So Senna was able to gain that extra money coming from Life farming during the very early phase. So that was not a mistake. So maybe that could be, but this actually looked really smart because Ruler could get that extra gold with that, especially with that cannon wave, and then Life went to the base and sold his support item and bought the Doran shield. So because we don't have any interviews right now, so we will not be able to check this out in detail with Life. But I mean, he's one of the most intelligent players in LCK. I believe this is another very intended and a strategy that Life and Genji players prepared. So we are looking forward to finding it out from the players later on, hopefully. And now let's get back to why everything transpired in mid lane. So All In came back to lane with TP. So TP, actually this spell is about focusing on the laning phase. He had to have a lot of pressure and priority. However, All In is all the time just helping out Dread in the jungle. So instead of just having huge priority and putting a lot of pressure up against LeBlanc, actually Zoe was so focused on helping Dread in the jungle. So he used a lot of mana clearing out that wave, and All In backed once again to the base. Not long after he came back with TP. So while All In was gone on the mid lane, BDD was able to kind of roam to the top side, and Genji players tried a 3-man top turret dive attempt. So, well, having too many times away from that mid lane is one of the biggest problems. So, and then after LeBlanc went to the top side to help the turret dive, All In rotated to the dragon instead of pushing lane hard. So earlier we checked out how Life and Ruler was so smart with the base timing and stuff. Well, All In was not really sharp making his decision So in the end, he ended up giving that kill over to Rascal and also assist to BDD.
좀 부어준 격이 됐죠.
그렇죠. 저 같은 경우는 이제 기브 앤 테이크를 굉장히 좋아하는데
So League of Legends is all about give and take, you know. So LeBlanc went to the top side, so Gangplank was able to hold on to his ultimate. So later on, Gangplank was able to activate that ultimate to finish that Zoe on the mid lane. Then let's check out who will be the POG for game number 2.
그분이 오십니다.
BDD
르블랑.
successfully outplaying and dominating mid lane by himself. The reason why LeBlanc is having a really high win rate in LCK currently is because there's no other champion that the opponents are taking to kind of counter LeBlanc, such as Lissandra. But right now, this is a meta where we need a lot of lane priority. So LeBlanc is on the top of the tier list in the current situation.
이쯤 되면 챔피언이 정말 성능이 좋은
So
게 아닌가 그렇게
players that play LeBlanc, I mean, they really piloted well, but at the same time, right now, LeBlanc, the champion itself, has a huge power.
하는 선수에 따라 계속해서 다른 모습의 양상이
So
나왔었죠.
BDD,
그렇기 때문에 계속해서
with no
LCK에서
doubt to pick
르블랑이
up
강한
the
모습을
POG for
보여주는
game number
앞으로의
2.
경기를 좀
So let's
지켜봐야 될
check
것
out
같습니다. 그리고
what will happen in game number 3, the decider match, Gen.G versus Africa. In Africa, they always tend to kind of sub in new players whenever they lose a game. So they always come back with a different style. So maybe we can see a different mid laner subbing in for game number 3. And also, All In and Fly, well actually they have a very similar playstyle, but Spirit and Dread, they have a very different playstyle. Spirit is very experienced, very controlled. Dread is very aggressive, you know, always counter jungles. So we want to find out who will really sub in for Africa in game number 3. Let's check out and hop on over to the Rift.
함께 만나보시죠.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the Analyst Desk translation once again, and also shout out to Wadid and Lyra, both, you know, first timers for 2020, coming on in here and now running the show themselves. Damn, pretty impressive from these guys. Of course, you guys at home certainly know who Wadid and Lyra both are, both of them spending time overseas before coming back and joining the desk here for the LCK, so we're very lucky to have them. And Spirit, as you can see right there, going to be joining Fly as the double subs come forward from Africa, much like the Analyst Desk had predicted.
And just as we were calling for, I think after a game like Game 2, regardless of how the other guys are playing that are not, you know, that are sitting on the bench, you got to give them a chance, as the ones that were actually put out to play did not do their jobs. And so, a bit better of a
bit cruel.
Well, I mean, they ended up leading to the game going the way it did. So, we are going to have Gen.G back on the blue side here. And that could make for some interesting counter picks for either Fly or maybe even Spirit down there in the jungle. But I don't know. What do you do in this situation? Do you ban away the Zoe? I suppose that is going to be what they're going to go for once again, just like Game 2, or 1 rather.
Yep, Gen.G also going to ban the Elise because Spirit has been playing a lot of it. A big giggle from good old Spirit here, who is always a happy gentleman. It's just, it's pretty hard to wipe the smile off Spirit's face. And hopefully he's going to be able to infect the rest of his team with that jovial attitude.
Hopefully just the attitude, nothing else.
Yeah. Oh, God. The word infect is probably a dangerous one these days. It's hard to use the word
infect nowadays, Sir Atlas.
Yeah, that's true.
But, yeah, I mean, it's true. He
Get
definitely,
those colon Ds in the chat.
Yeah, he definitely... It's D colon, actually.
Oh, sorry, yes. D colon.
You don't want to do colon D because then it's a happy face. Yeah, we're not happy after that. But either way, same strategy used by Africa. They get the Aphelios ban out of Gen.G, and they can last ban Ornn here.
You'd hope so. 12 seconds to go. Gen.G will certainly be locking that one in first if it is left available. Africa might have a plan into it, but I highly doubt it will be good enough because Ornn is just so broken right now, and it is going to be banned. So thankfully, no fumbles so far in the draft as Gen.G look at the set as the first pick option. taking that away from Keen actually does make a lot of sense, in my personal opinion, because Keen saved a game just because he had so much flanking potential and teamfight power on that pick and was able to take the game into his own hands. Now Afreeca going to choose their bottom lane, most likely. See what the pairing is going to be. They can just lock in the Caitlyn Senna once again if they would like to.
I don't think they want to give Senna Tahm Kench potentially over the side of Gen G, so...
Yeah.
Okay, maybe they say Caitlyn can play better into that. We can get the Caitlyn part of it, maybe try to bait out a Senna pick, and then we'll also get the Jarvan alongside of it. We'll have to wait and see if it does get locked in here. There it is. They're going to deny Clid. While at the same time, 2-1 is Spirit on the Jarvan pick, which, by the way, 34 picks and 21 wins. Jarvan, across the board here at the LCK, is doing quite well.
Well, it is the Senna. Whether it's going to be the Tahm Kench paired alongside it, we'll have to find out, as there we go. And now, a mage support would work out quite nicely here for the Afreeca Freaks. See what they do decide to pair with it. I think matching the sustain could be a decent option. I'd like Nami, personally, but we'll see whether they actually do decide to go for anything like that, or whether it's going to be a solo lane pickup here for Afreeca to try and lock something down. Yuumi being considered, so it does have the sustain options. And we didn't even realize that Yuumi was left available, was banned in game number 2, and it's now Caitlyn Yuumi to be taken towards the bottom lane here for Afreeca. A lot more poke and the sustain options. I like it so much more than what they went for to counteract the Senna Tahm Kench in game number 1.
The MF Taric certainly did not look that great, so I think there's a better option. No doubt they knew that Gen G were going to move over to the left side here and pick Senna Tahm Kench B2B3, and so they had a plan for it, which I do like. And now, because there's no mid lane picked, unless, you know, Set gets rotated on down there, they can target even more of BDD's champions away. Already, Zoe and LeBlanc are taken off the board. Azir is another one. Do they go one step further and ban a Galio or something like that? A Syndra? Or maybe just the Gragas away from Clid?
I mean, Syndra, Orianna, 2 picks that Fly certainly are generally... is generally wanting to go towards. It's going to be Gangplank taken off the board, though. As you can see, Gen G are just focusing on options into Rascal's set to try and save him from Keen. Keen likely to be heading towards something like a Kennen here. Certainly has been something that he's defaulted towards in the past. And they could lock that away now and then save mid lane counter pick for Fly. We'll see exactly where they do want to go, because, of course, the set is able to be flexed. Aatrox going to be pretty mono red here for Afreeca. They are going to lock that one in.
They're going to need some pretty heavy ability power damage. For their last pick in the mid lane is what you would expect. You could also put Keen on a Rise if you want to try to, you know, get something that he's good on that can also go up there. Now, Pantheon was left available because no longer is All In playing today. But that does mean that...
Pantheon Karthus, let's do it, boys.
Gen G can pick it up.
I mean, Karthus fits so well.
They need magic damage as well.
Yeah. But it's Echo into the jungle. Another option, not going to be the same level of DPS, but is going to be something that will fit into the jungle quite well for Clid and offers that magic damage that they are looking for. Could be Pantheon jungle. I mean, who knows what's going to happen here. Certainly a lot of options.
Probably, I'd like to see BDD. He does play a really nice Pantheon. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see which way they do go. As you mentioned, it could go either way. Orianna is going to be the last pick here. A great ball carrier already on the Jarvan, and it's great at creating space for your Caitlyn, so I don't mind a control mage like the Orianna.
Actually, quite like Afreeca's comp as far as how it's rounded out. The Aatrox will help provide pressure in the early game, and then you've got the late game insurance of the Orianna and the Caitlyn, with Spirit on a jungler that can get around the map early and try and help these lanes that might struggle as the game goes on. Caitlyn's certainly not going to in the early portion, but during that mid-game, it's going to be on Keen and Spirit to help baby Afreeca through what can be some difficult times. It's the first time we're going to see the Echo jungle here in the LCK for 2020, I believe. It's been Echo in a solo lane most often. and has seen a lot of bans. Was banned second round of bans in games 1 and 2. So finally getting through, and we'll be able to see what all the fuss is about. Actually, I tell a lie. Game 2, Echo was slipping all the way through, but in game number 1, it was banned. Certainly a lot of physical damage here on the side of Gen G, and when they're building a lot of lethality with the Senna and the Pantheon, it can be a little bit dangerous to go this all in into physical, but it will mean the Echo will be doing a lot of damage. As over this side, the rounded composition of Afreeca with Fly's Orianna once again back in the mid lane. Fly's been struggling over recent weeks. He had actually a great performance during the Casper Cup, but has certainly fallen off since then. Let's see what Afreeca can do now in the deciding match up against Gen G. Gen G wanting to keep their win streak alive and challenge T1 for that top spot here in the LCK. They will be dead even with T1 with a victory here, but head-to-head going to T1, meaning that they will not be able to clinch top spot with a win here.
That is, if they do pick up the win up against Afreeca, that did fight back early on, taking game number 1 and proving to everybody that they can, in fact, make Gen G bleed, as Gen G were really just clean up until this moment. They didn't have too many 2-1s, a lot of 2-0 wins.
It's a real Pacific Rim matchup towards the top lane, by the way. Set kind of does look like one of those like machines, and Aatrox, I believe Keen has taken that mecha Aatrox skin. Yeah, he has. So it actually just looks like one of those mech battles from Pacific Rim.
Where does Jarvan fit into this?
I don't know, he kind of looks like one too.
Didn't Pacific Rim 2 come out? Or is it?
Yeah, don't talk about
out?
that. I mean, the first one was bad enough, but Pacific Rim 2 was even worse.
So that did come out, is what you're saying?
Yeah,
right?
It came out ages ago.
I didn't see that, actually.
Over a year ago.
I saw the first one, but not the second one.
At least it did. It did.
The first one was good, though. You didn't like it?
It wasn't awful, but it was not great.
No, I mean, it's not gonna win an Academy Award, but you know,
it was good,
enjoyable.
Like, it was a good for fun movie, you know, like one of those movies that, like, if you're a teenager and you just want to watch like monsters battle giant robots, like it gives you what it is what it says on the tin, right?
Yeah, there were some moments in there that were like a little bit ridiculous, but I felt like it followed the
whole
movie's
thing is
personality.
A little bit
you know what?
ridiculous.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like they're coming at you with like, hey, our movie's a bit ridiculous. Like giant mecha robots coming out of the water. You know, like here we go. And they really stuck to it, which is why I think they stayed true and genuine to their plan, which made it more interesting.
We talk about it a lot. Like, obviously, it was memorable.
Yeah, of course.
As that face breaker did not break any faces from Rascal. We'll see how Keen is actually going to be able to do this. He opted in for the Aatrox into the set matchup. We'll see how it is actually going to go as the mid lane. Very even for the moment. It's going to be about whether BDD and Clid can play together, because setting up for a parallel convergence is very possible with the Pantheon. He was able to bait actually really well on that pick, as Ruler taking a lot of damage, but the snare is going to land. And Clid moving on over to Spirit to try and lock this one down. Gets himself the passive proc. Phase Drive Resonance. Going to take a bit of damage there from Spirit, but he's going to keep himself alive and move on out of his jungle. And BDD with the priority. That was why Clid was able to get into the jungle. Taking the Dark Harvest here as well, so a similar idea to what the Karthus would be doing. And he's going to have a lot of burst damage as this game goes on. Will need to be a legitimate magic damage carry on this team. We'll see how Clid is actually going to be able to utilize that. Keen underneath the turret is being out-farmed at the moment by Rascal pretty effectively. Good laning phase, the best so far today, as this is harkening back to game number 1, as Mystic's Caitlyn is pretty good, guys.
It is. I mean, if they can get to a point where they're at 4 items, I think they should be absolutely the favorites, as long as, you know, Gen G don't pick up like Infernal Soul or something like that. Gen G's composition way more aggressive, and they have some really nice globals built into it as well. You get Abyssal Voyage, you get the Grand Skyfall out of BDD's Pantheon, and he's playing mid lane too, so He can make moves all around the map, and no doubt they'll be looking to get proactive and aggressive early on in this game, whereas on the side of Afreeca, I think sitting back, farming up, you've got Orianna, Caitlyn, just chill. Just don't fight. And I think you should be having a good time.
I think in this early game, though, Mystic is going to just inherently be pushed up a lot more, because we're going to need some more zoomies out of Jelly. There is no potion available here for Mystic anymore. Life farming pretty damn well on this Tahm Kench at the moment. Currently very even with Mystic's Caitlyn. And despite them having to use their health bars as a resource quite a lot in this lane, it has certainly summed up into a health advantage for the Gen G bottom lane. Senna Tahm Kench is looking real strong, and it's worrying me.
Look at the proactiveness, what I was saying. They're looking already to make moves down here. And
Parallel Convergence, that's exactly what we were talking about. Spirit's going to get stunned, a flash from Clid, and that's going to be first blood over to BDD of all people. A very scary start to this game.
It's exactly what they were looking for. Invade the enemy jungle, put down the wards, and find that lonely Jarvan. And how about try number 2?
Yeah, Grand Skyfall. BDD, of course, has a lot of brilliant ways to juggle turret aggro, utilizing his relative invulnerability. And he's going to start this one up. As you can see, Mystic taking way too much damage. But the Yuumi does get back on top of him. This is going to be a free 2 kills, though, as BDD follows up with his second stun. And the double kill for Clid. 2-0-1 now for this Echo jungle, and that is such a huge deal. We already illustrated that he needs to threaten the magic damage, and already. He hasn't even gone back to shop one time yet, and he is smashing this game.
Yeah, already he's having a really nice time. Take a small look at the top lane, but that's not where the majority of the action is going to come from. Big wave pushing into Keen. He'll be just fine on the CS, although he will be a little bit behind. But this is what we were talking about. You have Echo. Now he's going to be nearing level 6. So once they get those ultimates back, they can do this again and again. And it just starts off really badly for Afreeca. Spirit just runs straight into it. He's got the scanner going. He says, hey, if I can find the ward, I should be safe in my jungle. That's not the case when it is 2-on-1. And same thing down here. Mystic and Jelly had to leave, but what Clid did was actually really smart. He came all the way around behind through this left path, behind the Caitlyn and the Yuumi, to make sure that they couldn't just walk away from getting demolished under the turret. He was able to zone for them until BDD came in with the Grand Skyfall. And then the 4-on-2 was just not able to be answered by the side of Afreeca as Spirit was dead and Fly could not rotate. And already an awesome start for Gen G, 2,000 gold ahead, 7 minutes in, and their comp being played extremely well.
Yeah, really nicely done, and it's good to see them focusing towards this bottom side so that Ruler and Life don't fall into the same issues that they were having in game number 1 as well. I mean, Mystic and Jelly had the run of the lane entirely, and there wasn't much that Gen G could do about it. This time around, a very different story, as the Moby Boots already done for BDD. He's going to be jet-setting around this map, and as soon as that man drop comes back in again, Grand Skyfall, you best believe that he is going to be back in one of these side lanes trying to get things done for Gen G.
Yeah, and you never really imagined that Clid could just hop onto Jungle Echo and already be 2-0-1 this quickly and this dominantly in this game, but he's making this Jungle Echo look like an extremely normal and powerful pick.
Yeah, real comfortable. And I like it. They chose to pick it in the right spot, right? I mean, we were asking for some sort of magic damage. The Gragas, the Elise were both banned away. Evelynn was another choice that they could have gone for. But I think Echo does fit the composition quite well, especially with the gank assist that's offered by the Pantheon, by the set, and the setup for Parallel Convergence, which is such a delayed CC, is really, really good in this comp specifically. I mean, even the Showstopper being thrown into a Parallel Convergence is super cool, actually, from Gen G. So they do have a lot of options as this game moves forward. Still, Afreeca do have a composition that can scale relatively well. Not necessarily referring to Keen up here, who is even falling behind on his more early game geared pick. But the Orianna and the Caitlyn, as this game goes on, are going to get stronger and stronger, and you can see as far as farm is concerned, Fly's doing a fine job right here. So it's going to be on Gen G to continue this level of pressure as this game continues.
Yeah. There's been zero love from the junglers on either side to the top lane, not that I could have seen in this game, and just plainly a 14 CS gap in the top side, Rascal over Keen. So really just, you know, I suppose with the momentum that his team is feeling, he's able to also win his own lane up there, as no doubt after the very early Shelly is taken down, they will make a move down towards the bottom side and try to pick up even more plays for Ruler.
Oh my goodness, this is so bad for Afreeca. As yeah, Ruler gets all of that money. Piltover Peacemaker is not going to find the center, who has been just poking this duo out as often as possible. And this turret now, it's not going to be taken just yet at 10 minutes.
Life has more gold than Fly in the mid lane.
Oh my god. It's some more gold than anyone.
I like this strategy.
On Afreeca.
Yeah, this is a nice strategy. Senna Tom Kench, a big fan.
Yeah, he's out farming a Caitlyn as a Tom Kench.
You thought you could harass him in lane. That was not the case.
With all the gray health that you can utilize in order to mitigate so much damage, it's like, we saw it. I mean, in the last game, it was disgusting, the amount of sustain that they had, even during skirmishes. As this turret is going to take down as many of these minions as possible, and then is going to fall itself. First turret going over to Gen G. It's going from bad to worse. Checking in on the gold, didn't actually catch just how far ahead this bottom lane is, but we already saw it from that graph earlier on. It is, yeah, quite dire.
Yeah, it's pretty massive. This isn't a case like game number 2 where it's just like one lane being pummeled over and over. It's more of a spread out kind of difference where most of the kills were taken down on the bottom side, but at least Mystic has been able to keep up in CS. But now he...
That's a dead man's plate already for life. Wow. The dead man's plate sound is so loud.
Yeah. I feel like whenever there's not any other sounds going on, you get the really loud game sounds that come through. But it's going to be hard for Mystic to get near the amount of gold that Ruler and Life are going to have with all the plates that went down on the bottom side. 0 plates for Mystic and Jelly in that bottom lane.
And when it's a Caitlyn lane like this is what we're going to see, the Caitlyn that you definitely do not want, because Mystic is not going to be accelerated like he was in game number 1. It's going to take him a long time to get to his item timings, and we're going to see that trough much earlier and much longer in this game. It's, yeah, this is the worst case scenario for a Caitlyn, who is already at that spot where things are not working out, especially against lethality, which is such a good early game stat. As Ruler and Life continue to just put on the pressure, looking for even more plates in this game. Still a minute and a half before the plates fall off. Rascal trying to get a few more for himself up here towards the top side as well. As Clid is spotting everything out, so Rascal going to be able to grab a couple of them. And this game has gone to hell in a handbasket. Valdez?
Even Clid's getting in there. He's like, feed me some of that gold. I'm the real carry here.
Well, I mean, you're not going to argue with that too much. He's got his Sork boots. He's got his Runic Echoes completed.
Yeah, he's... wow.
It's a big boy Echo jungle.
He's stacking the damage. And all you have to do is send Clid up here. Jarvan's down on the bottom side, I guess, trying to gank a Pantheon. Not sure about that, but they're just giving up so much gold in the top side now. It feels like the game is like bleeding for Afreeca or something.
Yeah.
It's like they're bleeding out and all the gold is just being picked up by Gen G along the way.
Yeah, this turret is just going to get taken down. They just sat under that turret for its entire health bar and took it down before all the plates had been removed. So that is, so far, 11 plates being taken here for Gen G. Not a bad early game, in anyone's opinion.
Yeah, 11 plates is okay.
Yeah.
They're going to get a nice amount of gold in their pockets. They're already 5,000 gold ahead, 14 minutes into the game. And it feels like Afreeca, yeah, 1,200 gold on that one, as it looks like probably the mid lane plate wasn't actually picked up. Probably just went down to minions, as
yeah, true.
10 times 120 would be 1,200. But it felt like after the early game went so downhill for Afreeca, they've been so passive and not able to do anything that...
I mean, their comp just doesn't have too many options if they don't win their lanes, right? Like, what are you going to do as a Caitlyn in the mid game with no completed items yet against a full Umbral Glaive Swifty Boots center and a dead man's plate Tahm Kench?
I feel like they could have at least saved their top turret's plates. Jarvan's been down in the bottom lane for like hours. He's still here.
The game's only been going for 15 minutes, Valdez.
78 hours in the bottom lane. Again. He went down there, he was spotted on a ward, he clears it out, and then he stays for another 2 minutes. It's like, okay, I get you're desperate, but yeah, this isn't really gonna do anything.
Well, Mystic makes his way back towards this mid lane. He's still farming quite nicely, like you mentioned earlier on, but unfortunately that's not going to be good enough here for the Caitlyn, who's still a recipe completion away from the Infinity Edge for item number 1, but he needs the rapid fire cannon. He needs the next Zeal item. He needs a lot of help getting there as this game continues. Clid coming on over, looking to take down the second Drake of the game. We'll see whether we get yet another Cloud Soul. Could be Infernal Soul though, which is great news, and it is going to be what we're blessed with in 5 minutes time. The first Infernal Drake of the game will dawn on us in the first match that doesn't have a Cloud Soul involved. Is Mystic going to get snared up? But they're not even going to go for any follow-up damage, as Ruler's probably got a hell of a lot of money in the bank. Actually, the quest just completing for the second time here for Ruler as well.
Yeah. So he picks up a bunch of souls. He feeds a bunch of extra gold to Tahm Kench. He gets decent gold himself at the same time, plus a great item in the finished quest item.
Yeah.
And then, you know, he starts actually really doing damage alongside of this big, beefy catfish that he's right next to.
And he's got 63 stacks at 16 minutes. Remember last time we were talking about, the first time we saw this, it was the center had 60 stacks at 20 minutes. Now it's 16 minutes and he's got over that. So really nice stuff over here as Rascal look for the 1v1 into Keen. Infernal Chain's not going to harm, but so far they have traded pretty much evenly. Umbral Dash not enough to get the second hit of the Q though, so Keen's just going to back on up. Very even as far as that top lane matchup is concerned. And Keen hasn't been able to have an impact so far this game. It's double black cleavers done for both of our top laners. Somewhere and LS groans in Trinity Force.
Groans in Trinity Force. It was funny. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, thank you.
As you can tell. Yeah, I felt like this is the way the game was going to go without the proactivity out of Gen G. But now that they got their lead, they're kind of like, okay, now we can just sit back, wait, pick up Infernal Soul, and we can win the game then. They're slowly chipping away at the turrets at the same time. They're going to take down this outer mid one. Honestly, they could have gotten it without Shelly, or Shirley in this case.
Yeah, Shirley is looking for a secondary charge, and we'll see whether Mystic can actually defend this turret effectively enough. Right now, an anemic Caitlyn probably not enough to deter that if Gen G really want to go for something here, as they are just going to taxi her towards this outer turret, as that Piercing Darkness is starting to do a lot of damage. Clid looking to steal away this red buff, and I don't know whether Spirit's going to be able to contest, and the answer is, of course, that he cannot. Clid moving on over, his zombie ward is going to be cleared. But now that Gen G can move into the enemy jungle, they're going to be stifling so much more gold away from Afreeca. Rascal able to avoid so many of these Qs, all three of them going wide there from Keen, so a big trade advantage for the set. Who just parks another minion wave underneath the Aatrox's turret.
Oh,
and Mystic, he has to get the hell out of there. Oh my god, Timewinder going to pull back, gets a slow onto Spirit. Mystic going to survive for the moment. Parallel Convergence onto the turret, as this is a real frightening siege for Gen G. But Ruler was no longer there. Clid's now looking for Keen. And honestly, Clid can just go wherever the heck he wants. Chains are going to be broken. Clid phase diving over in here, and 4 people should be enough to take down This inner turret from Keen not with any response.
Yeah, it really makes you wonder why it took 3 full weeks for the Korean teams to truly pick up Senna, or at least Senna Tahm Kench, because obviously this combo is quite strong.
We did see Senna Tahm Kench, but it was played with Senna 80 carry on the 10.2 patch rather than this more tanky Tahm Kench
And it wasn't
variety.
prioritized nearly as much as it is now, at least by Gen G.
Yeah.
We saw it, I believe, yesterday
Sandbox
as well.
played it, yeah.
And yeah, it just looks really nice, especially when you can get a decent early game. Your sustain becomes unbelievable, that the enemy bottom lane, no matter what it is, it's Ezreal Yuumi, Caitlyn Yuumi, MF Taric we saw, they just all seem to lose to it in lane as they just scale up and farm
Mystic's
up.
dead, guys. The flash in from Clid is enough to secure it. He had Proto Belt available. Yeah, he's 3-0-1. This is a real scary Echo. Yep, Spirit now going to be his next target. Timewinder not going to find the second hit, but Phase Drive Resonance does go off. And Spirit's going to be expelled from his jungle. And yeah, Gen G are winning by 8,000 gold. Infernal Drake.
8,000.
17 seconds. It's just ticked over for 20 minutes. This game is mega over, Valdez. Good night, sweet prince.
Doesn't even say anything. Just prior to the setup.
He was sitting on 1,700 gold as well, by the way.
Yeah.
He's going to go back and complete a Lich Bane at this stage. As we're going to be threatening the Infernal Soul at 26 minutes. Let that sink in. It's pretty early Soul.
Yeah, I just wonder when Afreeca are going to decide to fight, because they have this team fighting composition with an Aatrox going for flanks, the ball carrier with the Jarvan going in, and Caitlyn having room, but
I mean,
I guess they just have to wait as long as humanly possible.
They need Fly to have at least 2 items, possibly 3, depending on what his next item's going to be. I mean, I'm looking at that thinking Liandry's could be coming in, but I think we all know that it's going to be the Forbidden Book.
Morellonomicon, anyone?
Yeah, that's probably going to be happening. Definitely not going to be the greatest choice.
Yeah, they have a Senna, so you know, like...
yeah. But I'd much prefer the Liandry's.
There are a lot of guys with a lot of health that you could chip away at with the Liandry's, and...
But Mystic needs 3 items, and he's only halfway there. And that's going to take a really long time. Like, sure, in a world where Afreeca can stabilize this game and somehow wrestle back control of their own jungle, they will be able to eventually get to a point where their composition can begin to outscale. But I just don't think that that world exists.
Yeah, it does feel like a game that's gotten too out of control in pretty much every lane. I mean, the mid lane wasn't a direct win, but BDD won bottom lane for his team, so that's essentially all he had to do. He's probably not going to pick up the player of the game for this one. Probably will be Clid, as he was extremely active and making the Echo jungle look fantastic and well practiced, which is also another surprise, as he's able to dunk on his enemy jungler that was subbed in.
Also a fun champion to watch as well. I just like it when Echo is in meta, but he's taking a lot of damage from Mystic here. Has a Chrono Break to get himself out. Piercing Darkness comes on in there, and no harm, no foul. Clid will just make his way back into the enemy jungle. Or is it his jungle? Not entirely sure. As Life is so tanky. I think he's got his Gargoyle Stoneplate done as well.
Yeah.
He's just a real big boy. As BDD, he can man drop if you would feel like it, but not going to opt into it just yet. As Clid continuing to play pretty fast and loose on the Echo. Half the cooldown of the Chrono Break is once again available. And yep, Gen G will take their second red buff in their jungle that's on the northern side of the map. And Afreeca going to face check them. Good stun to come forward here as, yeah, World Ender or no, I have a feeling that you're dead as the Moth is just put into the flame. Mystic trying to do some sort of relevant damage to Rascal, but I'm sorry, sir, you do not have enough of those items yet. And the inner turret is going to be taken topside as a result.
Yeah. Keen desperately trying to be proactive, search out for vision, but you can't really do that at this stage of the game. The Baron's available. I think Gen G can just turn onto it, take it away, and then move over 2 minutes later to their Infernal Soul. As Afreeca, will they even show us one fight? As currently they're getting perfect games. And I don't think there was even a turret play that was taken.
Nope, they did not take
so
a turret play.
This might be the perfect game.
We might get the perfectest game.
The most perfectest of games might happen.
I mean, for
here.
it to be the ultra perfect game is that you need to have taken all of the turret plates as well.
True, yeah.
And we did see T1 do that last year when plates first came out. It was in the Kesper Cup, I believe. As Keem was just tossed around like a ragdoll and destroyed in that particular fight, but not a lot that he can do, as the Forbidden Book has been completed by Fly. Oh, that's going to be great. Now you're going to stop all of Klid's healing while he's running out of the fight.
Great, yeah.
I mean, Ruler does have a lot of sustain, to be fair, and Tahm Kench does heal a lot himself, so it's not the worst item choice. But at this stage, where you really just need flat damage stats on the Orianna.
I agree. An Infinity Edge would have been a worse item choice. Morellonomicon was not the worst.
I mean, yes, that is true. That is true. I'd prefer Morellonomicon to a Redemption at this stage.
Yeah, it's another good choice. And see, BDD just going to go for a bit of split push. He has the Grand Skyfall plus TP. Get a bit of damage on in there as well.
That's a snare. Fly going to get flashed on here by Klid. He wants to just kill him, but he's not going to be able to. Dawning Shadow flies across, only lands onto Spirit. Now Rascal is going to find the Showstopper onto Mystic. He flashes over the wall, though, as Keen comes in, but oh god! Mystic just obliterated, pummeled in the end of that fight. Klid grabs himself another kill, as now Keen trying to World Ender his way out of it, but base gates or not, you are not getting away from this Gen G squad. Dissonance does a paltry amount of damage to BDD, as now they're going to tactics some minions towards this inhibitor turret, and this game is so over, it's unbelievable. 8-0, the perfect game is upon us in game number 3. Gen G, they lost out in game number 1, but that seemed to have only made them stronger as this series went on.
They're going to back away. They can literally do anything in this game and win. And they're going to decide, let's win with the Infernal Soul. Don't get to see it all too often. The second Spirit gets caught here, you know that the fight is going to be fought on Gen G's terms. And whenever that's the case and you're over 10,000 gold ahead, you might as well say goodnight, sweet prince, and exit the game, as it was just super messy. Everybody getting dunked left and right. Spirit not able to do anything, as it's what happens when the enemy team gets this unbelievably far ahead, and now they have Infernal Soul.
Yeah. Okay, 5.5 minutes until the Elder Drake is on the Rift, but look, spoiler alert, guys, I don't think the game is going to last that long, as we have over a 10,000 gold lead at 27 minutes in. The Baron looking like it's on the menu here for Gen G, but they're probably just going to use it to bait Afreeca out of their base, as Ruler spots out that ward, and will be able to take that one down very comfortably with the help of his Umbral Glaive. And yeah, maybe we'll just go for a siege and try and take down the second inhibitor of the game, as Spirit is going to get healed up with the Zoomies. Klid, oh, better buy that Morellonomicon to avoid
big
those
mistake.
Zoomies heals. But now Gen G are going to say that the Baron doesn't have a Morellos, so they're going to jump in and try and take him down instead. No healing available for you, sir. And I don't think that this is going to be contestable on the Afreeca side.
They might try.
In the mid lane, they might just try for a flank there, but Ruler clears out vision where he can. They do know that this is going down, and Afreeca are going to try and get in there. We'll see whether the turn is going to come forward. As Showstopper just to try and get Spirit out of the pit, and the Baron is taken. Dawning Shadow flies across, and Rascal goes golden. There's the man drop as Fly is going to hula hoop the ultimate on top of himself. I think that was the first shockwave that we've seen so far, and it did absolutely nothing.
Well, that's the icing on the cake right there, Atlas. A good old hula hoop for the very much clown fiesta we had in this one. 13-0, Infernal Soul, double Baron.
That's a perfect game, my friends.
Perfect game comes in as Gen Z are going to take the 2-1.
Well, if you wanted to get some vengeance for losing that game number 1, there is probably no better way to do it than a game like that. Just a masterclass. Klid popping off in the jungle. His Lee Sin left a little bit to be desired in game number 1, but the Jarvan was clean, and the Echo First time in the LCK in the jungle for 2020. And he makes it look like a completely overpowered pick. Love it.
Sounds about right for Clid, and the way that Gen G are playing right now, they're really rolling so nicely here in 2020 to the point where it feels like they can kind of play anything and be unstoppable. It happens from time to time where they drop games, but then they swiftly wake up, and then it looks like a totally different team. If they can just be a little bit more, I don't know, awake for their first game, might help them out in terms of their overall game record.
It's more practice. You get more practice on stage.
That's
if you
really
play all
smart.
3 games
Really
every single
smart.
time. And now, like we were talking about before, Gen G will even out the scoreline up against T1, but T1 will retain their first place position given the head-to-head in their first matchup, which was a victory for T1. I believe the only loss that Gen G have suffered so far this season. They've taken down DragonX, Humble Life, Damwon Gaming, Griffin, and KT. And now Afreeca is going to join those ranks. We'll see who their next victim is going to be. I believe APK Prince is later on this week. T1 with a little bit more of a challenge in their next match, if I am not otherwise mistaken. But we'll see exactly how it is going to go. Just for now, we need to congratulate Gen G on turning around what was a very difficult game number 1 into smashing games 2 and 3.
Definitely looked like a different team out there for games 2 and 3, as did Afreeca. I felt like they played so much better in game 1 compared to games 2 and 3 in the drafts as well.
Yeah.
Looked cleaner in game 1, so kind of disappointing there. Kind of like the Afreeca of old, where they were the best game 1 team, and then it was like, what happened? And then they would just lose.
You can take all of the players out of Afreeca, but apparently it's still the same Afreeca. It doesn't actually matter. I mean, a lot of them went over to KT, and KT were also pretty good at winning game 1s at the beginning of the season. Now they're actually winning series, as we have seen. As we check out some of these highlights, this is what happens when you have Pantheon and Echo. But what Gen G did was utilize all of the strengths that their composition had so beautifully in the early stages of the game to give themselves an insurmountable lead. And while Afreeca did have a composition that was going to be able to get to 3 items and do stuff, they weren't allowed to.
The highlights, there wasn't a single positive Afreeca highlight in this game. It was just diving turrets, taking names.
They didn't get anything. They got 0 objectives this game. It was a perfect game from Gen G.
They didn't even have a real team fight ever. There was nothing that Afreeca had in that game. It was all Gen G's.
There was 1 shockwave that game, and it hit 0 people. That's what this game was.
Yeah.
As Fly couldn't quite find an opportunity to use it. Maybe if he used it there, it might have been better. Maybe he had a few chances. Okay. I don't think he used it in that fight, though. So odd. Maybe it was on cooldown. Not entirely sure. As we're going to hear some of the comms for Gen G as Rascal just somehow surviving for 15 years and able to kill a jungler at the same time. Yeah, that was the embarrassing shockwave. Money teleports, and the game is over. And guys, I don't want to spoil it for you, but Clid's going to win the player of the game.
That he will. That he should.
You can hear some sighs of relief. You can tell that
lots of nice uses as well.
Lots of nice uses. Oh god, 800 damage.
Oh no!
Did Spirit sub in? I'm not entirely
It's
sure.
not 623, but it is 800.
Do you want to? What's 13,000 damage divided by 800?
You're asking the wrong guy.
13,000 divided by 800 is going to be the amount of times more damage.
It's probably like
Clid
20 times.
Yeah.
No, it's like 16 to 17 times.
Yeah, it's a
like
big
that.
number, dude.
Yeah,
It's a big number.
It's a lot more times.
Does the collective have a number for us? Have you guys pulled out a calculator? Come on, collective.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Well, Clid is going to pick it up 603, 500 points.
32.9% of his team's damage, very similar to BDD's contribution, but he's a jungler. Just insane amounts of control. It's like 20 times, 16.25 times. You are absolutely right. Nail on the head. And that is a lot more damage than Screw. 16 times the damage of his opponent.
Yeah, it's not really supposed to happen.
Nope.
And their comp maybe was just a little bit too plain. They got read like a book. They knew exactly how to play against it and shut it down real easy. No Pog interview.
Nope.
Feels bad.
We're not going to see it, but would have been nice to have another conversation with Clid and BDD, who seem to be the ones that get the MVPs for Gen G. In this season, it used to be a lot of ruler for Gen G when they were winning, but not the case this time, as it does say Gen G is in the lead at the moment, but that's not actually the case given the fact that they lost the head-to-head with T1. However, Afreeca are slowly but surely moving down these rankings. They're going to need to pull themselves back up again after some disappointing losses against both KT and now Gen G. DragonX also, they're going to have to try and put some distance between themselves and Afreeca and the rest of the pack, as we are going to see our 3-3 teams after about a 30-minute break, guys. Hanwha Life versus Damwon. Two very interesting squads at the moment, to be honest, because Hanwha managed to take down T1 as the only team to beat T1 so far this season, and Damwon Gaming have been struggling. They lost to Sandbox, and then Sandbox lost to KT. What does it mean?
It means that Hanwha Life should be favored going into that matchup, so it should be fun.
Yep, gonna go to a break. We'll be back at 8:20 KST. We'll see you then.
Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
I am a lion, walking with lambs. You can't be a god if you're only a man. I'm a break in the silence, so you understand. You can't tell me no, you know that I am a lion.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm not sure why Jason was giggling in my ear before we
I
went
made a
live
face.
right there. Oh, did you? You
Yeah,
were being
yeah,
a
I
silly
did.
boy?
Yeah, I did.
All right. All right. Well, that's okay. That'll be tolerable because we might have a silly series on our hands. It's Damwon versus Hanwha Life Esports. Both of these teams sitting at 3-3 at the moment as we move into week 4. And we'll see whether we can break the ties and who's going to be staying over the left-hand side of the bracket after this one.
Yeah, my money's on Hanwha Life right there. They're
Really?
coming off of
Okay.
a pretty nice win. And I don't know. Damwon's been looking pretty shaky. It's hard for me to really suggest that they would win much. I feel like they still need to prove a little bit more.
We're
Whereas
going
Hanwha
to the
Life-
west as opposed to the ship.
We're
I
going
like
to the
it.
west. 3 versus 3 tie. I don't know. I like the ship a little bit better. Sounds better than the west side.
Yeah, and the Tryndamere pick got completely punished, and we haven't been seeing compositions like that since. And now with all of the Soraka bans, all of the teams figuring it all out, it feels like Hanwha Life have calmed down when it comes to their exciting drafts. But we'll see what this week is going to show for us. Because, of course, you know, we've had some time for the coaches to do some theory crafting and figure out another way to do some more crazy things and spice up the LCK with their picks. And it's been Hanwha that's been able to do that with their drafts. And let's see what's going to happen. Hanwha Life's flexible bot lane. We saw good old Lava come in and play a couple of games. Despite being 1-1 on the bot side, he has done, on average, 34% of his team's damage down there. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind who I saw, to be perfectly honest, because Vista has also been able to come up with some pretty good performances. He, in fact, didn't die on his Ezreal performance to follow up. So let's see who they're going to be providing for us in the bottom lane. Because up against Nuclear and Beryl or Nuclear and Hoyt, depending on which one they want to go with, it generally just isn't too much of a tough ask. Unfortunately, the bottom lane from Damwon, it's still the same as 2019, and it's still struggling.
So Hanwha Life only wins if they get Dragon Soul. If they do not get Dragon Soul, they do not win. As you guys can see down there on the bottom
same
side.
can be said for Damwon, okay? They've won with Dragon Soul twice. And they win 100% of the time.
They've won without Dragon Soul 5 times. So
okay, that's a good point.
Same can't be said on their side.
So
although
we have to get Dragon Soul to win a game.
They really don't get Dragon Soul at all. Damwon, whereas Hanwha Life actually get it the second most in the entire league. As the win-loss rate up there at the top side, you guys can see, very similar. Damwon really haven't played all that many games. In the first series, we had 15 and 17. Now we have 14.
Well, Damwon have only had one. They've had two 2-1 series. First one against T1 in week 1, and then against Griffin last week, where they won 2-1 in that particular series. It was a weird 1-for-1 as we have a look at some of these highlights, starting off with Hanwha Life. Cuvée having a pop-off performance. To be perfectly honest, Griffin couldn't really stand up against this team, and I felt like the series probably should have been a little bit less close than it was, as we did have 3 games. The series went the distance.
Yeah, we're going to take a look here at Damwon's side of things. They lost 0-2 to Sandbox, and then Sandbox did not look good in their game against KT, so leaves you wondering, where are these teams towards the bottom of the table here in the LCK? Where do they rank? And I think we're going to find out a little bit more about that today.
The old 4-man haymaker, by the way. That ain't a bad one from good old Noguri there. I believe Damwon went on to lose this game because unfortunately Nuclear couldn't quite find too many targets to hit with his buttons towards later stages. But still, Damwon being able to still play the Kai'Sa despite it dying just there on your screen is a good sign.
You can see they were really struggling to find the high-level highlights there in their loss 0-2 to Sandbox. I want to take a look at one specific stat down there at the bottom. Isolated deaths, the first in the LCK versus the second in the LCK. Generally, these stats are based on your role. So you'll see on the right side, Nuguri has a ton of first stats for top lane, but he has a couple that are right up there towards the top for the LCK as well. First in the LCK for solo kills. And that's really been all that Damwon has been able to rely on so far. It's all been about Nuguri. It's all been about his solo carry, what he can do. Can he pull the team to a victory just barely? If you remember, they barely won against APK, which is not a good look. Again, APK is coming to their own, into their own. But how about this? Zenit coming in for his first game.
Finally, we see Zenit moving on over from KT, now going to be playing for Hanwha Life Esports. Their third bot lane carry that they've shown us so far. And Zenit had, you know, mostly lows, but he had some highs last year that we saw. So let's see what he can do up against the bottom lane of Damwon, and let's see exactly who that bottom lane is going to be. Skipping between Hoyt and Beryl, and most likely sticking with Hoyt throughout this season so far. But as we drift over to the names, it appears good old Beryl is back towards that bottom side, and I wonder whether this means we're going to be seeing more of that Kai'Sa Alistar play out of this bottom lane from Damwon, because Beryl's Alistar is an absolute treat. And I'd be looking forward to see what this means for the drafting phase of this game. Game 1 between Hanwha and Damwon. Damwon with red side as well, so counterpick for most likely this gentleman after the draft.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not counterpicking for the one guy on your team that actually carries, I think you're making a big mistake. Good old Atlas. So we're on the same side here, the same thought pattern.
Nailed it.
Zenit is going to get his first chance to come out here and impress.
See whether he can take us to the ship on Hanwha's side. A very important match for Hanwha Life, trying to get themselves to the top 5 rather than the bottom 5. This is a team that throughout their history has been 6th. That's just where they live, just one step away from the playoffs. Well, let's see whether they can bring themselves into 5th place with a victory here. It's all going to start with game number 1 and with the draft, as Hanwha Life have in the past been very creative, and I wonder whether it's going to continue here.
I think for sure they're going to bring in some interesting picks that you might not expect. I don't know if they're going to go totally off the rails and try to build a Tryndamere hyper carry comp once again. That maybe was taking it a little bit too far, because I think they're a good enough team to just play relatively straight up with their own flavor. You know, a couple of interesting picks here and there and win against the majority of the teams in this league. And as they're kind of middle of the pack, there are not a lot of players that have like significant like signature picks for them. But so far, Haru has been, I feel like, second best Jarvan out of all of the Jarvans we've seen. Clid, I feel like, should take number 1, but he's sitting at 4-0 on the pick. I wouldn't be surprised if they put some priority into that for their jungler.
Well, Ornn going to be the last ban here, or the second ban, sorry, for Damwon Gaming. And yeah, I'd like to see the Jarvan. Also is Diana. He was the one that debuted the Diana jungle and did look pretty good on it. As Senna is going to be banned away, maybe a result of our last series, Senna being very powerful when teamed up with the old Tahm Kench down there. Farming Tahm Kench, a very, very scary prospect. As it would also sort of hide the issues of the Damwon bottom lane if you could just put Nuclear basically on a support. But not going to be happening this time around, as Damwon going to ban away Kalista as their final ban. More of a targeted one against Zenit.
Yeah, pretty interesting there. Now, Soraka and Yuumi are still left available. I don't think we could have said that for any other game, that both of them are available here. We see that Hanwha Life picks up the Yuumi.
This is going to be guaranteed Olaf Soraka if Damwon don't pick it away right now. 100%.
Oh, Olaf Yuumi.
Sorry, Soraka had... Well, so the next round would have been these two picks.
Oh, yeah, okay, I see.
If Hanwha were allowed to, Damwon identify it beautifully. They lock those away instead. And now Hanwha to fire back. This may have actually added a spanner to the works, though, because it was not necessarily expected that Noguri is going to happily move towards the Soraka pick, unless we're going to see Nuclear piloting that towards the bottom side. A lot of flexibility still available here for Damwon, as Set is locked in. First time we've seen it this far down in a long time on Hanwha's side, but Cube had some great performances on the Set in their last series.
3-0 on the Set. Now, he was up against Sword on the side of Griffin, which at this point...
He just counterpicked himself, though, which is not great.
As Trundle is going to be the pick here. I don't... You know, I see a lot of people picking the Trundle into the Olaf. I like it, but I feel like this could have also been an opportunity to pick up the Jarvan. He's pretty good into the Olaf anyway. But seems like Haru is going to go for the Trundle instead. Has not played any games of the Trundle so far in 2020.
That Set lock-in is very strange, staring down a Soraka. As it's not going to be a bottom lane Soraka unless it's support, by the looks of things here for Damwon, as MF is locked away for Nuclear. Now thinking about their bans, might just be something like the Victor to be taken away, but they could also focus bottom lane, as Zenit is going to have his champion pool even more removed. Senna, Kalista, and the Ezreal now taken away. We'll see what else. That's, of course, banning away the Ezreal Yuumi lane. Lucian Yuumi might be banned away here at this next point of asking, and also does handle what Tempt might want to play, as well as potentially Cube, depending on where Set is going to go. Unless we're going to have a Set Yuumi lane. That could be fun. It'd be like Garen Yuumi back in the day.
Why not? You know, give it a shot. Maybe that technology is a little bit too advanced for the LCK. They usually take a while to develop their technology.
But
not
Hanwha
pretty good at
Life.
farming.
This is Hanwha Life. You know,
agriculture.
they try some strange stuff. As yeah, you're right. It's definitely more of an agricultural focus. As MF Leona is going to be the locked-in bottom lane, and that is going to mean that Soraka is looking more and more like a top lane pick. Zenit will go back to a champion that he's played almost the most, I believe, in the LCK thus far for his career, as the Varus is taken away. And Tempt moves into his famous Azir that didn't do a lot of winning, but did a lot of performing throughout his career so far. Certainly has been a good one for him.
They just, with a couple of picks right there, added a nice amount of scaling. I was joking about the Corki when you said we were going to the ship. I don't know.
Corki Azir, dude.
Are they actually going to do it? I feel like that was just hearkening back to that time, as you mentioned. But Echo, seeing more and more play in the jungle, in the mid lane, We are going to see Showmaker hopping onto this pick. Perhaps this is the new Akali. They said, well, Akali is so nerfed now that Echo is just that new mid lane AP kind of assassin type champion.
And has been recognized as a pretty strong champion at the moment as well. A lot of bans, especially yesterday, and continuing along today. Clid picking up a huge MVP on it in our last match of Gen G versus Afrika. If you missed that one, go and check it out. That was a masterclass on how to play Echo jungle. But now you've got Damwon with this really cool style of sort of dive duo as far as jungle and mid lane is concerned, but also really flexible because they have the wish from the Soraka, so they can go pretty ham in the mid game as a mid jungle duo and try and shut down what Hanwha are trying to do. I actually like Damwon's composition quite a lot, as Hanwha with a far more standard composition this time around.
I know, I was like, they're going to be the ones that probably bring in the interesting stuff, and then they're like, oh,
and they
guys
also
like
counterpick themselves.
Trundle, that sounds like a lot of fun. How about Varus? You guys ever seen this champion before? Yeah, so pretty straight up. And yeah, I mean, the counterpick on the top side, I think it's more so just comfort for Kive. It's like he's been struggling a lot, so they just wanted to put him on something that he's doing okay in. But he's up against Nuguri Soraka, which again is another interesting pick. I feel like they felt forced into picking Soraka, but then you put Nuguri onto not a carry, basically. He's a hyper carry in terms of a healer, but not necessarily what you would expect from him.
Still a lane abuser, though, and we'll see what Nuguri is going to be able to do. We saw Fly attempt this particular matchup, and it looked set favored in that one, as Hail of Blades Echo. He's going to be phase drive resonating so often in this game.
Wow.
Just absolute resonance.
That really resonates with me, you know.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
I like to include you.
I would hope so. I do like, though, that Showmaker has said, you know, what's something similar to Akali that is nice nowadays and is decent in the meta? It's Echo.
Yep. We saw from the jungle it was Dark Harvest being taken by Clid. A little bit more of a snowballing option. But we'll see how this Hail of Blades is going to go.
Yeah, Hail of Blades. He's got the Poro and Minion Dematerializer. It's interesting. We see this in a lot of kind of losing lanes and winning lanes. You know, you want to try to handle the wave that's being force pushed into you if you don't have the pushing advantage. And same can go the other way, I suppose. If you're trying to push really fast, you can get it done as a late invade comes in here through Damwon.
Yep.
Hail of Blades.
Yeah, Tempt getting hailed. Getting hailed on real bad. Right here. Echo was often a pick into the Azir, just because if Emperor's Divide comes down, you can dodge it completely with the Chrono Break and then continue to go aggressive onto the little pigeon in the mid lane. As you can see, Showmaker very happily just darting in and out, getting that damage down. You saw that he actually took his dash first, the phase drive taken, as Canyon looking to move his way in. Haru's on a ward, and so Canyon not going to go too far. You can see the wave in a good spot here for Tempt, as Showmaker hasn't been able to play up too far without getting punished, as that was an exhaust.
Yeah, why did he exhaust? I think probably barrel engaged, and they freaked out a little bit.
Well, there's the Zenith Blade. The Zenith has to use his cleanse very early, but we got a fight here. Is Haru going to get flashed on Canyon? Grabs that kill, and now 2 versus 1 for Tempt. Can he grab the kill onto Showmaker? The answer is yes, as the Undertow lands onto Tempt, but Canyon didn't have his flash available and cannot follow up. It is just fighting everywhere at the start of this match, but an even 1-for-1 there in the mid lane with Tempt coming out on top.
Yeah, I'm glad that at least in this case we get a lot more fighting as something we forgot to mention. Yeah, Lehens is a great Yuumi player, 8-0 currently on the pick. He is one of the guys that really made it popular here in the LCK.
Well, Zenith's going to get lit on fire as Lehens jumps off his charge and will now try and get some harass down himself. But Showmaker looking for a bit of a dive towards this bottom side. Scryer's Bloom will show him this ward. There's now Nuguri and Cube. We're going to check in. Very even up here towards the top side. We'll see whether Noguri can show us exactly how counterpick worthy the Soraka is in this matchup. If there's any top laner here in the LCK that can show us in the laning phase how to take someone down, it would certainly be Noguri, as Haymaker lands the sweet spot. So nice work there, Cube.
See the junglers hanging around the bottom side with flash down on Zenit. They want to go for it.
Yeah, that's the flash in. Didn't even need Canyon. And that is just what happens when you get hit by an E.
Yeah, so if you are a Varus and you do not have flash and your support doesn't have any summoners either, why are you anywhere near flash range of a Leona?
Look, can't really tell you. I'm not entirely sure myself.
There's not really much else to say. That's just a big mistake coming in from Zenit. As we saw the 2-on-2 down here. The damage was nicer from the Olaf at lower levels, but Showmaker should have stayed in and gotten one more auto. I think Thames might have died there. That's really the only mistake. Yeah. You can see they're desperately trying to push the wave here, but it's just a mistake. You should never get in range. You just have to let those minions go. Doesn't matter how much you want them.
A little bit unfortunate for Zenit's debut to be down so incredibly far, as we see Showmaker and Tempt continuing to trade. When the Chrono Break comes in, that's going to be where Showmaker is able to really go ham in this lane. Parallel Convergence not actually going to get him the shield this time, as Beryl's going to turn up in the mid lane, thinking about counter gank options or something like that. But Canyon finds himself an undertow, but misses out on a Rift Scuttler there on the top side. And even is the jungle, which is not something you normally say about anyone versus Olaf. Olaf very fast, and Trundle not necessarily known for AoE camp clear.
Yeah.
He's been able to stay healthy and get himself around this jungle. Canyon not even going back yet, actually, as Haru's still able to continue impressing.
I think that might be part of the reason, because Haru died, and super early on in the game, the death timers are like 3 seconds, so
yeah,
it actually allowed him to go back, buy his jungle item, and perhaps farm up a little bit faster than Canyon, who was hanging around the bottom lane for about 45 seconds. So that was another reason why that was going on. They didn't end up really needing him in the end.
Yeah, full clears his jungle now, though, and he's going to go back. It's going to be Cinderhulk coming in for the Olaf, getting as tanky as possible to make sure Noguri is able to heal him up and keep him in the fight for as long as possible. Noguri goes back, gets himself his Fiendish Codex. We'll be building towards his Athene's Unholy Grail as the first item option for the Soraka. Showmaker and Tempt continuing to just fight one another. A lot of extra movement speed there for Showmaker, as you could see. But Showmaker now not going to be under any threat of dying, as he can just press his R button to get himself to relative safety, assuming he knows where his Echo is going to be.
Ah, yes, the Echo.
Yeah. As Noguri just getting punched by Cuvée here, moves out of the way of the Haymaker, and we'll see whether he can land some Qs to get his health back up again. Damwon stealing away a red buff, and Canyon will be able to lock that one down with his smite. Damwon, good rotation to make sure that they can deny that red buff away from Hanwha, Haru especially.
Canyon getting started here on the Mountain Drake, as Noguri's got to be careful about taking these trades. Executioner's calling, taken early to deal with the Soraka.
We got Barrier and Wish, so I don't think he was actually anywhere near dying. His Tempt throws back Showmaker, but the Parallel Convergence comes in. He spots Haru, immediately gets himself out in this. That's what we were talking about, the safety of the Echo in this matchup. But now that's going to be on cooldown. We'll see how this changes Showmaker's playstyle here in this lane. Time Warp Tonic going to help him get his health back up again, as Leona not going to find an opportunity to get herself in. And Noguri moving himself back towards top lane as Cuvé's just taken.
This is part of the reason. If you take so much chip damage in the lane, you're eventually going to be pushed out. Even if you do have Summoner's Wish and stuff like this, you're not going to have your teleport to get back. So he misses a giant wave, has to deal with this. He needs to know as a Soraka that he's good at nullifying the set and countering him, but not if you just run straight at him. So I wonder if this Soraka is actually good for Noguri's style, because he loves to get super aggressive, and that might actually hurt him up against Set.
Well, now he's going to throw his ward in, spots Cuvée out, misses the Q as Beryl's going to come forward. Airy applied. And Haru is in the area, but Beryl's lying in wait. Not sure Leona and Soraka are necessarily going to have the damage potential. But Canyon's making his way up. And Hanwha will disengage.
Yeah, I think Nuguri was baiting a little bit too hard. Made it pretty obvious that someone was around. As now with the rotation we see very often from the bottom lane. They're going to make their way up and try to take down Shelly pretty early on in this game.
Showmaker will clear out this minion wave, but he's still behind by a little bit. That's because, of course, Tempt had more of an opportunity to farm things up after Showmaker's death earlier on. So we have a look at the gold. Cube sitting on a gigantic sum of money up there top side. No teleport available. Looking pretty comfy right now. Also taking the fleet footwork just to make sure that he's got as much sustain in this lane as possible going up against the Soraka. I don't mind that choice at all.
This mid lane always looks so messy because there's like 2-3 shoulders.
Everywhere.
There's
yeah.
Echo's little guy following him, plus all the circles around all the minions from his Q, from the Echo Q. It's like, you can barely see what's going on in there. There's so much.
It's a mess.
So many graphics going on.
Well, Nuguri missing out on a couple of those minions there. The banana's not quite working out. You can see he's behind a couple of waves here in this lane. Not a huge deal, as we've spoken about before. That double up actually really hurting. It's Cube, presses Q, chases after Nuguri. Silence does come in, but the face break is going to be in range. And there it is. Showstopper comes down. Barrier is gained from this one. As Cube not going to be able to find the sweet spot there of the Haymaker, but still doing enough damage. Wish still available as Haru steals away the blue buff. And now, final chapter has been read out. Bullet time is doing a lot more damage though, as Parallel Convergence not going to stun anyone. Showmaker now hunting down towards the bottom side. Undertow lands onto Zenit. The Wish comes in just for good measure. Gives Nuguri an assist, and now Lehends, without anyone to jump to, is getting dove. Canyon not going to be able to tank too much more though, as remember that turret charges up. Showmaker has to use his ult, but gets back under the turret. Bit of a disaster. However, they are going to survive without anyone dying, and Zenit is 0-0.
Yeah, Damwon actually really dominating the early game. The top lane, Nuguri's not dying, which is really the only thing he needs to focus on. But other than that, they get the early first blood down on the bottom side. Hanwha Life with Haru just trying to invade the blue, I think was a mistake. They all get caught out by the Olaf once again, making that champion look really strong.
Oh yeah.
Into the Trundle when he's not actually supposed to be that strong. And at the end of the day, just getting caught down the river straight into the bullet time, giving 2 kills over to Nuclear now.
Just have a look at it one more time, guys. Haru, he managed to get the blue buff. So there's that.
And then, well, he baited Zenit and Lehends into the fight. Trying to get in there. I guess they didn't expect the bottom lane to be back down there that fast, but they went to Rift Herald, went back, and immediately came bot lane again. And it caught them all by surprise. And when you're up against Leona Olaf, it's going to be extremely hard to run away, especially when you're down summoners. And wasn't much they can do once they got out of position.
Well, Canyon continues to just storm through his jungle. Cuvée moves back up towards top side, dealing with very annoying Nuguri on his Soraka.
Is that his name now?
Well, yeah.
Very annoying.
Certainly how it's been working thus far, as he has his Athene's Unholy Grail. That's going to be stacking up and giving him even more healing. As, we'll see how much more difficult this lane gets for Cuvée.
Kenyon's got the most gold in the game. Even more than the Azir that has 131 CS.
Yeah.
At before 13 minutes.
Well, there's Solar Flare, and there is most likely a dead Zenit unless Lehends can get there. Zenith Blade comes down. Final chapter is read. A lot of turret damage to come here onto Beryl, who doesn't have flash, but he will survive in the end. It was close, but not close enough, and this is obliteration in the bottom lane. As, okay, Showmaker going to have to use his ultimate yet again, and the Infernal Rift is coming in here. Earth, Wind, and Fire in order are going to be the Drakes.
There you go.
I got it.
Today is really not the day of subs. Like, All In comes in, has a decent first game, but then, you know, he kind of gets wrecked by BDD, and now Zenit comes in for the first time, and unfortunately isn't having the best game on the Varus. He's just playing too far down the lane up against the Leona. which, by the way, I believe that was picked into the MF Leona, so they knew what they were going up against. And he's just not playing safe enough without summoners on this pick to survive, and he's getting caught over and over, and unfortunately, over again.
And yeah. Solar Flare bullet time, everyone. I guess?
Solar time.
Yeah. Bullet Flare.
Bullet Flare is better.
Yeah, like that one. But I guess you Solar Flare first. So maybe Solar Time.
Solar Time is, that doesn't really...
I mean, it's definitely
it's
more
not very
climate change conscious.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Solar Time? Guys, it's Solar Time.
Solar Time, please.
Let's stop with the
Pay
fossil
attention.
fuels. It's Solar Time.
Yeah.
And it is Solar Time, so okay.
Solar,
I'm warming to it.
Solar was a really good Zerg player in StarCraft 2.
Oh, yeah, he was.
Yeah. So, I'm
always
down for the
pronounce
Solar
his
Time.
name Solar, though.
Solar?
It's less of a solar.
Yeah, I don't know why
I didn't
we used to do
ever
that.
actually equate it to like
Solar?
solar power.
Yeah.
Very weird.
But no Solar players here in
I wonder how the
League of
StarCraft
Legends.
is going at the moment. Katowice is on at the moment.
I don't know.
Interested to see how
Sure
that
it's
one's going. Our good mates Pig and Maynard over there, my Australian brethren on the caster desk. Exciting to see those guys. Big fan. But we're doing some League of Legends right here. No need to talk about competing games.
Yeah. We don't have anyone named Solar, but we have
the Flare.
Obviously Solar Flare. We
Yeah.
have
I mean, talking about solar things.
what's that item? Solari? Locket of the Iron
Yeah.
Solari.
That is true.
Yeah.
The Showmaker is going to look for Tempt here. But Lehens is joining him. Two-person powerful bird with a cat. Certainly the most unlikely of friends, much like one of my favorite shows, Cat Dog. Cat Bird is
I
another
love
one.
Cat Dog. It's
Me
such
too.
a great show.
Such a great theme song.
Yeah. Oh, that was probably my favorite.
Well, Showmaker tries to steal away his blue buff. He will have his Chrono Break, so he's not actually in very much trouble as Beryl, considering throwing out his ultimate, but isn't going to pull the trigger. Showmaker makes his way down the bottom side, where a cannon minion is tanking up the wave, tanking up the turret, in order to allow all this CS to go over to the Echo. Canyon potentially in trouble as the pillar does come in, as Make It Rain will deny any follow-up. Damwon just continue to hold on to an advantage. It's 3,000 gold to lead. Trinity Force on the way for Cuvée. It looks like Nogre is getting towards his redemption. It's closed the gap though as Cuvée at the moment as Haymaker lands the sweet spot. And Nogre just walks away with half of his health bar used up.
Yeah. As long as he doesn't die, I suppose he'll be okay.
Poor little Zenith.
Not even going in, they're just like letting him know. It's like, hey, by the way,
you're not allowed to play this game.
Yeah, leave the lane now.
Yeah. That's sad. He does have his Blade of the Ruin King done, so he's slowly but surely getting towards some items, and he's only 30 CS behind. It could theoretically be worse, but not much worse, to be honest. As Nogre up here has defended half of the health bar of his turret, and this Soraka pick is more about what's going to happen in the later stages of the game. Grabs all that money from the wave, and he's down a level, but otherwise everything's fine. For good old Nogre?
Yeah, he's just chilling up there, farming. He's going to get his items slowly. And now that his team has won elsewhere on the map, I'm sure he's having a grand old time. I think nothing really is going to be able to challenge Damwon from this point. I mean, they're going to have to rely on Tempt, I would imagine, because he is farming really well. He's got 187 CS in this one. Cuvé's also on the set, so perhaps if he can get some really nice engagements, but other than that, you're going up against a Soraka that has stayed alive in a 3-0-1 MF, not to mention a big Olaf with a healer on your team.
Yeah, the gigantic Olaf with Soraka is really frightening.
Things are just looking smooth sailing for the side of Damwon, which has not been the name of the game for them so far in 2020.
No, they have had some struggling performances. As that's Zenit getting dove by Showmaker, who Chrono Breaks his way back, was actually trying to use that for damage, but Zenit not going to be silly enough to walk towards the Echo's clone. As Canyon just going to solo down this Infernal Drake. Earth, Wind, and Fire has been collected, and Infernal Soul threatened in favor of Damwon. And I want to return to that stat at the beginning of the game. Halma Life, how many games have they won without Dragon Soul?
0.
Yeah. That's a whoopsie.
they don't get Dragon Soul, they lose 100% of the time, every time.
It does certainly show that Hanwha don't necessarily come back from poor starts. It often feels that if they do start losing, they just continue losing. Which is not a great sign.
Yeah, and also that they can only win when the game goes long enough for them to get the Dragon Soul and for them to be far ahead enough to secure that objective. It's on paper, I guess when you first look at it, it seems like a good stat, but actually it's like a bad stat, right?
Yep.
0 wins without the Dragon Soul. Not so good.
Now, with Zenit down here at his inner turret, thankfully for him, Showmaker keeps throwing waves back at him. But I do want to bring back our good friend LS. A wave freeze would stop that Varus from being able to farm ever. Which ain't too bad as that's a great pillar. It's going to stop Shirley from being able to get her charge off unless Haru can't manage to kill her. As there's the Emperor's Divide. Bullet time comes in as well as now Haru possibly going to get answered. Great ultimate into the backline from Cuvee, but everyone's going down low. No one's dead just yet. Wish comes in, and the Olaf makes his way out. That's what a Soraka will do to your team.
Yeah, they take probably the worst engage we've seen in quite a while into everybody surviving after only having blown a couple of flashes.
I believe Shirley didn't get a charge, though, so success for Hanwha Life.
Absolutely.
That was their objective. They nailed it. Nicely done.
They were able to keep their turret alive, keep the game going.
And it is Ardent Sensor from Nuguri. We often see Redemption in this slot, but it is going to be the Ardent Sensor picked up to begin with. That is going to buff Nuclear and Showmaker's damage quite a lot every time a Wish is thrown out, not to mention Canyon as well. It's only going to add to the healing. I think the Forbidden Book for Tempt's second item is going to be something that's justifiable this game. I hate to say it. I think it is true.
Yeah. As we had some action there in between the Drakes, which was kind of surprising. But it was Damwon trying to bring it upon themselves with the Shirley drop down here. And this could be one of the earliest Dragon Souls that we could possibly have so far in the LCK.
Yeah.
As it's going to drop down
23 minutes.
23 minutes.
Jeepers. Showmaker looking for Cuvee, going for the 1v1 as Parallel Convergence comes in. Not going to be able to land the stun, though, as Cuvee gets himself his own shield with the Haymaker. It's just going to be a gentleman's agreement for the moment as Canyon just wandering around this pillar. Haru going to put down some yucky ground that he runs real fast on.
For some reason, I feel like with this Trundle skin, the pillar is a lot more effective.
Yeah, it looks fatter.
Yeah, I don't know why. It just feels that way.
I think it actually is bigger.
Like, it's like visually, but not actually.
Yeah.
You would, unless it's a broken skin, which I hope it's not.
That's generally banned.
Yes.
When the skins do give you any sort of unfair advantage, they are taken away from the competitive pool, and often fixed as well, as we see a lot of the skins that used to be banned now available in pro play. Best example that I have is Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank's hook was just notably better. Like, it was crazy. That skin was real silly. Also, the Anivia legendary skin actually fixed Anivia's auto attack animation, which only recently got fixed. Yeah. And you had to use it, and pro players didn't know how to play the champion without that skin. Because her auto animation was just so bad at the beginning. Apart from Froggen. Froggen could do it because he was just the Anivia Lord and Savior.
There's Steel Legion Lux. I feel like they didn't change that, actually. It's still impossible to see the Q that comes out from that Lux skin. Thankfully, we don't see Lux anymore.
Nope.
I don't know why I said thankfully. I actually like Lux a lot, but we don't have any problems with seeing that skin, I suppose.
Haven't we seen one Lux? Yeah, we have.
Yeah, we've
seen
one
Lux support.
We saw one. I just mean in general, it's like...
Yeah, I don't really know whether you're allowed to play that skin either. I don't know whether we saw it. Elementalist Lux is a little bit too cool.
Keel with a K-E-W-L.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Keel.
It's the only Keel I deal with. As, okay, Cuvee and Showmaker once again fighting. Parallel Convergence going to get the shield for Showmaker. Eats up the Haymaker there as you see Beryl moving on down as there's the Showstopper. And Showmaker going to get some damage down Really love the ultimate, able to escape as well here as the bullet time flying on in, but Beryl going to be the first one to go down. Noguri a little bit late to the party as this is Infernal Soul, and now they have to do it without their support. Back coming in, Showmaker does have his teleport, and there's the Emperor's Divide. Noguri gets demolished at the beginning of this fight, but a lot of AoE coming on through. Showmaker makes his way back in, and it's a double kill already for Nuclear. Make that a quadra, as now they'll grab the Infernal Soul. And Nuclear, welcome to the LCK for 2020, my friend. We've missed you, but it's great to have you back.
He makes it back, and he gets the Infernal Soul for his team, 7-0-2. After Showmaker tries so hard to int into this one, he baits in Beryl, and I don't know, just 1v1ing the set here just doesn't seem like a good idea. Echo doesn't have enough items just yet. They have to blow Wish here. Before he uses his ultimate, Beryl's left all alone, bullet time seems wasted, and you're thinking, wow, did they just throw here at Infernal Soul? But then what happens is they can't get onto the backline onto Nuclear.
Great answering flash from Noguri there as well.
Look at Nuclear. He's behind the Emperor's Divide, so he has a literal wall in front of him. Nobody can get to him. And so he's so fed, he's able to auto everybody in front of him. The double-ups are doing insane damage. And that was it. Zenit wasn't able to do nearly as much damage as Nuclear, who is much more fed, of course. And due to that play, Nuclear is able to pick up a quadra.
7-0-2 now, as, yeah. Just sometimes you need to get under the AD carry in order to win a team fight, especially when they are this fed, as he's got the maximum gold bounty now. But Showmaker making his way back into the fight and actually performing very, very well. Did help out also, created a lot of space after, you know, the Showstopper was on cooldown, Tempt's Emperor's Divide was on cooldown, Zenit had flashed and used his Chains of Corruption and hadn't found anything. Of course, Emperor's Divide, you can walk through it if it's your team, but it did just look like a wall
visually
stopping anyone from getting to Nuclear.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. He just was able to stand behind them and nobody could really get onto the backline. And once you avoid the Emperor's Divide, it's like, well.
He was just attack moving.
Lots of room
able
for
to
me.
attack move, spam Qs.
Yeah.
And even though Bullet Time was on cooldown, he'd already softened up the members of Harm Alive to the point where it was just cleanup duty. Great to see. Good performance out of Nuclear, though, because sometimes Nuclear can even get ahead in early games and then be unable to actually transition that into the type of aggressive play that we want to see out of our AD carries. But 7-0-2 certainly showing us that he has been performing now. And with his 3 items as well as a luxury Executioner's Calling, this guy's a very happy misfortune.
He's feeling pretty good. I actually wouldn't have minded the GA at this point, just to say, you know, you can kill me once, but I'll be back in my super fed form, and maybe Soraka can heal me up once again to keep a fight alive, because as it stands, yeah, he'll be doing an insane amount of damage, but if he gets caught once by a Set or by an Azir, there's a decent chance that he just gets blown up and he can't lifesteal through it.
Yep. Unless Noguri can be in position to protect him, but as you can see, he's now only just moving towards this mid lane. Cube dealing with all of the minions bottom side, but has teleport if this Baron is indeed started. But that's Infernal Soul, that's Baron positioning, and that is not a lot of hope for Harm Alive in this game.
Yeah, they got the 1-2 on the control wards to...
Okay. Showmaker does have to get out of there. Lehen's going to go down extraordinarily low, but he's Yuumi, so he should be all right. Beryl is going to miss, but lands the Solar Flare. There's the bullet time. Zenit down to about half health before the fight has even really started, but that's a really good piercing arrow. And now Cube flashing forward, gets the face breaker. Noguri with the barrier, keeps himself alive, and Nuclear has taken down the Azir already. The Soraka has been taken, but I have a feeling the damage has been done, as Trundle will fall down. No more jungler to stop this Baron as Showmaker is hunting. Will find the snare, and Cube will the 1v1 work out this time, as remember, this is Infernal Soul. He does a lot of damage and now has 12 stacks on his Magi's, but able to run real fast.
He remembers Set. It's really hard for an Echo to 1v1 Set.
He's getting his revenge.
Yeah.
What he's going for right now is Timewinder going to help out grabbing this Baron, and Damwon, 5,000 gold in the lead. Feels like they're ahead by a whole lot further with the power of this Infernal Soul.
Yeah, so the passive of MF plus the Infernal Soul plus 7 kills. I want you to just watch Tempt's health in this one. Bullet time comes out, but it has to be canceled. And then, just watch here, once Tempt moves forward. Look at Nuclear. Just jump onto him, 1, 2. It's like, and the double up on the Zenit. He loses half his health in the back line. And immediately it's like, oh, we got the Soraka guys. Wait, where'd you go?
My screen's gray. I don't know what happened. My God.
And that was about it. Passive plus Infernal Soul plus all of those items. Just pop, pop. And that's all you need.
Well, this is definitely the best we've seen of Nuclear so far. Doesn't necessarily look like it was all that tough for him, to be honest. It was a team effort to get him this fed, but now being able to see Damwon playing around a fed 80 carry, never seen it before, Valens.
I know.
It's like, this is the first time. I'm so excited. It's like a unicorn. And they have a unicorn as well.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
It does feel like a extremely rare circumstance here for Damwon. And that unicorn is going to keep them safe, the both of them, I suppose. As Damwon with the Baron look to push on in here, as Showmaker kind of reminds me of like the annoying younger brother that's like always running around and trying to poke you and annoy you and stuff, but he like can't quite kill anything. He's tried so hard to dominate Cuvée, but he just cannot do it.
Well, he's 2-1-6. He still had a good performance. Yeah. He's got 12 pages in his book. We saw pages getting torn out in most of our books so far today. But now he's getting towards a short story. You know? Not too bad. Now teleporting back towards the mid lane. Zhonya's in hand. And he's a very happy little Echo. Well, if Baron buff wasn't enough, let's just grab ourselves an Elder Drake with absolutely 0 contest. And move on towards the enemy base. Humble Life have just stopped doing anything about anything at this stage.
Yeah.
This is going to be the first loss for Lehenz's Yuumi as well.
First loss for that. It'll also add to their amount of... I guess it won't add to their amount of wins without Dragon Soul.
No, it's just going to continue that. Yeah. That's a trend that is most certainly continuing down the same path.
Yeah. Cuvée will eat his first loss on the set for 2020, 3-1. And yeah, it does feel like real desperation time here for Hanwha. Even Tempt has a weird build here. He's just trying to spend all his money, I suppose. Yeah. So those two items don't build into anything together anymore.
Not anymore. Used to be all you needed was a book and you could make a hat.
Yeah.
But no, there's just 2 of the big pink sticks.
Yeah. So I wonder if an Elixir might have just been better in this case, but either way, still just trying to build permanent items that he could potentially roll into an extreme late game that somehow he's able to carry.
Well, we've got 2 minutes on this Elder Dragon buff, as Baron's going to be up in 2.5. So if Hanwha Life are able to hold on to their base, theoretically they can fight a Damwon that don't have Elder Drake around Baron, maybe. The problem is that Infernal Soul will still be there, and Nuclear will still be 8-0-3 with 4 items and an Executioner's Calling, and in a really, really good spot.
Without Baron, it's still going to be hard to push because the Azir can take care of one lane by himself. Then they can send a couple of people over to take care of another lane, as we're getting the huge zoom out here.
Yep.
They do have to deal with the bottom lane at the same time. They're just trying to feed Zenit as much as possible.
Trying to make him into a champion, but it might take a little while. Temp has to flash out of the Solar Flare as this inhibitor turret is going to go down. Canyon down to about half health, but remember, that doesn't mean anything. Noguri still has Wish available. His W's heal for half the health bar of the Olaf of all champions. Now 1.5 minutes towards the Baron. Second inhibitor going to go down. Another back to come in here as Showmaker just ults himself back towards the mid lane and gets his full health bar back. Noguri down to half health as in goes Showmaker, looking for the dive. Bullet time is gigantic damage into the back line. Azir is dead. The Varus, I think, was in the team fight for a little while. He's taken down as well, and this game is over. Damwon are going to stamp their foot down against Hanwha Life here and show some different gears with the Soraka top lane, with Nuclear finally having a carry performance. And this is what we've wanted out of this squad. Showmaker continuing just to have a good time, annoying Cuvée as he stands on the base. But this will show that Hanwha Life cannot leave Soraka available, even if it is against Noguri, who wouldn't necessarily normally pick it. I have a feeling Damwon just called their bluff in this game.
Yeah, it does kind of feel that way, as they're like, oh, you don't expect us to take those two champions? Well, don't mind if we do. We'll just scoop them up. Noguri plays the Soraka nicely, doesn't get dominated in lane, and I do have to say, though, that I would like a swap down in the bottom side. Doesn't look like Zenit is quite ready, as perhaps he was just really nervous for his first time coming back. It does feel bad for him.
He got destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, that was... Yeah. And it was through multiple of his own mistakes, like many of his own mistakes.
Yeah.
Just like walking way too close to a Leona without his summoners, and it just seemed like kind of nervous mistakes, which is never happy for me to see. I like all of our players to be feeling good and having fun, but yeah,
well,
it
you
just
know what the
doesn't
good news
strike
is?
me like he's ready.
There is good news for Hanwha Life. They have 2 extra 80 carries, actually. So
yeah,
they'll be totally fine. They can put Lava in, they can put Vista in if they would like to. So certainly we are likely to be seeing some subs after this break. Not confirmed, of course, but I would assume that after a performance like that, you'd probably want to give the guy a break. Because getting trashed by Nuclear is not something that feels super great, as he is not one of our more dominant 80 carries. 22.7k damage and a pretty linear gold graph here for Damwon. Feeling pretty elementary. I think next time around, Hanwha Life aren't going to counterpick themselves in top lane.
Yeah.
Like, let's do that, please.
You know, Kive wants what he wants, I suppose. It didn't end up allowing him to carry at all, but either way, it was kind of just too much of a disaster down on the bottom side of the map for...
I feel like Beryl also had a great return to,
yeah.
to the
I thought
LCK.
about giving it to him because he was a lot of the reason why they were starting all of those
That's a good
fights.
point.
But at the same time, it was kind of just like pretty easy stuff that it's like, oh, he's right there, let me just get him, you know?
Yeah, and also, like, Nuclear doesn't have carry performances like this very often. And I want to recognize that he was finally able to show that he is able to crush a lane. Because... honestly, before this, I don't remember the last time Nuclear was a hard carry for this team.
He also did have a great game, like awesome positioning in all those fights for sure.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. We'll see whether it continues after the break.
나 지금 누가 가도 돼요?
이미 밀었어.
미드 집 갔다 공으로 올게. 계속해. 공으로 올게.
별로 가는 거 괜찮아.
나 궁쿨 30초야. 나 가도 돼, 가도 돼.
장로 연애 장로 끝난다 10초 후에. 나지를 높으니까 배달 의식 안 해도 돼. 그러면아.
들어가 볼게 이거.
오케이.
야 바로 높여.
나 타워으로 가. 이제. 나 끝났다. 세트 프리서.
야 이걸 왜 치고 있냐? 야 뭐야?
뭐해?
너 상남자야?
너 불도야 얘 누구?
불렀어.
That was Hana Life Esports versus Damwon Gaming, game number 1. Damwon looked promising than ever so far in LCK 2020. I think Hana Life had a very favoring draft overall. Hana Life took their comfort pick, Yuumi and also Sett, so they had a very blue team-ish composition overall. However, Damwon Gaming went with their favorite picks as well, MF on the bot lane and also Echo with the Hail of Blades. So, Hail of Blades is actually focusing before the 6 level mark of Echo, so Lira at the beginning of the game didn't think it would be really that viable. However, Showmaker will manage to pull it off. How powerful this champion can be with the synergy with his rune he took. So let's talk about some of the highlights that happened in game. Damwon was really solid as a team. So Damwon, unlike their original style, they were trying to play around bot side. Beryl already burned all the spells from Zenith, so it was easier for them to play around Varus without any spell. So even though Haru came for a cover, well, Zenith looks really shaky already due to his champion pick and the deficit coming from his summoner spell. Leona in LCK has not been showing a lot of success so far in LCK, but this time, Beryl was able to show what he can pull off on this champion. Plus, Leona was really powerful in terms of keep putting a lot of pressure to the Varus. So the byproduct of the strong laning phase and the pressure coming out of Leona, well, it was easier for them to pick up a kill in the early phase of the during the laning phase. So moving on, we have another highlight that could see how powerful Soraka can be in game. So Haru came in for a counter jungle. It was actually very legitimate because already Tempt was having a very strong lane. However, Damwon Gaming was also really confident going in for this fight because they had Soraka on top side. They had this global ultimate that can always support them even on the other side of the map. So Hana Life Esports, they have a Yuumi Azir on their side, which actually has to wait for a late game. So those kind of mid-game skirmish is always favoring Damwon Gaming. So Damwon Gaming was smooth sailing throughout this game number 1. So Varus was having a lot of hard time. However, he locked it in after seeing Olaf and Leona, so maybe he kind of self-countered himself in terms of take and ban. So it was not a very clever choice for AD carry. Let's check out who will be the player of the game coming out of Damwon Gaming. Nuclear, who had his first hyper carry game coming in this split. A lot of people have been always saying that Damwon needs another plan besides relying on just on Nuguri, but this time around, Nuclear finally proved himself how powerful he can be as a hyper carry AD performance. And recently, Damwon also picked up Ghost as their substitute AD carry, so maybe this also could have been turnaround point for Nuclear to kind of step up for this game. So Nuclear picked up 9 votes out of 9 people for this POG, so no doubt this POG goes to Nuclear. So let's check out what will happen in game number 2, Hana Life versus Damwon Gaming, because Hana Life, they have a very flexible AD carry players coming in for games. So this was Zenith's first game in LCK this split, so he got very punished by in game number 1. So we saw how strong Damwon can be with Nuclear doing its role perfectly. So maybe Hana have to be ready, kind of go into kind of upgraded bot laners in Damwon Gaming. So Hana Life should never pick Varus up against Olaf Leona with super hyper CCs on their hands. So let's check out whether they're ready with some of the clever pick and best in game number 2.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for your translation as always. And here we are, yes, for game number 2. Myself and the Valdanalyst himself are going to be joining us, as is Vista, making his way into the bottom lane. Surprise, surprise! Zenith, after ending a lot in game number 1, is going to be summed out, and Vista's going to make his way back in. So get your Aphelios bands ready. Damwon Gaming, because you're not allowed to let Vista have that champion.
Yeah, I think we'll be seeing him banned. Regardless, him and Ornn and maybe even Soraka this time around. We'll have to wait and see if they focus on any of the healing champions. The Yuumi, unfortunately for Lehends, taking his first loss, now 8-1 rather than 8-0. His 20 KDA tarnished.
Yeah, something can be said about him playing it alongside Viper in the AD carry position every single time. Viper, a very smart man when it comes to positioning historically, and especially when he was on Griffin last year. So, also, you know, Yuumi was a different champion as well back then, and we're not going to go into exactly what she was so busted for. As Damwon going to ban away Azir as the first champion off the rank, and Zoe is going to be the answer.
Mid laners targeted everywhere. But we'll see.
Mostly here in the LCK.
Yes, true. Yeah. And we'll see if they decide to, you know, go for kind of the game of chicken that you can do in the pick ban. Try to leave all the OPs available. Looks like they're not going to go into that just yet, as Ornn is going to hit the bench.
Well, Aphelios is going to remain available. See where the set gets looked at. Looks like a set first pick is a possibility now, with Ornn and Soraka both banned away. Damwon probably tossing up whether Aphelios or Yuumi needs to be banned here, and the Yuumi is the decision that they're going to make. Just get that out of the hands of Lehends, and despite it losing in game number 1, they still respect the pick enough to ban it away. Certainly wasn't the Yuumi's fault that that game was lost. Not that I'm pointing blame anywhere specifically. Not at all.
Maybe not specifically.
Okay, Aphelios is available, and we'll see whether it's going to be snapped up, and it should be, as it is Nuclear that's playing it. We'll see whether he can prove himself on a very coveted pick. Cuvée now able to lock away the set himself, and there's the center once again. Will Damwon pick away the Tahm Kench? It looks like they will. That will probably force Lehends to play the center, but he's already played it in the past in the support role. He was one of our debuting support centers when she was more commonly found in the AD carry position. So no worries there. 5 seconds to go before this Tahm Kench is locked in, but it's not actually going to happen. The Taric will be picked up into the bottom side.
Yeah, the Taric, kind of an interesting one. Can be used alongside of a Kalista, but alongside of Aphelios, we haven't seen all too much, but I suppose just in terms of being popular nowadays, we will see it come out. I saw that Singed flash for just a moment. It's really good against Set, but we'll reconsider.
Going to be the J4, just a simple one being picked up there as Showmaker was flashing things around. And the Tahm Kench, of course, is going to be the lock-in here on Hanwha's side. So let's see how they do, the center famine lane on the bottom side. And with Vista here, you have to expect that the bottom lane is going to go slightly differently than it did in game number 1. And by slightly, I mean a lot.
You should get better at using your, choosing your adjectives or your adverbs, I suppose.
You got to try and mix it up. You got to try and mix it up. As, the Gnar being banned away. The counter pick that we hate here the most on the English broadcast of the LCK. Going to be denied. It's Summit that's had the most success with the Gnar counter pick, in my personal opinion. As now Damwon, where are they going to focus their bans? The jungle is a likely place, but Haru's champion pool has been known to be quite deep. The first one taken away is the Gragas, however.
Haru has played 7 different champions so far. Hasn't played any games of Gragas, funnily enough. But either way, still a high-tier jungle that they want to target away.
So far, it's purely physical damage on Hanwha's side, so likely to see another magic damage jungler, namely the Elise, something like that. Echo to be banned as the 5th spot on Hanwha's side. Not wanting Showmaker to have as much fun on his Hail of Blades Echo this time, as Canyon already has the Jarvan. 12 seconds to go before they figure out which other jungler they're going to be banning away. I don't think the Elise necessarily needs to be looked at, because I imagine that Canyon's probably going to be okay with finding an Elise in the jungle, but the Sejuani is going to be the choice here, taken away from Haru.
Yeah, Sejuani gets taken away. I was thinking maybe an Olaf or something like that. Haru has played it before, but not going to come off the board, as Rumble will finally be brought in here. I feel like that is a decent pick for themselves. They needed magic damage, but also potentially a takeaway pick, as Jarvan Rumble has been quite popular nowadays in terms of a combination. Can
Yeah, I really like
in the top lane as well.
And also, it synergizes well with things like the Dawning Shadow, the fact that you can follow up on these superplexes coming in from Cube. As Showmaker now going to be taking out his Cassiopeia. We've got Snakes and Crocs coming through. Very reptilian of Damwon here in the last couple of picks, but no, not going to be that one as the Kayle being considered. It is one of the picks that Noguri has taken into set in the past successfully, but this would be what Keen decided to go with, and it just straight up did not work.
I'm watching Nuguri talk while he's deciding which pick to go for, and it kind of looks like he's barking orders at the rest of his teammates. He's like, no, Kayle, no, Aatrox, yeah, Aatrox. And then he decides on that one, as, I mean, he is such a great carry player. I can't blame him if that's what's actually happening, just deciding what he wants to try to carry on in the lane, as I feel like they did go for a couple of specifically lane positive matchups, if you will, with the Cassiopeia into the Rumble and the Aatrox up in the top side into the set.
Well, I personally hate the Elise, but the rest of the Hanwha composition does look pretty good. As we can see right here, a lot of long-range engage, long-range damage. Tempt had one of the better mid-lane Rumbles, in my humble opinion. And looking forward to seeing what he can make of it, as the coaches will take a bow and see what Zephyr's done here for Damwon and whether it's actually going to pay off, as they did get their hands on the Aphelios, and now it's time for Nuclear to back up what was a hard carry performance in Game 1 with another one in Game 2 on such a coveted pick. Showmaker as well, now having a lot of DPS available to him on the Cassiopeia, and we're going to see more of a straight-up matchup top lane with the Aatrox. And he does have Canyon on the Jarvan alongside him, so a lot of gank potential for this Jarvan in the earlier stages of the game on the top side with all of the CC that an Aatrox can provide. Yeah. But over here, pretty balanced draft out of Hanwha. Don't necessarily like the Elise as much as I mentioned earlier, but Facebreaker into Cocoon is certainly going to be an option here. Their top side is going to be strong, and so the top side 2v2 is something we're going to be looking out for in this particular match as we get onto Summoner's Rift for game number 2.
I'm curious about this Cassiopeia pick. I know it's pretty good into melee champions such as Rumble and stuff like that, but against the composition, I suppose against the set it's pretty good, but against everything else doesn't feel so great.
Oh, Canyon, you can see going commando this game. That's the commando Jarvan skin, like it. As our Showmaker is going to pop his head in, gets himself a Twin Fang, and will get snared up. Just takes a little bit of damage there as Vista shoots him just one time. They will go back, just testing the waters. There's a couple of wards do go down. Look, checking out for a blue side start for Canyon.
Ooh, Gathering Storm by Showmaker. That's
what a god.
It's gonna make Little Sick pretty happy, I'd have to imagine, because
Tempt is scorching.
You would think into the melee champion you would pick up the Scorch and try to harass him out of lane, but that just doesn't really happen at this level. So Instead, he decides to go for the Gathering Storm, looking towards the late game as the late game carry Cassiopeia rather than the lane dominant one in terms of that one rune.
Well, let's see how this more supportive Senna alongside the Tahm Kench is going to do against the Aphelios. Right now, they're not even in lane yet, so we're not going to be able to check it out just here. As Nuclear and Beryl, see how they play this one out. Canyon making his way up towards the enemy red buff, but you can see pings out as Haru was letting everyone know exactly where he was going. Canyon going to pull this one into the brush, but Haru, I believe, is going to see it beforehand. And good positioning there as Haru is going to pick that one up. The Patient's not going to run out on the Brambleback, and that's just going to waste a hell of a lot of time as Canyon didn't want to try and go for that 1v1 smite contest on the red. Good early start for Haru.
Yeah, Haru flew straight to the red is what allowed him to get there on time. And should have been able to save his smites and all that good stuff, as he does have that still available. Can use that up there in Crux if he wants to. Down here on the bottom side, this is going to be interesting because we get Aphelios back finally after, I don't know how many games in a row he's been banned up against this new composition, this new combo that looks pretty OP nowadays in the LCK. So we'll have to see which one of those can come out ahead.
Which one is the most broken, I guess, is going to be what we're going to learn as Showmaker trying to offer some damage back to Tempt, but you can see already that Tempt is trading out pretty well. Flame Spit is working as Facebreaker lands onto Noguri. As Haymaker doesn't find the sweet spot, as Cuvée is going to have that Conqueror online. But you can see Haru lying in wait, seeing where the Noguri is going to overextend, and he does. Cocoon is going to land. They should have the burst damage as Umbral Dash is not enough. And First Blood goes over to the set, as once again, the Aatrox is not a counterpick into this. Like, I don't... Noguri has so many other options.
We should have seen the Singed.
Yeah, I know.
I would have liked to see that instead. Yeah, I mean, it's typical Nuggery things as well. Gets first blooded as he goes really aggressive there, doesn't have any information on where the Elise is. And he gets caught out, and that's going to open up some of the extra jungle here for Haru. And they might even consider revisiting the lane, although Nuggery did keep his flash up. So see if he can handle the 1v3.
Not to mention the wave is crashing down as well, but it's not quite as large as Hanwha Life would have otherwise
crash the wave.
Yeah, you can see Noguri actually wanted to hold on to that one, but maybe now he's going to rethink his idea. Flashes to get underneath the turret, but the repel is all too good, and Tempt actually tanking it up for quite a long time. However, he does make it to relative safety, and the 0-2-0 power spike for Noguri has hit at 4 minutes into the game.
That's one way to get your set ahead, that's for sure. And I love what he was doing, trying to avoid the wave crashing into the turret, but it's just too hard. Elise, everybody loves to laugh at Elise, but once she dives your turret multiple times, it becomes, oh, right, now we know why pro players love this pick, because in a compositional sense, yeah, I mean, it's maybe not the greatest with what they have, but in terms of ganking the top lane a billion times and being successful at it, I mean, it's going to be really good at that. So. Yeah. Props to Haru for making the Elise work so far, as they get a couple of ganks already onto Nuggery. But knowing him, he's not going to back down from this. He's going to play just the same.
Well, he's going to face check Cuvée. That's probably not what he wants to do, is at least the Infernal Chain's arm, but look at how far ahead Cuvée is. That Haymaker really hurting, as Nuggery loses out on that trade. Now even the World Ender is not going to be as effective. Executioner's Calling now picked up for Cuvée, was his first item as he went back home. Now with the minion wave once again landing and no turret plates to be taken just yet. The turret being quite frustrating. As you can see, Haru is back yet again.
Might as well. No flash this time.
Hard camp.
And Cuvée, so no flash, and Cuvée has suplex. So he's basically just, he's destroyed. Like.
Yeah. And now the repel is going to be there, so of course, no worries when it comes to juggling the turret aggro. They don't necessarily do it perfectly, but that is a 0-3-0 Aatrox once again, and this is why they picked the Elise. It was to just hard smash top lane as quickly as possible.
One way to do it. They didn't even bother using the set ultimate. They're like, yeah, okay, we can just line up the Cocoon because there's no flash. There's no way he's going to dodge it. So it's just hell up there in the top lane. And how about a fourth time?
Oh, God. Haru just lives here. So, Agatha is once again available, so Haru will be taking that one away from Canyon as Nuclear avoids the snare out of Vista. Good stun landing from Beryl, as you saw, and they allow the Guardian to tank up a lot of damage. Vista down to 300 here as the Graviton slowing up the center quite a lot underneath his turret. Not showing quite the same level of staying power that this center Tahm Kench showed us in the last matchup, as Lehends has teleport and heal with his unsealed spellbook. Yeah, Nuggery's in a rough state now. Is Haru going to find Canyon with the cocoon?
Yeah, Haru, he's level 6. He's doing really well, but he has a lot of standing gold. As you can see, he's sitting on 1,000 in his inventory, so his items didn't really reflect where he's actually at on the game, so he's actually got to go back. He's been so present up in the top lane that he hasn't even had too much time to buy his items, and it has shown.
No. You got to get all them cannons, Nuggery. Down half the CS exactly, as Equalizer is traded for a miasma. Showmaker takes half of his health bar and damage.
I wonder why he didn't even bother throwing out the cocoon. Like, might as well just try. I suppose if Canyon's right there, you might need it, but maybe just try to bait out a flash from the enemy mid laner. But I suppose Showmaker with Cleanse as well. You just said, okay, this gank isn't going to work.
Oh, we're right on the spawn of the Rift Herald, as Nuclear has the Crescendum Severum combo of ultimate close range power. Canyon down here just clearing out vision, and Hanwha Life do have to play back, but so far it's only about 12 CS, the margin between the Tahm Kench and the Aphelios. And with a top lane that's winning this hard, having a bottom lane within about Kui, you know, of the opponent is certainly good news, as we are just hard smashing this lane on Hanwha's side.
Yeah. And, well, meanwhile, Canyon is doing the enemy wolves. So he's getting value there. He's taking away the enemy jungle. It's hard for me to say that without laughing, but when you get this far behind, it is hard for Canyon to do much. He had to be there for the first, the second, the third game.
Well, now we've got to dive towards the bottom side of the map. Vista in trouble, but does get devoured as there's the ultimate out of the turret, keeping everyone alive. But Nuclear, there's a lot of chakrams, but it's not enough to actually get a kill as the dive fails and they lose their inner turret top lane.
Yeah, and look at the trade on the bottom side. They both survive here. They are going to take it very passively, Vista and Lehends. They'll let them get a couple of plates, but they want to make sure that no follow-up dive is happening here afterwards, as they will get a little bit behind on CS, but the dive is overall a failure, as here's Kube.
Yeah, looking to try and get in onto Showmaker here. He does have flash, but he gets suplexed back into the team, and that's all too easy. It's the overflow effect of this top lane going completely awry for Damwon.
And all of a sudden, it looks like Hanwha Life are the favorite team in this series, as the gold lead is already pretty massive, and their set is 4-0.
Yeah, absolutely crushing. I mean, Nuclear is 30 CS ahead, but they weren't able to actually get any kills underneath that turret, get any meaningful damage down onto it either. And yes, they've lost 2 turrets, right? So that is going to inflate the gold lead beyond what is theoretically reasonable, but this flow-on effect is the important part, right? Kube just gets that flash forward, makes sure that Showmaker is also put down, and now both solo lanes for Damwon in trouble.
너무 잘한다.
Our team is really good. Our team plays really well, is what he said.
Well, so far, they are certainly doing that. As this is going to be all about Nuclear once again. See what this Aphelios is going to do as this game continues. Looks like he's building for Infinity Edge first, which is not often what we see. It's often the Essence Reaver coming down as item number 1. We'll see how this one changes. Might be Infinity Edge into Runaan's Hurricane this time or something like that.
Kube is 2,000 gold ahead of the Aphelios. Not even just his lane opponent, he's more ahead of him.
Yeah,
but if we're going like carry for carry in that sense, Kube is pretty fed right now.
Extremely rich.
He's got Trinity Force at 11 minutes, plus Executioner's Calling.
He's 4-0. He's a very happy man. As Haru just going to solo out this dragon. Beryl gets a ward over. Haru sees it, but I don't think it's going to deter him. Showmaker trying to get some poison down on Attempt. Attempt is also a pretty happy guy here in this mid lane. And there's the dragon falling down in favor of Hanwha. It is going to be Ocean Soul this game, as Noguri at least finds himself an Infernal Chain, but will get haymakered. Still feels like Cuvée isn't just straight up smashing the 1v1. But yeah, I don't think Noguri is going to want to stick around for any length of time.
Yeah. Anytime that Cuvée even shows that he wants to take a fight, Noguri is immediately in defensive mode. It's just like, okay, fine. I'll let you have the lane. And when you don't even have half a completed item up against the guy who's got 1.5, that's what you do have to take, essentially.
Well, Gravitum Infernum locked down here for Nuclear. You really want to be utilizing that Infernum. Once the Runans comes in, so much AoE damage available there. Doesn't quite have that one up. So we'll see whether Damwon can recover. See whether they can actually kill anyone this game. So far, that hasn't happened. Now Cuvée going to come over and try and take down some of the turret plates here in the mid lane. Still, a minute and 15 seconds before the turret plates do fall down. So some more standing gold opportunities for Hanwha around this map to extend this gold lead, now sitting at about 4,000. Huge deal, despite the bottom lane being so far behind.
We're in the trench right now.
Oh yeah.
It's minute 13. That does come down to. Noguri's going in.
Yeah, looking for it. Canyon's going to come down as Cuvée might be giving away a big amount of shutdown gold, and he will be. Gets the suplex, and Noguri's going to grab it with the World Ender. A massive pivot point in the game for Damwon, and a whole lot of money into Noguri's back pocket.
Wow, so is there actually a way that Damwon come back in this game? In my mind, I was honestly like, okay, well, this is just way too far as, okay.
Oh dear.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah. That's just to make sure that Noguri doesn't get a bounty of his own, you know?
Yeah,
you gotta guarantee
really smart.
that. But yeah, lying in wait and face-checking Aatrox is not gonna survive the damage of a fed Elise. But Black Cleaver now completed for Noguri, so he's able to use that money to get himself some item timings.
Yeah, comboed him down, and Cuvée was just going for a walk in the woods, you know? It's one of those things, you know, you're feeling a little bit pensive and you're wondering what to do with your time. Go for a nice little walk through the woods, but
needs to go and revisit Hansel and Gretel, I think. Yeah. The woods, Little Red Riding Hood as well. Yeah, the woods are a bad place.
Generally, if you don't have vision and you don't know where the enemy jungler is, I don't care how fed you are, you can still get 1v2'd.
Yeah. May not be the big bad wolf, but the big bad spider is more frightening. You guys have played Twisted Treeline, you know? Like, that guy's real scary. Nuclear, fair bit of damage there, but okay, Moonlight Vigil thrown out as a panic maneuver and misses completely. Bit of a disaster. Let's hopefully move away from that lane for the moment, as the outer turret in the mid lane is going to be taken down. Bang on 15 minutes. That's 3 turrets now for Hanwha Life, who are trying to snowball this into a victory. Canyon moves on over. They will be able to take down Shirley before she gets too much more work done, but not after a second charge. Very high value 5 turret plates on the top side, 2 in mid for Hanwha Life, and only 1 turret plate on the bottom side for Damwon. As Nuclear, yeah, I mean, you might be able to say that you're baiting, but that's not really going to allow Canyon to get in there if your health bar is that low.
Yeah, it's crazy how much Senna does with basically no farm. Just single-handedly created room for Lehends to sit there and farm. He's like barely even doing anything. He throws out a couple of tongue lashes, and that's about it.
Yep.
It's a pretty strong duo, those two.
Yeah, once you get a couple of those stacks in, it certainly is frightening. As Infinity Edge is done here for Nuclear, has himself a crit cloak on top of it. Seraph's Embrace done for Showmaker as well. And as this mid-game rolls around, Damwon's composition will start coming together a little bit better. Because the composition is relatively low range, depending of course on what Aphelios' weapons are, but they can utilize the Cosmic Radiance quite well. And so we'll see whether Hanwha can play around that as we move further into this game. And they won't necessarily need to as much as in other games because they are so far ahead. They still will need to be conscious of how Damwon wants to team fight, because they are about to hit some timings here in this game. The Burning Face on the way for Showmaker. I hope.
The Burning Face.
Yeah, Leandre's told me. Burning Face.
I guess that's
a
one way to call it.
spawnism. That's a spawnism.
Yeah.
You'll have to blame good old Jake Tiberi for that one over in the OPL.
I'm going to send him a angrily worded email
later.
later.
You could do that if you want.
Burning Face.
I think it's too much of a Burning Face is kind of cool.
Yeah. We get the Ocean Soul coming in here, and the first one is going to be picked up by Hanwha. And the game has kind of stagnated at around 3,000, 3,500 gold difference here. The bottom lane, even though the trades were not looking so great for Nuclear, once they do open up the map, I think that Aphelios is still going to do Aphelios things, as he's farmed pretty nicely, the most farm in the game currently. Yep. The question is, can Damwon win a couple of games in a row off the back of Nuclear? One player, the AD carry, which absolutely never happens.
Well, he's now got a pretty good pick available to him, as the snare is going to come down onto Showmaker, but otherwise it's going to be absolutely fine. Canyon continues stealing away the enemy jungle, but Haru is well and truly even when it comes to those camps. In fact, dead even. And now has the Morellonomicon. I wanted to say Leandre's because I felt like it should have been a Leandre's, but instead it is the Morellonomicon. Beryl's got some healing available to him,
Morella,
I guess.
no.
Yeah, the Morella no-icon. Well, Cassiopeia has inherent sustain in her kit, as well as the Aatrox and I guess lifesteal on the Aphelios as well. So maybe a little bit more valid. You know, just if Nuclear only had access to Severum, you know, there we go. High value.
Yeah, he's making it have value.
As far as total gold is concerned, as you were talking about, it's not quite 2,000 gold, but Cuvée is going to wander out of these Infernal Chains. Canyon still had Flag and Drag, so he's going to be fine. It's crazy. Nuguri just always plays aggressively. It doesn't even matter what's going on. As he's got 30% CDR, he's actually hit a pretty strong point on this Aatrox right now. As Haru does spot Canyon out, doesn't throw out the cocoon just yet. And Cuvée is going to back away. What do you have to do to stop Nuguri from playing aggressive? I don't know what. I don't know what it is.
Nothing.
Oh, it's Ryla's completed first here for Showmaker. We'll show that the Leandres will be coming in second. The synergy with those two is certainly very strong.
We'd hope so.
Yeah.
There are some pro players, won't name any names, that do not know the synergy between those two items.
Indeed. Yeah, Nuguri continues. Play aggressive. Takes down this control ward, dashes over the wall. Moonshot not going to land there from Nuclear, but it looks like Damwon are able to wrestle at least a little bit of control back. And as you can see, this gold lead is in fact shrinking for Hanwha. See whether Damwon now in this mid-game, as they do have a couple of their items completed. I mean, the Aatrox is never going to be as powerful as this. It's not going to have that teamfight presence like a set is going to in the later stages of the game. And look, he's never going to be that powerful this game because he was put in such a deep hole, but the Cassiopeia is strong. Her third item completion will spell a big power spike for this particular Cassio build as well. We'll see whether Damwon can play around it, especially assuming that Nuclear will have about 2.5 items at that point as well. Cocoon does land here onto Canyon, but he's pretty strong. Puts up his shield and is going to be all right, but this inner turret is touched a couple of times and is taken down by the minions.
Yeah, just trying to deny as much vision in the jungle as possible, as Hanwha Life do have a nice pick composition with Senna, Rumble, Elise, and even Cuvée if he's around the area. And the ability to pile on once you get that first pick is pretty out of this world, especially with the lead, as now Damwon are trying to retake their jungle.
Yep, control ward over the wall from Beryl. They are able to do just that, like you were talking about. The one ward down here is going to provide a little bit of extra vision for Hanwha, as you can see on the bottom side jungle. But Damwon probably not too upset about how well they've recovered this game. Nuclear very close to item number 2, and he is eons ahead of the bottom lane of Hanwha right now.
Absolutely. A lot of the cards are in the Nuclear basket. You also have Showmaker as kind of a secondary carry, and Nuguri, surprisingly enough, after getting dunked, and I mean absolutely dunked in the top side, he's the same level as Kyubey. They're, you know, the farm, he's behind, what, 19 CS? After dying 4 times, and they're the same level? Getting that extra kill, the follow-up kill, was so important for the side of Damwon and Nuguri.
Well, Tempt is going to move on over as there's a knock-up onto Kyubey. The dunk comes in, but the equalizer comes down as well as the response. It is going to be the ultimate to block any of that Dawning Shadow damage that I don't think Damwon would have even worried about anyway. As now Tempt walks over a ward and gets knocked up once again. Miasma is down nowhere for the Rumble to go, and Damwon, they're pulling this game back as Haru lands the cocoon. It's onto Nuclear, he just explodes! Oh no, exactly the player you didn't want to die, but still they have a man advantage as Beryl, relatively low. They go for the fight once again as now Nuguri finds himself right on top of the center. She has to flash to get herself out of there, and Haru is on the wrong side of this battle. It is still going to be relatively 50-50 if Haru can blast cone his way over, but no, he's not going to be able to find this Ocean Soul. Another snare onto Nuguri this time, and he is going to blow up, and a teleport now from Kyubey as he makes his way back into the fight. But we've evened out the Drakes, and Damwon do manage to strike first.
Now, Hanwha can move onto the Baron from here with the TP. It looks silly at first because he was never going to join the fight, but it at least gets him with this team over here to hop straight onto this objective. Haru is actually hitting like a truck onto Squishies as it's going to be scanned out. They see Haru is in the brush. Canyon is going to have to try for a steal, I'd imagine, here.
Yep, Showmaker spots them all out, down to 3,100 health as the Miasma comes in. It is a big ult out from Showmaker, who doesn't have a stopwatch, so isn't going to be able to keep himself alive. And Hanwha, all of Damwon pile in on top of them. Kyubey dunks down on the Aphelios in the backline. Nuguri trying to do what he can, but he can't do anything. It is a clean ace, a triple kill for Haru, and I have no idea what Damwon thought they were going to be able to achieve.
Oh my god, that was really, man, that was a big, big throw from Damwon, one at a time. Starts off great, you're thinking, oh, Damwon looking pretty good to pull this game back. They get the 1 kill, they find Tempt on the ward as he comes on in here. And, oh man, it's, everything looks great for them. And then
the Nuclear's positioning here, topside, is just,
yeah, you
I mean, move towards your control ward, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's,
I mean, you know they're all standing there and that they have pick. You should not be standing there. So that was mistake number 1 from the side of Damwon. Good job by Hanwha to back away and make the most of the situation. They knew they could try to turn it after the Dragon fight because there was still a lot of Dragon health left available. So they wait until it goes down. They come over the wall. TP comes in and they get the pick and then go to Baron. And now it's like, okay, Showmaker's going to go. And he nearly kills the Senna, but stopwatch, a great item. 2 of them get baited in. Nuclear's all alone, has no cover. And then the TP comes in late as he's desperately trying to join up with his team. It's just one big disastrous team fight that all got baited by getting the Senna low and then the stopwatch. Again, best item in the game.
Yep.
Is going to keep him alive. And is going to bait Damwon in there. So Hanwha, even though it looks like they nearly threw it at the Dragon, Damwon immediately throw it right back.
Yeah, that's what happens in a game of tennis or ping pong that we like to talk about so often. Still the base yet to be broken as we have a 2,000 gold Baron power play, equating to about 9,000 gold the lead for Hanwha. That should only be extending as this game goes on. 2 minutes until the Ocean Drake is back on the Rift as far as the next neutral objective. But let's see whether Hanwha in the next minute of Baron are going to be able to break open the base. Because it looks like we're going the distance tonight. Valdez, the Valdanalist, going to be tested for his final day before LS makes his way back and we get the regular Brent Valdez. As, okay, Showmaker just taken out before the fight has even well and truly begun. And Nuclear comes back and notices that they're without a mid laner. Kyubey behind the enemy turret, looking for a superplex onto a priority target. Doesn't even need to use it there, as the Haymaker gives him the gigantic shield. Nuguri dies as an afterthought. This inhibitor is also going to be going down. Looks like Hanwha are just going to go straight towards these Nexus turrets. And I loved it. Loved how Hanwha have played out this game so far. Canyon gets in there with the Cataclysm, tries to get out again, but he isn't going to be able to. Lehens tries to get the flash ton lash. That was a fun one. As Nuclear, what's he going to be able to do here? Some low health bars. As Moonshot doesn't do anything, doesn't find any targets. And now he's the last man standing, the last option, the last bastion of hope. And they have no Nexus turrets, no Aphelios. And now, no Nexus. We're going to a deciding game between Damwon and Hanwha Life Esports. Unless Showmaker kills everyone right here, which I don't think he will be able to.
He's trying to get one kill, and he does. Picks up the one as Hanwha Life, a very strong early game. They used that Elise to its great potential, and they didn't even need Renekton as they pick it up there and make the win happen. We are both going to give our votes over to Haru. He was really the engine to the car that was the Hanwha Life vehicle that pushed them through that early game, got them fed up, and even though they nearly had some trouble around the Drake, they were swiftly able to shut down Damwon's hopes. And I was expecting Hanwha to come in here and actually 2-0 them. This looks more like the Hanwha I was expecting, and I suppose the Damwon I was expecting as well.
Well, actually, I was expecting the Damwon victory here for this series. I just thought that they'd be able to abuse the top lane matchup, but it actually happened the other way around in game number 2, where Hanwha were able to get up there and just abuse Nogri's want to overextend, as his forward percentage certainly very, very high no matter what the game state is. It was a pretty brutal camp, and you could see that despite the Aphelios having a great laning phase, being able to farm things out very, very well, the positioning in the later game fights was just... I don't want to say anything mean, so I'm just not going to say anything at all.
Existed.
That's what my mum taught me.
Yeah.
She said, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So as far as Nuclear's post 11-minute play, my answer is that.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
He did a lot of damage, but you know, a lot of it was AoE, Aphelios things.
And a lot of it was non-impactful damage, right?
Yeah.
Like, it was damage that was then healed up by Senna's Piercing Darkness, things like that. I really did appreciate Haru's play on the Elise. I think it was a well-deserved MVP. Fantastic stuff. Elise is a hard champion to pilot these days. Hasn't seen a lot of victories here in the LCK, but if Haru keeps playing like that, he should be able to show exactly why she is such high priority. But guys, we will have a deciding match after the break. We are going the full 6 games tonight, and we will see you for the final one very shortly.
다시 나 갔다. 다시
아 맞다.
나갈게. 나왔어. 진짜 가자. 아 쏘지게. 가자 얘들아 가자.
라인.
가자. 뭐 그런 거 어딨어? 야 그냥 달려. 땅골 나다 얘들아. 나 이거 타.
가자.
천천히 나. 그냥 들어가. 타부터. 그냥 죽이라고. 야 달린다. 나 퓨식게 있어.
오케이. 내가 봐줄게.
얘들아 이거 천천히 타부터 안 달려.
내가 찌를게. 야 왔다. 다르바부터.
천천히 나.
다르바부터.
살인 넣어.
나 잡았어.
살인 넣어.
앞으로 가. 앞에 봐.
타워 얘들아.
앞에 높은 이제 사워.
살려줘. 타워.
타워.
48초 남았다. 48초. 야 내가 앞에 탈게. 힐.
이렇게.
야, 돌려 맞아. 나 타워게. 내가 세다. 슬로 맞았어.
천천히 봐.
탈진 보여주란 말이야. 나이스. 잘했다 이거. 나이스지. 바로
저는 짧고 굵게 가도록 하겠습니다.
뭐 하는 거예요? 와, 진짜 뭐지 이거? 어우, 자연스러운데요?
아, 그거는 말해줄 수 없습니다.
이런 거 어렵습니다. 그거는 좀
사람들은 자극적인 거 원하거든요. 아, 좀 어렵네. 형님 어떻게 생각하세요?
진짜 어렵다. 저는 약간 3년 전이었으면 롤드컵 우승을 뽑았을 것 같은데 내 나이에서 이제 7회 우승하려면 35살이라서 이게 점점 돈이 소중하더라고요. 5억을 택하겠습니다.
통장에 찍히는 걸 보고 힐링을 하겠다.
인터넷에서 안 봐도 되는데 통장은 이제 맨날 봐야 되니까.
저는 약간 좀 그래도 우승하는 게 낫지 않나. 약간 이길 때 그 쾌감.
공이 하나씩 쌓이면 또 쾌감 다르죠.
그것도 맞는데 저는 그래도 관종이라서 롤드컵 우승 7회로 하겠습니다.
갑자기 최저 시급인데 이제 또 이게 어떻게 그게 또 그렇게 되지? 좀 물질적인 얘기긴 하지만 롤드컵을 우승을 하면은 많이 들어오는 게 있기 때문에 최저 시급을 받더라도 더 받을 수 있지 않을까.
우승해도 주지 않아요.
그래도 주지 않나요?
회식할 때 따라갈 수 있어요. 소고기 먹을 때 따라갈 수 있는데 최저 시급.
그러면은 후자로 선택해서 제가 소고기를 사 먹도록 하겠습니다.
이거 뭐야? 이거 답장난 아니에요? 오, 좋네. 잠깐만요. 재밌는 질문을 가지고 오셨네. 저는 이거 어떡하지? 잠시만요. 그러니까 저는 우승하고 최저시급 받기 10,000원 안팎 그거 해도 살 수 있으니까
7번 우승이 낫죠. 나 어차피 7번 우승하면 다 알아서 들어온다고 생각하기 때문에 잘 모르겠네요. 패스하겠습니다. 우승을 해도 아무것도 안 들어오면 후자로 가겠습니다. 미국 우승해도 아무것도 없는데 원래 보통 명예를 얻으면 이제 보통 부도 따라오기 마련인데 없더라고요.
저는 못 이룬 게 많다 보니까 아직 롤드컵에 대한 환상도 있고 롤드컵 우승을 한번 해보고 죽자라는 마인드로 지금도 프로로 임하고 있기 때문에 롤드컵 7회 우승을 선택하도록 하겠습니다.
근데 혹시 이런 질문 이거 어때요?
별로 마음에 안 듭니다.
7회 우승이요. 지금 제 상황에선 그런 것 같아요. 살면서 목표한 거를 이룰 기회가 몇 번 없는데 전 목표한 걸 이루는.
계속 되게 극단적인 상황을 만들어내시는데 이게 좀 문제가 좀 잔인한데 그래도 롤드컵 7회 우승으로 가겠습니다. 명예라는 게 또 있고 당장의 돈은 적어도 명예로 얻는 또 물질적인 게 또 있기 때문에 이 인터뷰가 어디 나가는 거죠 혹시? 롤드컵 7회 우승으로 가겠습니다.
이미지 메이킹 하시는
아닙니다. 롤드컵 7회 우승. 그래도 롤드컵 우승으로 가겠습니다.
막 던져도 돼요? 롤드컵 7번 우승하고 최저 시급 받는 거. 그거 막 좀 외부에 살짝 알려지면 뭔가 오지 않을까요? 개인 방송 같은 것도 있고 막 그러니까 그래도 우승하는 게 좋을 것 같아요. 그리고 인생이 이것만 있는 것도 아니고 그러니까.
7회요? 평생 최저로 사는 거예요? 저는 후자를 선택하겠습니다.
롤드컵 7회 우승 생각해봤는데 롤드컵 우승이 더 명예로 사람들이 다 인정해줄 것 같아요. 인정받고 싶어서.
저는 이건 당연히 그냥 롤드컵 고를 것 같아요. 이게 사실 상금이 더 크지 않을까. 상금을 안 주는 건가요? 그러면 이게 이런 질문은 왜 하는 건지. 저는 그래도 롤드컵 우승하고 싶어요. 사실 제가 한번 예전에 롤드컵 가봤는데 많이 좋았어가지고 롤드컵 고르겠습니다. 일단 화목한 가정도 가지고 싶고요. 아빠가 열심히 해서 꼭 롤드컵 우승을 할게. 롤드컵 우승한 아빠다. 이게 참 너무 질문이 극단적인 것 같아요. 사실 이게 돈도 벌고 싶고 우승도 하고 싶은데 근데 원래 사실 이게 말이 안 되는 질문이긴 한데 이게 진짜 솔직하게 말하면 다시 고르자면 돈 꼴등하겠습니다. 장난감 사주면서 아빠는 돈을 많이 벌었어 라고 해야 될 것 같아요.
오늘 하루가 정말
Today
길게
is a
느껴지는 것
long
같습니다.
day,
하나생명이
and
이
you're
경기를
having another full set series Hana
두
Life
번째
versus
매치도
Tamon
끝까지
Gaming.
세 번째 경기까지 보게 되었습니다. 어떻게 보면 뱀픽에서는 특별한 게 없었는데
Well, there was nothing
좀
to say
세나
about the draft. Senna and Tompkins, throughout the LCK, well, it's getting climbing up the tier list in LCK currently. And up against Cassiopeia, they went with a very aggressive bot lane comp. So in game, they actually rather focused on the top side. So Cube was getting a lot of support from Haru. So that's not a very typical game style coming out of the teammates from Cube, but this time around, he had his junglers back. So Aphelios does not have a really hard push ability in the early phase. And also, during the laning phase, it's actually not having a good time up against Tompkins, to be honest. So they shouldn't really focus on lane priority in terms of Aphelios, but actually Damwon made a mistake over there, and also there were a lot of accidents happening on the top side. So J4 started on the blue buff and countered jungle their red buff as well. So they had to keep in mind of the potential jungle path coming out of Elise. However, it was so easy for HANA Life players to just pick up a kill over there, and then they did not stop there. So, well, if that gank didn't really work out, it could be a waste of time from Haru, but, well, Haru got a kill for consecutive times, so it was totally worth it. So, well, looking at the picks, maybe Damwon players thought that Haru would be playing around the bot side. However, well, Haru was really clever, putting a different card on the board, so he tried a different thing outside of the box, so Damwon players was not able to play into their new kind of strategy. So after Cube got so fad with 3 kills or 4 kills in the laning phase, he even roamed down to the mid lane, shutting down Showmaker. So mid and jungle are really important in terms of all game, but for mid and jungle to perform well, actually all the other laners have to do their work fully during the laning phase as well. But Damwon, Nuguri fell down the cliff during the laning phase, so Damwon was not able to gain any kind of momentum in game number 2. Well, at this point of the game, actually HANA was not focused on game, so actually Cube was getting picked up over there. So Damwon, on the other end, was having a really great start. And Tempt, he walked over the ward, so he was also picked up. However, the positioning from Nuclear was not really that okay. Well, maybe Damwon player thought that they were playing 3 versus 5, but well, Nuclear was exposed to any potential CC chain coming out of HANA Life Esports. So with that shutdown coming out of Nuclear, HANA Life was able to kind of reach out to Damwon Gaming. So there was no reason at all for Nuclear to stand in that position as an AD carry. If they managed to pull that dragon fight really well, if Damwon did, well, actually Damwon could have had the momentum to turn the game around, but with that mistake of positioning, HANA Life was not letting Damwon Gaming to have the game. But this game was full of accidents and action, so it was really entertaining to watch. So let's check out who got the player of the game in game number 2. Haru and Elise making that successful ganks in the early phase for consecutive times, and then that pickup on Aphelios during that Dragon try was so critical. Even though after Nuguri got a shutdown kill on Set, well, right after that, Haru assassinated Nuguri, getting away with a kill over there. So with strong laners and support coming from the jungle, HANA Life Esports was able to get another win to extend the series to game number 3. Another 9 votes POG coming out for today's series. So, Haru was undoubtedly the player of the game for game number 2. So in the current meta, it's all about the range competition. So that's the reason why Elise is on the lower tier list. However, well, there were a lot of short range champions in this game, and also Haru was really clever playing this piloting this champion. So that was not the matter for Hanwha Life Esports in this game. So let's check out who will pick up the final win in game number 3.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for your analyst desk translation once again. And here we are for the penultimate game of day 2 of week 4. Haru picking up a well-deserved player of the game, 9 out of 9. We are all in sync today.
Yeah, I know.
I feel like there have been so many 9 out of 9s.
I guess it's just really obvious who's going to pick up the player of the game for the majority of these games. You know, there's one player that's really popping off more so than the other ones. There have been a couple that were like 6 out of 9, but other than that, we've been kind of all on the same page, and perhaps we can all put it together for one more game, as these players will have to.
We'll see who pops off in this one. See whether it is going to be Hanwha Life able to stick with their main roster once again and bring it home, or whether Damwon are going to pivot from what was happening in game number 2. And once again, we are going to see Damwon on the red side. So far, red side has been 100% win rate in this series. And if Damwon wins, that is going to continue. So let's see what happens in the ban phase as we jump into the ban and pick for game number 3. Zoe and Aphelios taken off the board. Aphelios seeing that ban away is going to allow Damwon to pivot from how the last game worked. And we'll see whether Senna Tahm Kench is just going to be locked in for Damwon here. They could do it, or they could ban away a portion of the combo.
Yeah, I mean, we did have the Senna ban, I believe, in one of these games.
In the first
game number one, yeah.
The blue side ban.
Where they did deny it. There's that you have to watch out for. Are we going to see the healers coming through? What about Soraka, Yuumi? Maybe they take away the Olaf so that Damwon can't respond with Soraka Olaf to a first pick Yuumi like they did in game number 1.
I think the first pick Soraka would have been smarter. Yeah, out of Damwon. They are going to ban away the Renekton, so Yuumi going to be available. The Soraka going to be available. Set is available. A lot of options here for both of these teams. As the Senna and the Tahm Kench both untouched also. As 10 seconds to go, Damwon thinking about what the priority is going to be. So I was taking away one of these champions. I think Yumi's probably the easiest one to just take away from Lehends. Maybe they want to funnel them into taking that champion anyway, as that's the set ban. Soraka is up, Yuumi is up, Senna and Tahm Kench are both up.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. You take the Senna away, and then maybe you call Damwon's bluff. You say, you're probably not going to pick both Yuumi and Soraka, are you? And are you just going to give us Senna Tahm Kench? Are you okay with that? So it kind of throws a really difficult question towards Damwon. It looks like
the Yuumi Tahm Kench lane. Let's do it. Give it to me.
Oh, God. That sounds pretty awful.
Yeah.
But maybe we could see that here. 4 and 8 is Yuumi so far. Not the best win rate for a champion that is relatively highly prized in the LCK in its current state. Maybe we should have 10-4 next week, actually. So we have 2 weeks of 10-3.
Yeah, I think so. As it's MF Yuumi locked in here for Damwon. That's their chosen lane to go into the obvious Senna Tahm Kench. That's going to be down there once again. And we'll see whether Senna Tahm Kench with the farming Tahm is going to continue its high win rate, as we have a pivot as Ezreal Senna is being considered.
And it will be taken here from the side of Hanwha Life, so I suppose they say, aha, we got you. You thought we were going to play Senna Tahm Kench, but in fact, we are not. We are going to go for the Ezreal and perhaps a Lee Sin for Haru, who's feeling pretty confident after his player of the game.
Jarvan. I think it's a Jarvan. I think that's what's going to be locked in.
Oh, okay.
I'm just making the call.
I thought you were saying that's Jarvan. I'm like, that's not Jarvan.
Nah, it's Lee Sin. Yeah, but I think Jarvan's going to be the answer here. 8 seconds to go, Damwon. What are they going to play? Canyon certainly does have a pretty extended champion pool and might want to change things up. Could also go towards the Elise himself, and it is going to change it, heading back to one of his old favorites in the Sejuani. Was one of our off-meta Sejuani players alongside Tarzan. And I think now we're probably going to ban away something like the Azir, because Sejuani Azir has been a combo that's been much loved for quite a while, and it's likely that Showmaker's champion is going to be what's locked in next cab off the rank. LeBlanc going to be taken away.
Yep, LeBlanc.
LeBlancers.
Yeah. He's not going to be able to donk off with a bunch of kills in this game. Still undefeated in the LCK. But yeah, we got to target the mid laners and top laners. So all the solo laners that you can potentially take off the board here. Echo's going to be another one. Maybe the Rumble could be targeted here.
Yep.
And you got to consider what Damwon might want to pick first on red side. Maybe like Aatrox or something like that. Something that can flex into both mid and top, depending on what you see out of Hanwha's last couple of picks.
I really hope it's not Aatrox. That made me very sad in game number 1. But now I guess not up against the set. As Azir is going to be banned on red. Interesting. Showmaker having a different idea as to what he wants to play. With Sejuani, it does sort of lead to, much like the Camille, more of these melee style of solo lanes, whether it be in the mid lane or the top lane, and Showmaker is an adept melee player in mid, even in range versus melee matchups. See where they do decide to go. Maybe Showmaker's Akali is going to come out again, even though her kneecaps are removed. Not going to happen. Syndra taken away.
I like the Syndra a lot better than the Orianna. It feels like she can have a lot more versatility in the early stages of the game and doesn't just, you know, kind of sit there and farm. Actually has some ability to 100-0 someone. The Camille ban kind of makes you think they're going to go for the Aatrox, which makes me wonder why Damwon didn't just take that away, but it seems like they want to save the hard counter pick for Nuguri here in game number 3.
Yep.
And I can't really argue with that, to be honest.
He could go Fiora. Nuguri does like that sort of style of play. But Kayle also fits into a composition that does have a Yuumi on top of it, as that is the Rumble that you were talking about. Not surprising that Tempt goes back to that pick that he was pretty successful on in game number 2. Swain. Okay.
Not Swain, please. I hope it's also not Gnar. It's another champion he's played a couple times and lost.
Aurelia and Sejuani is an old favorite combo.
True.
And that's going to be locked in for Nuguri towards the top side. I like when you've got sort of these hard carry style champions like the Aurelia, because they do allow for Yuumi to become even more powerful, right? If you think about the Vanguard's Edge paired with that last chapter, it's very, very scary.
You know who got totally overlooked in this draft was Soraka.
Yeah.
Just not banned, not picked at all.
I actually like that Damwon didn't last pick it, because yes, it might have an okay laning phase into the Aatrox, but you'll be lacking damage. But interesting that they didn't try to build around it. And let's see what is going to eventuate here in a far closer draft, in my personal opinion. The Ezreal Senna going to be a different take on how this lane is going to function. Just a little bit more poke heavy, a little bit less sustain based, and not going to be quite as tanky with this roster. Certainly looking a little bit more like Sinners this time around.
Their mid game is quite strong.
Yeah.
You know, you consider Ezreal with a couple of items, Liandry's X for the Rumble, Cuvée, if he can get things started, and even Lee Sin in the mid game can be pretty nice. Decent pick potential, whereas on this side, I feel like they have a bit more scaling with the Aurelia and the MF.
And a great 4-1 composition as well, coming out with Nuguri in a side lane, which is how Damwon do like to play. Showmaker will have the wave clear in the mid lane with bullet time there in a pinch if they need to just eradicate some of the waves. Let's see how Damwon are going to be able to play it out, though, as we get onto the Rift, with Hanwha having so much momentum moving into this one. And they do have the Senna once again, now piloted by Lehens, who was one of our more successful center support players in the early weeks of Senna's Korean debut, which was the Casper Cup.
Spotted coming into the jungle.
Yeah.
15G goes to Beryl. GG.
Nailing it. Beryl also with the Ignite instead of the Exhaust. Ignite Heal was the beginnings of what Yuumi decided to take very early on. And the Exhaust did take over in pro play, most definitely. Just understanding that Grievous Wounds could be useful against the Piercing Darkness. It's going to be plaguing the bottom side. Lahens with the Guardian as well on the center is an odd choice. Often we do see, even when it is support center, the Glacial Augment. There's Canyon waiting over to the side, and that's a face check. Nuclear might have to flash very early on. Q lands as Nuclear flashes himself out, but Haru gets out very, very quickly. Like that one, didn't have to use his flash or anything like that, as Canyon is going to mirror this path.
Yeah.
Wanders over a ward, and this is already a great start for Hanwha.
Absolutely. It's such a Hanwha-like move as well. Just it's like the one-up, right? They're like, okay, they're going to think that we're invading, but instead of actually killing the blue buff right away, let's wait in the brush that Canyon and team are going to check first and try to push them away with some surprise damage. And it worked perfectly according to plan. It's like, okay, they know we're invading 100% now. Maybe we can make use of the information we just gave them. And so a great start here for the jungle. Take a look at Canyon. He's just now trying to kill that red buff, so he's going to be incredibly behind Sejuani. Loves to hit level 6 and try to affect lanes, but not having a good time of that.
Yeah, he's going to find Haru here. And gets a lot of damage down. Lands the next orb as well, so Safeguard not going to be enough, as Tempt is just ignoring the fact that his jungler is being taken down to 200 health right in front of his face. Buying time, I guess, as Lahens is trying to get some poke damage down, but Zoomies is going to stop any of that. Good stun, as Showmaker is pretty happy to have a little bit of lane control here in the mid lane. Now on the very comfortable early pick in the Syndra. And Scrap Shield got a little bit nerfed on 10-3, and Tempt is feeling it right now. I haven't seen Showmaker miss a Dark Sphere in this lane, as Nogri moving on down, gets the smite, does Haru, so that health bar is going to be back to a more comfortable position.
Very curious to see how this bottom lane is going to do with the Senna. Just if they can have total lane dominance so far. Obviously, with Nuclear having to back extremely early and TP back to lane, they are going to have the advantage there. Whereas in the top lane, Nuguri should be ahead in this 1v1.
Yeah, should be able to use a lot of his damage mitigation quite effectively against the Aatrox as well. As Canyon moves on over towards his top side, we'll say hi to Agatha. You and Me comes on in. Nuclear is going to be absolutely fine alongside Beryl. But you can see double the CS now for Vista. He's having a real good time. There's Noguri, Ionian Ferber stacking up. And there's the flash in as Noguri looking for it, but doesn't quite find it. Oh god, no. That is not the Noguri we were expecting, and First Blood goes over to Cuvée.
Well, they got dove a bunch of times, and they said, how about we try it ourselves? Our Sejuani's level 3. Can only get the stun off, but Nuguri was way too late to try to get on in there and land his own stun. And he just got made to look the fool as Cuvée nicely pulling off the survival. 2v1 underneath that one. Lands the Infernal Chains, is able to dodge out of the stun coming from Aurelia. And once that didn't land, we knew it was all over for Nuguri, who was kind of floundering around under the turret afterwards.
Well, this bottom lane is crushing Damwon right now. On Hanwha's side, 41-20 is the CS advantage. Feels like it's only going to get worse as this game goes on as well, as there's a stun in the mid lane. But we'll have a look at the pro view here. Nuguri avoids a bunch of the Qs. Yeah, that was not a flawless duet. That was what we call a flawed duet.
괜찮은데?
From Noguri.
야, 큐베! 나이스! 큐베!
나이스.
너무 잘했다. 나이스. 이런 로플, 세즈 로플.
He did really well.
That's so
and
cute.
he did.
He did.
That little movement plus the dash to the right side was allowed him to survive. I saw Canyon thinking about coming up here again. I don't know if that's a good idea.
Didn't work out last time. Don't know why it's going to be any different this time, but Nuggery's still with a decent CS advantage. As, there we go, that's the flawless duet that we were hoping for last time, but Cuvée takes basically 0 damage with his Ninja Tabi already done. And yes, there's an Executioner's Calling, but not a lot of healing to be worried about when you don't take damage in the first place. So already a great start for Hanwha. Approximately 1,000 gold is going to be the lead as Ocean Drake looking to be taken here by Hanwha with the help of Lehends, who moves on up. Vista taking the more early game approach with the Sheen pickup instead of rushing towards a tier. It's going to slow down that stacking, but will allow your laning phase to continue being strong, which I certainly respect after what he's been able to do thus far in this lane. Lehends moves on over. He's going to clear out a control ward here. And you can see the bottom side of the map is owned by Hanwha. Absolutely.
Yeah, especially with the amount of time that Canyon's spending up towards the top side. He's essentially taken the left side of Lee Sin's jungle to be his own.
Yep.
As Lee Sin has given it up for donation. As he's gone for dragons, he's snuck around down on the bottom side on Vision. And so Canyon knows that he can go for it. Still not level 6 are either of these junglers though, so no big-time ganks going to be coming in here. There's just the failed dive in the top side that gives Hanwha Life the lead, plus the obvious big CS gap in the bottom side. 25 CS already, 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, that is a big one. Has sort of stabilized just a little bit, as Nuclear's been able to pick up most of the last few waves, but see, Showmaker still able to just shove this wave in, regardless of how many minions he has missed. Lehends is being frustrated towards the bottom lane of Damwon. And look, Nuggery's still winning as far as farm, but unfortunately it's just not working, and in comes Haru now. World Ender does come forward as there's the ult out of Nuggery. Flawless Duet comes forward as, oh, very close to getting the next one, but doesn't have the reset on the Q, and Haru's going to survive. 1-0-1 now for Cuvée on the Aatrox, and Nuggery's having a disaster of a game.
Yeah, I mean, if you get ahead at all, why not just camp Nuggery? I mean, it's like it's the 1800s, and you're going on the gold rush, right? You just want to go where the gold is, and that's in the top lane.
I'm Australian. I understand that reference.
Yeah, and I mean, if he's going to push so far up the lane in that manner, why not? Just punish him for it over and over again. Now, Lee Sin was not level 6, which made things a lot more dicey. It almost got turned around 1v2, which Aurelia can do from time to time, but all calculated is what Haru would say as he picks up level 6 on the kill and the minion afterwards. And it was good timing, too. They had to go for it there even before Lee Sin was level 6 because Nuggery's flash was about to come off cooldown. So they knew he was going to be playing super aggressively. Even without flash, you just move up through the lane, and you make it as easy of a gank as you'd like.
Well, now, Nuggery, that 0-2 power spike that we talk about all the time has come in. And last game, it just was awful, as Bramble Vest is done as well for Cuvée. He's aiming to be as difficult to kill as possible, which is going to work out, because Nuggery is going to try his very best to kill him as often as possible. Great defensive vision here for Cuvée, as he might even dash over that wall, does so, to move towards the minion wave a little bit more easily. Tempted Showmaker just farming up against one another. Showmaker ahead by a few CS, but this lane is not what this game is about at the moment. Okay, at least that one landed from Nuggery.
Landing
got a phase now as well.
Quickly realizing, oh wait, I can't fight this guy. I've died twice. Although I don't know if he ever actually fully realizes that fact, as he'll probably go in for more and more kills here fourth. As let's see if the bottom lane is going to get any help here as Sejuani's making her way.
Yeah, Canyon, level 7 now, so we'll have that ultimate available. Lehends going to immediately cleanse out of that one, but he's going to die. Canyon grabs that kill. You can see Beryl celebrating by diving on top of his jungler. Cuvée now getting dive ready as Haru's going to be taking Shelly down. Flawless Duet comes in as Cuvée gets out of the way of turret aggro. And Nuggery is able to lock down the cannon minion at least. Unleash Power still available here for Showmaker as Damwon want to try and deny this. It's down to 200 health. Haru with the solo, knocks out her eye, down to 27 health, and now, with 3 members here, it looks like Haru will be taken out. He collected the eye, though, so got that one going for him.
Nice try, Lehens, trying to help from the bottom lane. That didn't quite pan out.
Yeah.
As he even had a Yuumi on his back, so the Zoomies able to get Canyon there on time.
It's nowhere near the extended lead of the last time around, as that's Vanguard's edge. Cuvee not going to break any of the sides of it, as Noguri uses the majority of his mana at that stage and now looks to go back home. 12 is still the CS gap, but talking about CS gaps, it's much larger down here towards the bottom side. 30 CS is the lead for Vista, who, as a reminder, guys, was a sub-support.
Take a look here. I mean, there's zero vision in the red side jungle for Hanwha Life. Like, Canyon just strolled on through the jungle, so really easy setup there. And then they just knew that Haru would be up here onto the Rift Heralds. Maybe they were considering taking it themselves. Maybe he ran over the Scuttle Crab that gave the vision. Either way, it became quickly obvious that's where the Lee Sin would be, and they were able to take him out on top of that. So a couple of kills for Damwon, trying to pull the gold back into not so much of a lead. Only 500 gold is the difference now, but still in favor of Hanwha.
Yep. Noguri's going to be able to grab himself a plate here, most likely, as Cuvee a little bit late to getting towards this lane, as Hanwha, they're just going to double down on their victory bottom side with the first turret going over to Vista. Haru grabbing a bit of that gold as well, as Bertha is going to be his next target. Nuclear coming back down, he vacated this lane as they knew that it was given up to the Ghost. And yeah, Shelly's going to get skirted, taken down, so the double charge is going to be denied. 12.5 minutes into this game, second Drake going to be taken here as Hanwha. Are we heading towards another?
Infernal would be massive.
Soul, and yes, it is going to be Infernal Soul once again.
Infernal's so good for both of these teams. Let me just look at it. It's pretty insane. I think there's a little bit more poke, but even then, marginally so on the side of Hanwha Life. So it's going to be pretty nice for Damwon, who can add that little bit of extra damage every 3 seconds if they can manage to somehow turn this game around.
Yep.
And yeah, that's definitely a lot more exciting than the Cloud Soul. I think the Cloud Soul, potentially, you could just say, okay, maybe we don't have to fight over this, but Infernal Soul, no doubt Damwon will have to make a move if Hanwha try to take that down.
Yep. Showmaker now defending in the mid lane as the Ezreal sets up shop there, as he is wont to do after his turret falls down. And it's a little bit of an early clip for that one, as we've got a Rumble versus Misfortune bottom lane matchup. Looks like Nuclear now sitting by himself with minion waves to catch that Tempt's been throwing back at him. He is able to even out this CS margin just a little bit, as Showmaker is at least farming extraordinarily well. Sitting at 153 at 14 minutes is no slouch at all. But Noguri with Canyon in tow, trying to do something to Cuvee here as he darts around the minion wave. Barrel's going to turn up as well. In they go, Canyon. I think, yeah. Don't know whether they were spotted out.
Nope. No pings came out from the blue team, only from the red team, so very sneaky maneuver here from the side of Damwon. Can Cuvee sniff it out is the question. He's going to face check the Tri-Brush instead, as push is happening here in the mid lane, and oh boy.
Oh dear. Who's caught who is the real question here, as in goes Noguri with the Blade Surge. Haru is in, but it is a 2 versus 3 right now. Final chapter is great over both members. Good kickback as Cuvee in a bit of trouble, and Noguri taking a lot of damage. Flashes over and takes down the kill, as now Lehens is his next target, but they are taken down. True Shot Barrage into Narnia there for Vista. Finds absolutely no one, as it's 1-for-1, both top laners dead.
Just a crazy fight back and forth there. A bunch of weird and wacky teleports and flashes out of there. And it ends up at the end just being pretty even. All things considered, the 2 top laners do go down. Hama try to push in the mid lane, but easily going to be answered here by Damwon. Gold lead not changing much after that, I feel like we should be in a pretty similar situation.
What? Showmaker going 1v2 as Lehens does get the heal back with that Piercing Darkness. Use that cleanse as well. So Showmaker certainly feeling feisty at this stage with his Super Soaker online. You don't want this water fight.
Yeah, if he could just get one more damage item, he's going to really be popping off here. As we take another look at the replay, Haru saving his kick until a lot had been used here on the side of Damwon, and Nuguri was taking a really long time to enter the fight. He was very apprehensive. Eventually does pick up the kill, but Lehens on the Senna, stronger than you'd imagine. I don't know what Vista was trying to ult there.
Yeah.
Maybe he was trying to ult into, you know, his next team's games in a couple of days, but
he was ulting into the past.
Yeah, they did not hit anything, and it was a little bit disappointing. Wouldn't have changed the outcome too much. Nope. Perhaps it was a very delayed reaction to trying to catch Aurelia. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe he was already charging it before Aurelia was dead. Not entirely sure, but it did look a little bit comical as the dust settles. Speaking of Vista, he is very, very close to collecting his Trinity Force. Just needs to turn that longsword into a phage, and then pay the 3-3-3 afterwards, as Showmaker now looking for Vista and kills him. Just straight up 1 versus 2. Not enough Piercing Darkness available there for Lehens. And yeah, you know, Syndra, everyone.
Yeah.
That's called getting game played.
She picks up an early kill that allows her to get a Needlessly Arched Rod, which then snowballs into being able to one-combo squishies at this point of the game, as there is no magic resist at all on the side of the Ezreal.
Yep.
And so just like that, I mean, you're just going to die if you don't take necessary precautions. You can't be that close to get comboed, or you got to build MR, or you got to try not to, you know, give any kills to the Syndra. And Vista and his team did none of those options.
Well, Miss Piggy running around with her little cat in tow. Did spy some people towards that bottom side, as now Cuvee and Nuguri are fighting. I think we'll have a Flawless Duet available once again, and all the Dawning Shadow working out in favor of Cuvee. It was one auto attack from Nuguri, but he's unable to grab it. Cuvee just a little bit too far ahead.
Yeah, able to get all those stacks of the Black Cleaver down, and was eventually doing some pretty nice damage to
Bramble Vest power right there, Valdez.
With the Ninja Tabi as well. If this was LS, he'd say, well, if he had a Trinity Force, they wouldn't even needed the Piercing Light or whatever it's called. As going on in now.
Yeah, Showmaker in a hell of a lot of trouble. He's just going to be taken down. Vista gets his revenge, and now Canyon trying to get away from there. Has to flash to get over the wall. The last chapter does come in, and now Hanwha Life are going to threaten the Infernal Soul. I love that. The brute force takeaway of that dragon. And Hanwha showing that they still have control of this game.
Yeah, you got to be careful when you do not have your flash available as a Syndra. You might feel like a god with 2 kills on your back, but still got to respect the amount of burst damage.
Where was that Q going, Cuvee? Arctic Assault going to get Canyon out of there, so no harm, no foul. More turret damage coming in. Even the center helping out very, very well, as the Executioner's calling also to deny the healing of the Yuumi, which is why it's been purchased. So we have a look at this 1v1 once again. Felt like Nuguri might be able to actually win out on this one, as you see at this point. But the Vanguard's Edge is going to dissipate before any of the edges actually worked out, and the Blade Surge not able to get enough of that Trinity Force damage in there. And the Dawning Shadow really tipping it over the edge.
Take a look here. They're just baited by Stopwatch. Again, Haru lives with this Stopwatch, and Syndra is halfway down the river. And Tempt was actually a really sneaky rumble. I don't know how you hide that gigantic mecha suit in the bush, but he was able to do it and caught the Syndra by surprise. She did not have flash at the time, and that ended up being the kill into the Dragon Take. So now they're on soul points because of Haru's bait with the best item in the game, Stopwatch.
You get so triggered by that.
It's so good. It's such a good item.
Yeah.
And to think it's free in your runes. You just
I know.
decide to pick that
All
up.
you need is to be a bit inspirational.
Yeah. Oh, I'm very
need.
inspired after all of these days casting the LCK.
All of these stopwatches.
The amount of times Stopwatch saves a team and wins them a game, like not even exaggerating.
Oh no, it's ludicrous.
It's not even about like one kill. It's like it totally changes the tide of the fight.
Yep.
Pretty insane.
Well, we got a final chapter being thrown down here as Teleport comes in. Haru surviving for a very long time, but now Teleport not exactly what they want. I believe it got interrupted as Nuclear. What are you doing there, my friend? He's going to get taken down, but now can Noguri find the fight? Oh, the flawless duet's fantastic. That's going to get the double kill for Noguri, who is now feeling so much more online. Now looking to chase after Tempt, who has to flash to get over the wall. And Noguri, I don't know what happened. He's flipped the switch, and now he's looking to carry.
Yeah, they've made him too angry. They poked the bear one too many times, and he says, now I'm going to make you pay. Lands the perfect flawless duet onto the back line after using the Aatrox as just the connector into the back line. Yeah.
And now they're going to take too much damage from the Baron, so not going to be able to lock that one down. But, you know, 21.5 minutes is a little early in this game to grab an objective like that.
I want to see how Nuclear gets where he got.
Oh, he was looking for a position to bullet time and then finds himself in a very unfortunate position, gets equalized, and then, yeah, you can understand why he was there after everything, but I mean, he shouldn't have started off making that decision.
Aatrox
This
taxi,
was beautiful.
Double flawless duet right onto the two squishies. Just couple of snaps of his fingers and immediately the bot lane disappears. You thought things were looking down when Nuclear inted into the enemy jungle. They were not, because Nuguri is still a champion in this game.
No, he's a player.
Oh, true.
Yeah, Aurelia's
right. Aurelia is a champion in this game.
That's all right. It's getting late. I'm feeling it as well. As damage dealt, Noguri is still winning. 11,000 so far in this one. As it's mostly been going into the ether, just smacking down onto Cuvee, who's building towards Death's Dance, even into the Executioner's Calling that Noguri's already completed. Sterak's Gauge is done, so first 2 items for Noguri, and increasing the base damage when you're a Sheen user. Pretty damn good.
Yeah, so, I don't mind it.
Certainly works out very, very well. Probably going to be something like a Guardian Angel to come in next. And then Noguri's going to be well and truly online.
He had 2 ruby crystals, and then he made that full item after the last team fight, by the way. You can see the mountains are slowly falling down on the goal difference over time for App.
Yep.
Now it's all about that Drake. Infernal Soul point for the side of Hanwha Light.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Damwon will not let this one go without a pretty big fight. As we'll see what Nuclear's positioning is going to be like, as Control Ward is going to be spotted. Feral's going to help take that one down. Nuclear not even allowed to shoot it. There's 3 seconds, and that Infernal is going to turn up. Vision going down. Damwon not going to get flanked this time. They are now moving into the river. See what kind of funny business is going to occur here as the River Ram is beginning. River Ram.
River Ram.
You're better at it than I am.
You know, I'm from America, so.
Yeah, the Native Americanness
it's
really
like a
helping you out.
passive bonus,
yeah.
right?
Well, oh, great stun to come through from the Glacial Prison as now Cuvee's not allowed to play League of Legends. Canyon tanking up a lot. Great equalizer into the backline there as Haru does lock down Miss Piggy, but Noguri's there with a whole lot of extra damage and now has a cat on a book behind him. Who's going to be his next target? Well, it probably would have been Lehends, but he snares him up. And Damwon deny the Infernal Soul, and if they keep stacking these up, Valdez, remember, it's going to be a 4-stack Infernal.
Yeah.
That's real scary, especially when Noguri is playing this late-game split-pushing monster of Aurelia.
And Showmaker had the one mistake around the previous Dragon, but since then, he's been really on point, 4-1 and 3 right now. But that one ultimate out of Sejuani, straight onto Haru, is what secures them the Drake. Cuvee being that far forward was a bit of a mistake, as Haru is going to execute Canyon with his foot, but ends up flashing way too deep into the enemy team.
I think he knew that that was going to be a kick of no return, absolutely. But unfortunately for them, it's not actually able to result in anything good for them. Noguri going up to 4-4-0 now. He does like inting and winning, this guy, and so far it's looking like it's working out with a 1,500 gold lead. Vista comes on over, takes away the blue buff from Lehends, who set that one up for him. He's got his QSS done. And looking over the other side, Nuclear with his first 2 items are completed as well. Damwon finally find themselves in the lead as far as gold. We'll see whether that is going to change after the next fight. As Noguri sets up shop towards the bottom side, somehow he's got a level advantage over Cuvee.
And it is the tides being turned in the side lane. Yes, you can make him look silly in the early game. You can shut him down multiple times with ganks. But Nuguri really doesn't care about that.
Well, Blast Cone actually going to work against Cuvee there as Noguri. He can get on in here as the last chapter does come down. Equalizes in there as well as the Aurelia double kill was gigantic. Can he make it a triple as Tempt is flashing to get on out of there? Prowling projectile finds Vista, gets a bit of a slow as Noguri dives on in. Oh, it's a brilliant stun into the backline, but Showmaker only has a Super Soaker to offer anything. Nuclear survives for a very long time as Noguri is missed by the True Shot barrage. And yeah, this Aurelia is getting so scary. A 700 gold bounty on the back of the inting player for the first few minutes.
Yeah, remember the first 10 minutes, it was a 0-2 Aurelia, and really awkward spot here for Canyon, and actually the Yuumi on his back. They say, please help us, Senpai Aurelia, and eventually Senpai does agree, just rolls face over all of them. Aurelia loves these broken up fights where you take down 1 by 1.
Also loves having a Yuumi on his back as well
yeah,
as, oh man, the Flawless Duet was exactly that. He had 1 bogus ultimate, and since then he has been landing the clinches in this game.
Yeah, just able to land them, but unfortunately not quite able to follow, as actually a nice amount of disengage poke on the side of Hanwha Life. They're great at keeping them at a distance, but now Nuguri has a count on the book, and he has GA.
And the most gold in the game.
Yeah.
The 0-2 power spike really did come to fruition
Classic
in this game.
Nuguri.
Yeah. My God, Intit to win it. Beautiful. Love this strategy. I actually do want to say, all jokes aside, that Nuguri's play, like, is really impressive. For a young guy, you know, often you can have a play like he had in the early game and then really switch off. But he's taken it as a challenge to play even better. And it's really great to see. Not allowing that one to tilt him into oblivion. Cuvee spotted on this control ward. Looking to take that one down as Bertha is going to be Canyon's sole objective. And the control ward going to be replaced immediately. Blue buff will be secured by Showmaker. Certainly has the best blue secure in the game as he picks it up, throws it away. Now, 36 seconds until another chance for this Infernal Soul for Hanwha Life. Another possible team fight. Q lands onto Showmaker. This is one that Haru might want to take, actually. Showmaker does have a stopwatch, remember, still sitting in his back pocket. Damwon all grouped as 5. The Ripper Ram coming in here as Canyon thinks this is the time to go. Dawning Shadow doing a lot of work, but the bullet time is fantastic. Into the backline goes Noguri, grabs his first one. Showmaker has already made short work of Cuvee as Noguri's trying to mitigate that damage as best that he can, but the damage has been done. 2 easy picks for Damwon, and they should be able to lock this one down unless Haru can get a miracle steal onto this Infernal Drake. Over the wall, though, the vision is there, and the Drake is taken. 2 now for Damwon, and that's starting to actually affect how much AP and AD these Damwon players have.
Was a pretty crazy and messy fight there, but what I saw was Hanwha Life running straight at an MF that was bullet timing them with an Aurelia in the back line that got the Vanguard's edge on pretty much everybody that was squishy. So exactly what you would hope for from Damwon, as they're going to start up the Baron here at the same time and then decide not to.
Yeah, not what they're wanting to do at this point in the game. Not feeling like they're strong enough. For some reason, I actually thought they might have had an opportunity to get onto that Baron right there, but deciding not to in the end. Only ahead by close to 4,000 gold. But at 30 minutes, that's not the kind of lead that you're really going to ride home about.
We got to try to break this down once again as they get the initial stun onto Cuvee, and they just try to burst him down. But look at Nuguri on the top, and it's like an X. They have them from both sides as the kick Wow, I didn't even notice that.
No.
He just actually killed his support just like that. I love that the observer saw it and was like, oh, by the way,
yeah,
let's all laugh at Haru for his mistake. Like, let's really zoom in on this one.
Yeah, I
Taking
mean, I
the
can
Lee Sin
understand.
Taxi.
I could understand trying to kick that crazy big Aurelia out of the back of the fight, to be honest.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
panic kick coming in for Haru there, who now holds on to this blue buff, gives it over to Vista. And you can see the center as far away from the Lee Sin as possible at this stage. Damwon now just clearing out vision around this Baron, which is where they're going to turn their attention to for the next 3 minutes at least. They're wanting to deny this Infernal Soul for as long as possible. Haru, wow. That was one hell of a miss as Arctic Assault gets Canyon out of there, but unable to take down the control ward. But we've got bounties aplenty over on Damwon's side. Over 4,000 gold is now the lead, as Damwon have been able to really put their claws in after that one fight. We've almost got a Flame Horizon for Noguri as well.
Where did this come from? He's just like, don't worry, guys. I'm going to scale much better than the Aatrox. It doesn't matter how many times I die. And
I mean, that is true,
it's
right?
true.
We do have to go back to just the champion matchup, and theoretically, Aatrox should win earlier, and Aurelia should manage to catch up in the later game, but I've never seen it this pronounced.
I know.
Let's just say that.
It's, oh man, it's...
He's brutally ahead. He's got himself a frozen heart for some reason as well.
Kind of reminds me of that
CDR completed.
That overly positive guy in solo queue that's like, don't worry, guys, it's okay.
We've got it in the late
I'm going
game.
to scale. It's like 23-3.
Yeah.
Not this game, okay?
That's me, man. That's me.
23-3. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to outscale the Aatrox, but then he actually does it, and then he's like the hero of the team.
Oh, yeah. He
Where
gets
in
the honors
beginning,
immediately.
He's like just annoying, and you're like, no, man, this is over. Just surrender. Save some time. But
look at all these Baron pings coming in from Humble Life. They do not want that one to be taken here, as no stun to come through from Nuclear, as Canyon getting the ultimate over the top. Noguri looking for Cuvee. He's going to be their first target as he goes golden in the backline, but no one can actually follow up as the final chapter is there. Showmaker grabs that kill in the end, and Damwon have not lost a fight in the last 15 minutes. As Noguri looking to go 1 versus 4, but he has the backup of his team. Haru eaten with the bullet time as Vista is taken down in short order, and the whole bottom lane taken out as well, as Damwon will secure that one. Inner turret now going to be next. In the eyes of this Damwon squad, they should be able to take an inhibitor, move back, take a Baron, and then win this game.
Hanwha Life not really paying attention to the way the game was going. 4v1, I think he might actually lose to the Aurelia. Not to mention his entire team was still there.
And he's got GA, right?
Yeah,
so
and he has
everyone
GA.
can follow up as, yeah, this is the end of the game. Tempt is going to go golden, but he's just going to see his death. Double kill comes through from Noguri. This is what we call inting it to win it. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Great turnaround. Mental fortitude from Noguri as well. We know that this guy's emotional, but he used his emotion for the better this game. He looked hungry to take down Hanwha Life.
And we see our cameraman is going to give him MVP, and I think everybody else is going to as well. The guy
I'm
has
on the
been
bandwagon.
Such a mainstay for Damwon for a really long time now, and sometimes he's just got to come out of the death realm, out of the very deep dumps of getting...
the deep dumps.
Yes, not just camped for one game, but for 2 games in a row, not to mention the one before it was even worse.
Oh, yeah.
To imagine how much mental fortitude he has to be able to stand up and then eventually carry the game is pretty incredible. So
Even
you really got to
after,
hand it
like,
to him.
because the thing is, like, sometimes you can get over a camp, right? Because you are at the mercy of the enemy jungler and the rest of your team isn't helping you and stuff like that, and you can be like, oh, well, I got camped. But they messed up really badly in the early game. I mean, Cuvee, you could say that he outplayed, but honestly, it looked to me like it was just Canyon and Noguri not being able to figure out that tower dive and whether or not it would be a good idea. But after that, to be able to say, no, I'm a better player than this, and then turn it all around, really impressive stuff from Noguri. And good to see that Aurelia is still a power pick towards the top side and does work out still oh so well when paired with the Sejuani. Damwon drafting quite well in the last game. Hidden shout out also to Beryl, who had probably
Hidden shout out.
Yeah, well, he's a Yuumi. He's often pretty good.
Yeah, true.
I think he went, didn't die, didn't grab any kills, but got almost all the assists in the game. I think there's an argument for Beryl to get a couple of MVPs throughout this series.
Yeah, he was like 0-0 and 15 or something.
Yeah, something
in
like that.
one.
The classic perfect support scoreline.
Feels good.
Yeah. And maybe, just maybe, Hanwha Life should have just locked in Tahm Kench and done the undefeated center Tahm Kench lane that they won with in Game 2 that was available.
They could have done it, and they decided against it.
Yeah.
Because I guess MF and Yuumi are just too strong in the bottom lane.
Well, I guess Ezreal and the center is also very strong, and they were strong. They were able to poke out. They got that turret very, very early, but unfortunately, when you then have two very squishy champions, you're against an Aurelia that force-fed herself in the mid game.
Yeah. As we're going to take a look at some of the highlights here. Nice dodge out of Cuvée. Leaves Nuguri with a really bad spot. At least he didn't miss too much of the wave.
Yeah, he was able to teleport immediately back, so the punishment wasn't huge. As this was largely Beryl. I reckon there's probably going to be a few votes for Beryl, despite Nuguri having this amazing turnaround. Felt like we were watching one of these movies, you know, the redemption storyline.
It's kind of funny out of Nuclear. I think he's going to probably revisit this moment in his nightmares tonight. But it doesn't matter because Big Brother Nuguri is going to carry me anyway as 1 and 2. And that's the moment where you're like, wait.
Wait a second.
Wasn't this the Aurelia that died under the turret at level 4?
Yep. It was.
Yeah.
As this Vanguard's edge into the back line. Nope, not this one. It's the next fight, I believe. As this one was cute, but Haru finds himself way too deep. And yeah, Infernal Chain working against Cuvée there a little bit because he didn't really want to stay there. As he did have some of his team coming on over, but there are actually two champions there. And Aurelia is real strong when she gets her first couple of resets.
Yeah. This is the moment right before she goes God mode. It's like, oh, if she had a couple more items and a bit more health, she might have been able to take him out there. But don't you worry, all you Aurelia fans, if you're just watching these highlights. The highlights will come. And there you have it. They're like, oh yeah, we could probably 4v1. The Aurelia, the answer is no.
They didn't even take half of Nuguri's health bar.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the entire team was right there.
Yeah. See how animated Nuguri is as well.
He's a big talker, for sure.
He certainly is. So coming off their 0-2 against Sandbox, where they honestly looked like a shadow of their former selves, they are able to pull it back here against their brethren in 3-3 in the league, solidifying their side on the left or the west of the bracket. Nuguri finishing this one off very, very well. Still retaining his 700 gold bounty. And I have a feeling that he's going to be the MVP. 22.2k.
Yeah.
Not bad.
And to, you know, you might look at the end score and see how many kills he had, and you're like, oh, okay, just a carry Nuguri game. Well,
no.
It goes even deeper than that. It was the quintessential carry Nuguri game because he fed so much early on. As
and it's like, we use the word feeding. We use that mostly in jest because this was Haru spending way more time top lane than he does generally. Often it's Cuvée, much like he was when he was on Gen G or Samsung or whichever iteration of that roster. He often is left on an island. That's no different here in Hanwha, but this time around, especially in Game 2 and 3, all of the attention was going towards Nuguri, but yeah, you got to put him real deep in the ground, you know, like 6 feet, not enough. You need like 20 feet.
Even then,
yeah.
I mean,
maybe he crawls back out.
Zombie Nuguri from the grave. That's him, and he is going to pick up the player of the game. He got 6 out of 9 votes. And 3 of the votes went towards Showmaker, 1 from the Korean cast, and the 2 analysts on the analyst desk did vote for Showmaker, who did have quite the early game, but I don't think he was the main catalyst that
He was
drove
certainly
it
very
home,
consistent.
you know?
He was very consistent in this game, and I can understand not giving it to Nuguri just because he failed
On
so hard in the
principle.
early game, but honestly, I felt like the way that he managed to turn this around as an emotional player really was deserved of the player of the game. As, yeah, that's going to even him out with BDD as the points leader as far as our pod points are concerned.
The only other player that was at 500 is Chovy.
Yep, he hasn't played yet.
Yeah, we'll see how he can do tomorrow. I believe he should be showing up.
Yeah, should be Dragon X coming in tomorrow. We're going to be showing you exactly which are going to be our matches. Oh, no.
Like, by the way, if you guys forgot, like, oh,
that was a Haru highlight. That was not a Noguri
I mean, it was
highlight.
a great transport of the Aurelia straight into your
That's
support.
true. Really,
a great kick. Right
it was
on,
the longest
right
range
on
blade
the line.
surge ever.
Right on the line there. Just it was perfect.
Oh my god.
Field goals.
No, not what we wanted. And this would be the time, guys, that we'd have our post-match interview, but unfortunately, we do not have it tonight. So we are going to check out what's happening tomorrow, and then we're going to bid you adieu. As here we are, Damwon 4-3 now. Get themselves with a decent amount of distance from Hanwha Life, who solidifies 6th place. And look, all memes aside, they have been playing quite well so far this season, but it just seems inevitable that Hanwha are 6th.
Hanwha's gonna be 6th for now and 6th forever.
Hey, it's better than being in relegation zone, which was what 2019 was for Hanwha.
Although maybe if you go to relegation zone, you kind of get a kick in the butt, a wake-up call, you know, where it's like, hey,
yeah,
we gotta pick it up, guys. Whereas if you stay 6th, you're like, oh, I mean, it's okay. As tomorrow,
yeah, DRX are going to be up against APK, so theoretically a better matchup for Dragon X. They've had a bit of a rough week in week 3, and now going to be debuting for this week up against APK. A little bit of a easier matchup there for those guys, and we'll see whether they've emotionally repaired themselves, because honestly, they looked a little bit frazzled after last week's matches.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously awesome players, some of the best that we have, and they've only added some more awesome players in the
But they are volatile. They have younger players, couple of rookies, Keria and Pioshik have both played well so far.
Yeah.
But they do need to be taken care of. Chovy and Deft have been outspoken in the fact that they have to be the youngs of the team. So
especially Chovy, who's, you know, super young himself.
Yeah, that is very, very true. But that'll do it for tonight. Good night, everyone. We'll see you back again tomorrow with LS and Brendan Valdez.
Told me to be myself and never